The Valentine Legacy. Author Catherine Coulter. Table of Contents: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Epilogue. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. The Valentine Legacy, a Jove book, published by arrangement with the author. All rights reserved. Copyright 1995 by Catherine Coulter. This book may not be reproduced in whole or part by mimeograph or any other means without permission. Making or distributing electronic copies of this book constitutes copyright infringement and could subject the infringer to criminal and civil liability. For information, address: The Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Putnam Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. The Penguin Putnam Inc. worldwide website address is http://www.penguinputnam.com. ISBN 978-1102-1426-8. A Jove book. Jove books first published by the Imprint Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Putnam Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. Jove and the J design are trademarks belonging to Penguin Putnam Inc. First edition, electronic, July 2001. Also by Catherine Coulter. The Cove, The Nightingale Legacy, The Wyndham Legacy, Lord of Falconridge, Lord of Ravens Peak, Lord of Hawkfell Island, The Harris Bride, The Hellion Bride, The Sherbrooke Bride, Season in the Sun, Beyond Eden, Impulse, False Pretenses, Secret Song, Earth Song, Fire Song, Rosehaven, in hardcover from G.P. Putnam's Sons, to Charles Coulter, my father and a very talented gentleman. Thank you for the genes you passed on to me, and the support that never wavered. All my love. 1. Near Baltimore, Maryland. March 1822. Slaughter County Course. Saturday races. Last race, 1/2 mile. He was going to lose. He didn't want to lose, damn it, particularly to Jessie Warfield, that obnoxious brat. He could feel Rialto just behind him, hooves pounding firm and steady on the black dirt, head stretched long, muscles hard and bunched. He looked over his left shoulder. Rialto was coming on faster than a man escaping from a woman's bedchamber before her husband came through the door, and the damned 5-year-old had more endurance than an energetic man with 4 demanding wives. James stretched as far as he could and pressed his face as close as he could to Tinpin's ear. He always talked to his horses before and during a race to gauge their moods. Good-natured Tinpin was always open to James. Tinpin, like most of his racehorses, was a fierce competitor. He had great heart. The horse wanted to win as much as James did. The only time he was distracted from victory was that time when a jockey had slammed his riding crop on his side, sending him into a rage. He'd nearly killed that damned jockey and lost the race in the process. James felt old Tinpin's labored breathing beneath him. The horse was more a 1/4-mile sprinter than a 1/2-miler, so Rialto had the advantage there, in both ability and experience. This was only Tinpin's second 1/2-mile race. James kicked his sides, telling Tinpin over and over that he could do it, that he could keep the lead over that miserable little chestnut, that he could kick Rialto, named after a silly Venetian bridge, in the dirt. He had to make his move now, or it would be too late. James promised Tinpin an extra bucket of oats, a dollop of champagne in his water. The horse gave a final burst of speed, but it wasn't enough. He lost by only a length. Tinpin's sides were heaving. He was blowing hard, his neck lathered. James walked him around, listening to the groans and cheers of the crowd. He stroked Tinpin's wet neck, telling him he was a brave fighter, that he would have won if James hadn't riding him. And he probably would have won, damn it, despite James's reputed magic with his horses. Some claimed that James as good as carried some of his horses over the finish line himself. Well, he hadn't carried any horse anywhere this day. Actually, he hadn't even come in second after Rialto. He'd placed third, behind another chestnut thoroughbred from the Warfield stables, a 4-year-old named Pearl Diver, who had nosed past Tinpin at the last moment, his tail flicking over James's leg. Tinpin didn't have much bottom, but then again, this hadn't been a 4-mile flat race. It had just been a half-mile, and bottom shouldn't have mattered. What had mattered had been James's extra weight. With a lighter rider on his back, Tinpin would have won. James cursed, slapping his riding crop against his boot. "Hey, James, you lost me $10, curse you." James was leading Tinpin back to his stable lad, his head down. He sloughed off his depression and smiled toward his brother-in-law, Gifford Poplington, striding toward him like a civilized bull, short, powerful, but not an ounce of fat on him. He liked Giff and had approved of his marriage to his sister, Ursula, the year before. "You can well afford it, Giff," he shouted back. "I can, but that's not the point." Gifford dropped into a long, lazy stride beside him. "You tried, James, but you're just too damned big to be a jockey. Those other jockeys weigh 4 stone less than you do. 50-something extra pounds make a lot of difference." "Bloody damn, Giff, you're brilliant," James said, striking a pose. "I wish I'd known that." "Well, I know a lot of things," Giff said, just grinning at him. "Hell, I wouldn't have wagered on you if Ursula hadn't nagged me into it." "The brat weighs even less," James said. "The brat? Oh, Jessie Warfield. That she does. Too bad about poor Redcoat breaking his leg in the second race. Now there's a jockey. You trained him well. What does he weigh? 100 pounds? 90 pounds on a sunny day. Do you know how he broke his leg? Another jockey ran him into a tree. It hurt me to see it. You know, James, someone needs to make some rules about racing. All this mayhem is ridiculous. I read about a race in Virginia where the favorite horse was poisoned the night before the race." "It might be ridiculous," James said, "and it might be occasionally dangerous, but it's fun, Giff. Leave things be. Just be careful whom you bet with." "As if you cared. Hey, Oslo, how are you doing?" Oslo Penny was the head of James's breeding farm. On race days, though, he was the head stable lad who oversaw the handling of all the horses to race at the meet. He was a walking oral history, at least that's what James called him. The Maryland Jockey Club was beginning to agree. Oslo knew the direct line back or the tail male of every horse that ran from South Carolina to New York. He also knew every current sire, and every dam, and every get from every horse in America and Britain. Oslo approached them, muttering under his breath, and gently removed Tinpin's reins from James's hand. He was bow-legged, scrawny-looking, and had the most powerful hands James had ever seen. His face was weathered and seamed, his brown eyes as powerful with intelligence as his hands were with strength. He squinted through the bright afternoon sun up at Gifford's face. "Good afternoon, sir. I'm doing as fine as Lily Lou did at the Virginia High Ebb races just last week. Better than Mr. James, that's for sure." "Aye, and how are you doing, boy? Winded, are you? Well, you did your best. Did better than Dorkeg, that knock-kneed creature old Wiggins still persists in racing. Hell, I don't even remember who his sire was. That's how bad he is." "Did you bet on Mr. James, Oslo?" "Not I, Mr. Poplington," Oslo said, stroking a gnarled, veiny hand over Tinpin's neck. "I would have if Redcoat had ridden him, poor lad, but not Mr. James. Mr. James has just grown too big, just like little Nell, who ate her head off 4 years ago and couldn't barely shuffle over the finish line at the Dickey races in North Carolina, clean in last place."
Gifford laughed. "You think I could have done better than Mr. James?" Oslo spat just beyond Tinpin's left shoulder. "Not with that pair of hands you got, Mr. Poppleton. Sorry, sir, but you've got ham hands, not like Mr. James, who has magic running out the ends of his fingers into the horses." "Thank you, Oslo, for something," James said. "Now, Gifford, let's go see Ursula. I don't suppose you brought our mother with you?" He patted Tinpin's neck as he moved away. "No, thank God. She tried to talk Ursula out of coming to this godless place." James laughed. He was still grinning when he saw the Warfield brat striding toward him, looking just like a boy, still wearing a riding hat with her violent red hair shoved up under it. Her face was red from the hot sun. A line of freckles marched across her nose. He didn't want to stop, but he did. It was hard. He'd just as soon ignore her for the rest of his days, but he was a gentleman, damn it. "Congratulations," he said, trying to unclench his teeth. She'd beaten him often since she was a knock-kneed kid of 14, but he still hated it. He never got used to it. Jessie Warfield paid no attention to Gifford Poppleton, president of the Union Bank of Baltimore, as she came toe-to-toe with James and said, "You tried to shove me into that ditch on the second lap." A dark blonde eyebrow went up. "Did I now?" She came up onto her tiptoes, her nose an inch from his. "You know you did. Don't even consider lying, James. It was close. If I weren't such a bloody good rider, I would have gone over the edge. But I didn't. I came back and beat you but good." "You certainly did," he said easily, wanting to smack her. Some sportsmanship. She was a female. If she were a male, she'd know it wasn't right to rub the loser's nose in his defeat. Although, he thought, when he next beat her, he was going to rub her entire face in the dirt. "Do you know your lips are chapped? Do you know I can count your freckles from this distance?" he said. 1, 2, 3. Goodness, there are so damned many of them, it would take me a week. She backed up fast. "Don't try it again, or I'll take my riding crop to you." She licked her chapped lips, shook the crop in his face, nodded to Giff, and strode off. Gifford said, "It looked to me like you did nudge Tinpin into her horse, James." "Yes, but not hard enough. I just wanted to get her attention. It was nothing compared to what she did to me last year at the June races in Hacklesford." "Well, what did she do, this fearsome girl?" "I was crowding her, just a bit, just to teach her a lesson. She knows every dirty maneuver there is. Anyway, she pulled her horse away just enough so she could kick out at me. She got me directly on the leg and sent me sprawling." Gifford laughed, thinking that James sure made the Warfield girl bristle something fierce. He asked, even as he watched Jessie Warfield striding away from them, her riding crop flicking up and down, "Did she win the race?" "No, she came in last place. She lost her own balance when she kicked me and reeled into another horse. The two of them went off in a tangle. It would have been funny if I hadn't been rolled into a ball on the ground trying to protect my head from running horses. Just look at her, Giff. She's taller than any woman I know. She looks men straight in the eye, and I wouldn't know she was a female watching her walk." Giff wasn't so sure about that, but he could understand James's ire. He said mildly, "She rides very well." "To give the brat her due, she does, damn it." "Who's that with Ursula?" "It's another Warfield daughter. There are 3 in all. The eldest and the youngest are neither one a thing like the brat. Both of them are beautiful, stylish, and ladies. Well, perhaps not entirely, but close enough for descriptive purposes. That's Nelda, the eldest. She's married to Bremen Carlyle, the shipping baron. Come along, you can meet her. I guess you haven't met her, because both daughters were in Philadelphia with an aunt until just 2 months ago. Hell, you were in Boston until last fall, until the end of the January. Bremen Carlyle? Good God, James, Carlyle's older than Fort McHenry. He fought in the Revolution. He was present at Cornwallis's surrender at Yorktown. He's older than dust. How old is this Nelda? Maybe 22. Gifford just snorted. Ursula wasn't happy. She sent a look toward her husband that offered substantial marital rewards if he would get rid of Nelda Carlyle. Gifford, with all the aplomb of a rich banker, which he was, gallantly swept his hat from his head. "Mrs. Carlyle, it's a pleasure, ma'am, to finally meet you. And you, Mr. Poppleton. Ah, James, I'm so sorry about that last race.
Jessie won, but she didn't deserve to. All the ladies around me agreed. She's an abomination. I'm sure Father will speak to her about it. So unladylike of her. So embarrassing for the rest of us. I'm sure your father will speak to her, Nelda. He'll probably toast her with his best champagne. Ah, don't be embarrassed. She's damned good. You should be singing her praises. God, he was a perverse bastard. Surely not. Nelda sighed, looking down at the toes of her slippers. She shouldn't be good at such a manly pursuit. A jockey. She actually shuddered. I vow I can't go to a ladies' tea without James, who privately thought Jessie should be flogged, said even more perversely, "She's an excellent horsewoman. Surely you can be a bit more tolerant, Nelda. She's just different, that's all." "Perhaps," Nelda said, lightly touching her gloved fingers to his forearm. "You did well in the race. Not as well as two of your father's other racehorses. It's just because you're such a big man, James. You haven't come to visit me. Now that I'm an old married lady, I am perhaps freer than I was when I wasn't married." Ursula cleared her throat. "Well, Nelda, do say hello to Bremen. We must return home ourselves now. My mother is staying with us until Monday." His mother-in-law. Gifford would have preferred to remain out until midnight. His mother-in-law, Wilhelmina, knew no equal. James, in deference to his own sanity, had moved his mother out of his house at Marathon and into a charming red-brick townhouse in German Square, near the center of Baltimore, some 2 years before. She visited Ursula and Gifford at their home, not a mile away, in the elegant 4-story terrace on St. Paul Street, claiming that her own tiny dwelling depressed her spirits from time to time. However, she complained every minute she was in her daughter's house. Nelda showed no signs of moving on. She edged closer to James. Surely, dear Wilhelmina can wait for just a bit longer. James, my dear husband, tells me you're going to stay in Baltimore forever now. I have no plans to return to England any time this year, James said. Candlethorpe, my stud farm in Yorkshire, is in good hands. Marathon, on the other hand, needs a lot of work and attention. Marathon? I named my stud farm in honor of that ancient Greek who ran his heart out getting to Athens to tell of their victory at Marathon against the Persians. If he'd only had one of my horses, he wouldn't have fallen down dead after he'd given his news. "Oh," Nelda said, "you should pick another name, James, perhaps something more stately, more easily recognized. Marathon sounds foreign." "It is foreign," Ursula said. "Oh," Nelda said suddenly, waving, "they're Alice and Alan Belmond. Over here, Alice." James stiffened. He looked at Giff, who winked at him, saying, "Good day, Alice. You're looking lovely." Belmond, he added, nodding to the man who had married Alice for her money, and was now trying to spend as much of it as Alice's father would release, which, thankfully, wasn't all that much a year. He wanted to make money racing, something, James knew, that was just about as tough as marrying a rich girl, which he had managed to do. He'd had one horse race today. The thoroughbred had come in 6th out of a field of 10.
He looked up when Alan Belmond said to him, "I want Sober John to cover one of my mares, Sweet Susie. Your price is stiff, Wyndham, but perhaps it's worth it." "Up to you," James said easily, then said to Alice, "I like your bonnet. Pink becomes you." She flushed, something that she managed to do as if on command. It quite amazed him. But he wanted to tell her it wasn't all that effective, at least on him. But he liked Alice, had known her since she was born. So he just smiled when she said, "You're so nice to me, James, and I'm sorry you lost, but I'm glad Jessie won. Isn't she wonderful? I was just telling Nelda how very much I admire Jessie. She does exactly what she wants, without being bound down by all the endless rules. Rules are to keep ladies protected," Alan Belmond said as he patted his wife's shoulder. It wasn't all that gentle a pat, James saw when Alice winced. Ladies shouldn't complain about rules. "Yes, well, Jessie will do as she pleases," Ursula said. "Come along, James. We really must be leaving now. Nelda, our regards to your husband.
Alice, you and Alan enjoy the rest of the day. We will see you in church tomorrow." James grinned down at Nelda, who'd taken a step closer to him. "I smell like a horse, so you'd best keep your distance. If you see your father, tell him I'll be at his stables tonight with a bottle of his favorite claret, though I'm sure he's already counting on it. He can gloat all he wants. You and my father still drink together? Whenever I beat him, he rides to Marathon, bringing me champagne." "Why then," Alice said, "you should bring the claret to Jessie. She's the one who beat you, not her father." "It's his stable," James said, wishing the brat were here so he could count her freckles again. That got her mouth shut quickly enough. "I'll tell my mother," Nelda said. "I don't often see father anymore. As for Jessie, well, why would I want to see her? She's so very odd, you know. I do disagree with Alice, but she doesn't mind that I do. Ladies need rules. It makes civilization, well, more civilized. We do need you charming gentlemen to protect us, to guide us, to tell us how to go on, to—" "That's really enough of a list," Ursula said, squeezing her husband's arm in impatience. James, who thought Jessie the most unnatural of females, said quickly, "She's not at all odd, Nelda, and she's your sister." He turned to Gif. "I'll see both of you tomorrow." "You'll see Mother, too," Ursula said, her voice as grave as a nun's, her eyes as wicked as a sinner's. "There is that," James said, gave them all a cocky smile, and strode off through the dwindling crowd. "Well, Nelda Carlyle," said all bright as the afternoon sun overhead, "I'll be off then. Ursula, I do hope to see you again soon, now that we're both married ladies. Perhaps I can visit you in town. I've finally convinced Mr. Carlyle that a nice townhouse on George Street would be ever so convenient. That's quite near to you." "Quite near," Ursula said, and thought, "I'll move to Fells Point if you come to town, Nelda. You could also be a bit more delicate about your overtures to my poor brother." Oh dear, that would certainly cause a tangle if Nelda managed to get her hooks into James. No, my brother would never poach on a husband's preserves. Ursula and Gif watched Nelda lean down to speak to Alice, who was just a little bit of a thing, her hand on her sleeve, then give her a brief nod. She smiled up at Alan Belmond, nodding pleasantly, though to Ursula's knowledge, Nelda couldn't stand him. "What are you thinking, Urs?" "What? Oh, just that Fells Point is a lovely spot. Have you been there lately?" "No, but it doesn't matter. Just believe me." 2. If Lord Derby hadn't won the coin toss in 1780, it's possible that we'd call it the Kentucky Bunbury. Historical observation. There was a full moon. The late March weather was mild, only a slight night breeze rustling the early spring leaves on the immensely old oak trees that lined the drive to the Warfield farm. James whistled an English ditty the Duchess had written the year before as he cantered astride Sober John, a horse as gray as the exquisite pewter bowl that sat in the middle of his dining room table, and just as durable. The Duchess, who was actually the Countess of Chase and an English Wyndham, never seemed to run out of ideas, which was understandable, he supposed, what with the idiocy of George IV and all the politicians to provide her with such outrageous fodder. It was a catchy tune. He smiled to think how Marcus Wyndham, the Earl of Chase, and the Duchess's husband would sing her ditties at the top of his lungs in his bathtub, sending maids flurrying off in fits of giggles outside the huge master bedchamber at Chase Park. James lightly patted Sober John's neck. The stallion was 20 years old now, and the mainstay of James's breeding farm. Sober John's get were racing long 4-mile stretches from Massachusetts to Kentucky. Sober John was a thoroughbred, a stayer, whose endurance had been renowned on the racecourses. He was now becoming renowned as a stud, thank the good Lord. The bright moonlight glinted off the white wooden fence that, along with the oaks, lined the drive from the main road to the big house itself. The Warfield stud and racing stable was huge, profitable, and well run. James admired it and prayed Marathon would one day be as successful. He particularly liked all that white fence that went on and on until it disappeared beyond a stand of oaks into the darkness. He could only imagine what it would cost to keep that damned fence painted white. When James pulled Sober John up in front of the stables, a young black slave dashed forward to take his reins. "Rub him down good, Jemmy," James said, and tossed the boy a coin. "Sell me, Sober John. Forget it, Oliver." He stretched out his hand and shook the older man's. His hair was redder than the brat's, though unlike hers, it was threaded with gray and was as grizzled as James's hairbrush. His eyes were a faded blue, unlike the brat's, which were a wet-looking green, the color of the damp moss beside a pool of dirty water in the middle of a swamp. "You had 4 winners today, all of them Friar Tuck's get. That 2-year-old filly, Miss Lou, she's going to keep you winning for years, barring accidents. You don't need Sober John. If I had Sober John, I'd put you right out of business, boy. I hope the thought keeps you awake at night." Oliver sighed deeply. "I'm getting old. Aches and pains keep me up enough at night. Oh, hell. If I were your age again, I'd steal Sober John, challenge you to a duel, and put a bullet through your gullet. Now I'm too old to do anything but whine and bark like an old dog that likes claret." Oliver Warfield grinned, showing a darkened tooth in the front of his mouth that would have to be pulled soon. "You had 3 winners. Not bad for a young fellow with a dash of skill. You would have had more if your jockey, Redcoat, hadn't broken his leg. He wouldn't have broken it if that lout from the Richmond Rye stable hadn't tried to slash him apart with his riding crop, sending him into a tree. So give your jockeys pistols, James. Some owners do, you know. Come inside, my boy. I want my claret. I want to gloat. Jessie told me to do it up right, since you tried to do her in today. I don't think it's possible." "What? Doing in, Jessie? I think she puts glue on the seat of her pants. I'd have to pry off her saddle, too." James followed Oliver Warfield into the large office he'd added onto one end of the huge stable. It was lit with 4 lamps. The air was redolent of the smells of leather, horse, hay, and linseed oil. James breathed in deeply. He loved the smells, had all his life. Oliver waved him to a deep black leather chair. He took the bottle, opened it, and poured both of them a liberal glass. "To your victory," James said, hating those particular words. Oliver knew it, too, the old bastard. "My victory." He clicked his glass to James's, then sat back and drank deep.
"Were there many at the races today? I had to leave early. This damned gout of mine gets mastier by the year. I'm sure Dr. Dancy Houlihan would tell you the claret doesn't help. Then you should try to win more often. Hell, so it's my fault that you have gout. Well, it's your bloody claret. All I have to do is win, and you're here to pour it down my throat. The very best bloody claret." Oliver Warfield grinned, raising his glass again. "Here's to my bloody gout and your damned excellent claret. Now, my boy, were there a goodly number of folk at the races throughout the day?" "A good number. A lot of ladies, which is a good sign. The Puritans are trying their best to get racing outlawed, but I don't think it'll work here. We're all too big a bunch of sinners." "You're right about that. It's fun to gloat. It always makes me feel better. A warm, sunny day never hurts attendance. I wish I could have been there for all of it. There were assorted broken bones to liven things up." "Look, Oliver, I just nudged Jessie," James said, sitting forward, pupping his wine glass in his hands. "I didn't really try to toss her off. I just wanted to wipe the grin off her face. That's not what she says, but she's always ready to look at you cross-eyed, James. I don't know why the girl can't abide you. It's not that she's a little prude, not my Jessie, but she hasn't liked you since she met you. What was it? At least 6 years ago. She was just a little tyke then. She's never been little in her life. When she was 14, she was all legs and a big mouth." "Well, maybe that's true about her mouth," Oliver said. "She beat you soundly, James." James poured them more claret. "To your victory," he said again, knowing the words would be a litany before the evening was over. The good Lord knew James would need a lot of claret to see him through the evening. "So many victories over the years," Oliver said as he loosened his cravat. He knew his years gave him the right to wax philosophical every once in a while, particularly with James, who was young and unseasoned. Winning was better than philosophizing any day. Doing both was all a man could desire.
You know, of course, that the Warfield stables have been here since the early 1700s, when it was started by my grandfather. Aye, he'd just stepped off the ship from Bristol, one racehorse to his name, skinny as a rail from puking his guts up the entire voyage, and filled with all the optimism of youth. Oliver Warfield drank deep, then sighed. From father to son and father to son. What a tail-mail line! I've never heard humans called a tail-mail line before. Same difference, only I failed. All I could do was breed daughters. 3 bloody females. It's enough to make a man weep. Maybe this is the start of a tail-female line. Not likely. What good are girls? They get married, leave, change their names, and breed babes, not horses. I'm not complaining. It's what they're supposed to do. Look at my females. Just one husband amongst the 3 of them, and old Brayman is older than I am, James. Have you seen those skinny legs of his and that huge paunch? He's probably more shriveled than a 2-year-old potato. I just shook my head at Nelda and told her she was a fool. But her mother told me to mind my own business, which is horses, and not to interfere. Old Brayman is rich, I'll give him that. What's a father to do, James? Nelda seems happy, James said, with no hesitation, lying cleanly. I saw her today. Don't worry about it. It's done. Enjoy life, Oliver. Enjoy your aches and pains. A son-in-law will turn up. Glenda is pretty, well-dowered, and men flock around her. What are you worried about? There's Jessie to consider. Why? James took a drink of claret. The glasses were old and chipped, but they were of good quality. At least they'd once probably graced a grand table. He wondered if Mrs. Warfield had believed them long ago tossed on the trash heap. She'll outgrow her nonsense. She'll want to be a wife and a mother. Just give her a while. Poor child, she should have been a boy. Just like me, is Jessie, all pride and vinegar and stubbornness. She's even got my red hair. As for those freckles across her nose, well, Mrs. Warfield claims that's my fault for letting Jessie run wild as the colts in the field since she was just a little mite. James remained quiet. He and Oliver both knew a lady shouldn't have freckles, nor should she have chapped lips. Oliver Warfield beetled his thick red eyebrows. Jessie doesn't want to marry. She told me so just last week. James became even more quiet. He looked at the nearly empty bottle of claret and wished he'd brought 2 bottles. She said that all men are pigs and selfish and short-sighted. That's quite a lot, even out of Jessie's big mouth. Jessie never learned restraint, except with horses. I've never thought I was short-sighted. You're young. Of course you're short-sighted. That's why Nelda married old Brayman. She was tired of waiting for you. Not that it matters now. Brayman's got more money than either you or I will ever earn in a lifetime. Just mind that you don't become Nelda's a mother. Aye, James, I hear things. I know that Nelda would like a lusty young man in her bed, and it's you she wants. What am I to do with Jessie? Yes, that's right. Give me more claret. You have a good cellar, James. Damn, I think we should have the loser bring 2 bottles. Just ain't enough tonight. Did I tell you that Mrs. Warfield blames me, claims Jessie is unnatural, and I made her that way? Letting her ride astride wearing men's breeches will bring her to no good. She says I'm taking away Jessie's womanhood. Jessie says womanhood is boring and the skirts are too tight. She says she doesn't want to mince around in shoes that make her feet hurt. She doesn't want to have to treat men like they're smart and charming, which they aren't. She says men get married and get fat and belch over their dinner. She says they're clods and can't ride worth a damn. I don't know precisely what she means by all that. But she's a damned good rider, is Jessie. Now, Glenda, there's a beauty for you. The perfect lady. Don't you agree, James? James took another drink of claret. He didn't know Glenda all that well, but from Ursula's glazed expression of social pain, he imagined that Glenda was probably just as spoiled as her lovely sister. At least Jessie wasn't a spoiled brat. She was just a brat, no spoilation about her. As for Glenda, she played the harp and recited poetry that she herself had penned. He'd been spared the poetry, but not the harp. Glenda would make any man a fine wife, all sweet laughter and giggles. James grunted. Glenda was small and round with lovely breasts, to which she granted more freedom than other girls of his acquaintance. She lisped occasionally, an affectation that seemed to be making the rounds of Baltimore society. She also had the disconcerting habit of staring directly at a man's crotch. He'd once had to move quickly behind a potted palm when she'd done that to him at a party last year. He tossed down the rest of his claret. The sweet, heavy wine sat nicely in his belly. I'm here to let you gloat, Oliver, not to have you try to marry me off to one of your 2 remaining offspring. True, but a man has to think of the future. If you married Glenda, you'd combine Warfield stud and racing stables with your own marathon farm. You could do much worse, James. What's the size of your breeding farm in England? Candlethorpe is small, half the size of Marathon. The Earl of Rothermere, who owns— I know all about the Hawkesburys, James. One of the finest studs in all of northern England. I hear Philip Hawkesbury married a Scottish girl who's magic with horses. Yes, Frances is a good sort. Her way with horses is amazing. They oversee my stud along with Sigmund, my head stable lad, when I come to America. Sober John's sire is Ecstasy, from the Rothermere stable, who goes directly back to the Godolphin Arabian. Sell me Sober John. Forget it, Oliver. I suppose I could, Oliver said.
But I'll keep after you. Maybe send one of my girls to soften you up. Just don't send Jessie. She'd just as soon put a knife in my ribs as look at me. James stretched his long legs out in front of him and crossed his ankles. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. He said, "You'll not beat me again, Oliver." "How do you figure that, boy?" "You'll see, old man, you'll see." He opened his eyes and held out his empty glass. Oliver Warfield gave a grunt of laughter and poured the last few remaining drops of claret into James's glass. There was the sound of crashing wood, a scream, and a thud. Both men were on their feet in an instant, running to the door of the office. They dashed through only to draw up short. What the hell? Oliver Warfield stared down at his daughter, dressed like a boy, her red hair stuffed beneath a woolen cap, lying sprawled on her back, arms and legs flung out, just outside the door, in a trough filled, thankfully, with hay. "Jessie, what in God's name happened? Are you alive, girl? Is anything broken? Speak to me." There was a small, unconvincing groan. James just looked down at her, knew she was quite conscious because he saw her eyelashes twitch, and said, "She's too obnoxious to be hurt. I'll tell you what she was doing, Oliver. The brat was overhead eavesdropping, lying on her belly with her eyes and ears pressed to the cracks between the beams. Isn't that right, Jessie? 3, speak to me, girl." Oliver lightly tapped his hand against her cheek. She gave another little moan that didn't fool James for an instant. He said in a voice laden with English arrogance he knew would prompt her to attack him, "Yes, do say something, Jessie. Your father and I wish to get back to our claret. Your interruption was untimely. If you don't get up, I'll just have to pour this bucket of water on you. That should make you a bit more alert. I say, Oliver, isn't there a green sheen to that water? Could that be a bit of slime on top?" Jessie Warfield opened her eyes even though she didn't want to. She resisted the temptation to throw the bucket of water in James Wyndham's face. She would have liked to disappear, but there was nothing for her to do but face the music. "I'm all right, Papa. It was a bad fall, but I was just knocked silly for a little while." She gave her father a pathetic smile. "You were knocked silly when you were born," James said, extending his hand. She grasped it and let him pull her out of the hay trough. She brushed herself off for a very long time. "Were you eavesdropping?" Oliver asked, as James said. She brushed herself harder. "Come on, Jessie. Of course you had your ear plastered against the ceiling of your father's office. You probably wanted to hear if I would give away any racing secrets." "Actually," Jessie said, rising to look James right in the eye, taking the bait he offered with both hands, "you don't have a single racing secret to interest me. I know more about racing than you do, James." "Now, Jessie," James admitted that he might be short-sighted, but he is young. "What are you talking about, Papa? Don't you remember? You said you didn't want to marry because all men were selfish and pigs and short-sighted." "You heard me admit to being short-sighted, Jessie. You heard everything. Refresh my memory. Did we talk about you and your multitude of failings?" Her eyes fell, and he stared down at her. Not far down because she was so damn tall, those legs of hers nearly as long as his. "What the devil do you have on your face?" Oliver peered closely at his daughter. "Yes, Jessie, what is that stuff all over your cheeks and nose?" She slammed her hands against her face and took a step backward, hit the back of her knees against the hay trough, and fell into the straw again, arms flailing. James laughed, crossed his arms over his chest, and said, "I think, Oliver, that your daughter here is trying to lighten her freckles with some sort of concoction known only to females, which makes me wonder how the devil she learned the recipe. Now, James, Jessie's a female. Why, I remember just last month she couldn't ride in a race because—" Oliver Warfield's voice died a quick, clean death. His daughter struggled out of the hay trough and without another word fled from the stables, leaving behind her a very embarrassed, silent father and an equally silent James Wyndham. Oliver said, "Tell me about the Earl and Countess of Chase. Will they ever visit Maryland, do you think?" James looked distracted, which he was. Jessie's unexpected fall through the ceiling had amused him and left him feeling the tiniest bit sorry for her. And even when her father tried to come to her aid, he'd only embarrassed her more. And they'd caught her with that goop on her face. It smelled like cucumbers. "What, Oliver?" "Oh, my English cousins. They've got a lot on their plate just now, with the Duchess birthing her second child, another little boy, just 3 months ago. They named him Charles James. I'm his godfather. He's dark-haired like his father, but he's got his mother's deep blue eyes. Come to think of it, Marcus has deep blue eyes, and his mother has dark hair too. Duchess. I've always thought that was an odd name. Her husband named her that when she was 9 years old, and he was all of 14. She was very contained then, you see, very collected and calm in any crisis. She still is, except around Marcus. He glories in being offensive, and does it particularly well around her. It drives her mad. It occasionally even drives her voice up an octave, though only rarely. She writes ditties, didn't you say? Even though she's rich and a countess? Yes, she's quite good. That's a man's job. James looked taken aback. I suppose so. I never really considered that before. It's just a natural part of her, a talent she has that everyone takes for granted. At least they do now. Just the way my Jessie is talented with horses, Oliver said. A lot of folk just take her talent for granted. He shoved James back into his office. We've still got a bit more of your claret to drink. No, there's just a sip left in my glass, James said sadly. What earthly good could cucumbers do? Sober John covered Sweet Susie 2 mornings later. Oslo oversaw the lads in their handling of both the stallion and the mare, who'd been in heat now for a good week. It's time, Oslo had said. I've checked her over, and it's time. Sober John's ready. The breeding shed was large, clean, and attached to the stable. Each of the 5 lads knew what he was to do. They wrapped Sober John's hooves in soft cotton to protect Sweet Susie. As for her, she was held gently while Oslo guided Sober John to his task. Sober John was excited at her scent and nipped her hard on her rump. For a moment there was chaos, but just for a moment. One of the lads wasn't all that experienced, and Sweet Susie got away from him. Then the lads got Sober John to focus on his duty, which he proceeded to perform with great enthusiasm. Oslo himself led a trembling Sober John back to his stall, telling him what a grand fellow he was, how he would have an extra share of oats to go with his hay. Keeping weight on the stallions was a problem during mating. Sober John would also have an extra tub of alfalfa. As for Sweet Susie, James patted her sweating neck as he slowly led her to the paddock to cool down in the shade of 3 massive oak trees. She was blowing hard and still a bit unsteady on her hooves. He gave her 3 buckets of fresh water, brushed her down until she blew complacently into his palm. Alan Belmont had brought her, grudgingly paying James the stud fee. Alan had bought a small racing stable just south of Baltimore after he'd married Alice. He'd wanted to marry Ursula at one time, but she hadn't been interested in him. James suspected her dowry wasn't big enough for Alan anyway. Their mother had been interested, though, in having Alan Belmont for a son-in-law, and that had led to arguments that had led to neighbors giving James impudent grins during the following days. He hoped that Sweet Susie would foal a winner for Belmont. It would build Sober John's reputation and that of Marathon. James gave sweet Susie a carrot, patted her rump, and said, "This is your second time with Sober John. I just know it in my gut that you're in foal. 11 months, my girl," he said, going to the paddock gate. "Then you'll be a mother." Since it would be her first foal, James knew they'd have to watch her closely as her time drew near early the next year. He walked back toward the house, a big red brick Georgian, surrounded by apple, plum, and cherry trees coming into full bloom in the front, and a once beautiful rose garden on the west side. Thomas, his butler, tended a huge vegetable garden in the back of the house. James had bought the house 3 years previously from Boomer Banks, who'd been caught embezzling from a public water fund. Included in the deal were 24 slaves, whom James had promptly freed. All of them had stayed on with him. He'd spent his money building new cabins for all his married people, and had added a large dormitory at the top of the stable for all the stable lads. He provided seed for gardens and good lumber for furniture. After he'd finished, he'd had no money left. The putrid green wallpaper in the drawing room of his home still made him bilious. The floors were ugly and scarred, and the horsehair wadding was poking out of several of the settees and chairs. The kitchen was older than the Ellison flour mills on the Patapsco River, but old Bess knew how to coax everything to work. The privy had reeked so badly that anyone having to walk near it gagged. He'd had everyone wrap kerchiefs around their faces, and they dug the old privy under 6 feet of earth and built a new one, liming it until no one had to hold his nose within 10 feet of it, even if there wasn't an upwind breeze. Then he renamed the farm Marathon, showing off his Latin and Greek education. His cousin Marcus had said, cuffing him, adding that he didn't know the colonists even knew such things. During the past year, James had spent more and more time in Baltimore. Upon occasion, he considered selling his stud in Yorkshire, but then he'd just shake his head at himself. He loved Candlethorpe, loved England, and loved his English relatives. No, he wouldn't give up either of his homes. He came around the east side of the stable, automatically checking off tasks he has already done that morning, and thinking about what he had to do throughout the afternoon. He came to a halt at the sound of Oslo's voice, low and deep, a voice that mesmerized anyone who heard it. James's ears immediately perked up. Aye, Diomed won a 3-year-old sweepstakes in England, at Epsom, way back in 1780, but then he just faded away, didn't win another race, didn't do a bloody thing. They put him to stud, but there he was a failure too. He lost all fertility. He came over here in 1800, bought on speculation, you know. And you know what happened, Miss Jessie. It was our good old American air and American food and our American mares that worked magic in that old horse. His fertility returned, and he covered just about every mare in every state. Aye, if Diomed were a man, he'd be a bloody Casanova. Diomed is the forefather of the American racehorse. He stands alone, I say. He'll stand alone forever. You mark my words, Miss Jessie. Oh my, Oslo. I remember when he died. I was just a little girl. Way back in, when was it? In 1808. A grand old man he was. More folk mourned his passing in old colony land than they did George Washington's. She laughed, a pure, sweet, long laugh, nearly as long as those skinny legs of hers. James came around the side of the stable to see Oslo sitting on a barrel, Jessie sitting at his feet, her legs crossed, a straw in her mouth. An old hat was set back on her head, and her thick red hair was coming out of its pins, straggling down beside her face. She was dressed as disreputably as any of his stable lads on wash day, her wool pants so old they bagged out at the knees and hugged her ankles. It seemed to him, though, that the freckles over her nose were lighter. Her lips weren't chapped either. "So," he said, "what was that stuff you were using, Jessie? I thought I smelled cucumber." "What stuff?" Oslo asked, nodding to James. James just shook his head. "So you were telling her about Diomed? I wasn't using any stuff. I just like to eat cucumbers. Did you ever see Diomed, James?" "Once, when I was a little boy. My father took my brother and me to the race course, and he was there, a grand old man, just as Oslo said, standing there like a king, and all of us went and bowed. It was quite a show." "You're telling me that you carry cucumbers around and eat them?" "Just sometimes." Jessie abruptly got up and dusted herself off. James saw that the wool pants were very tight across her butt. He frowned. Jessie saw that frown and said, defensive as a banker with his hand caught in the till, "I just stopped by for a few minutes to see Oslo. I'm not here spying or anything." Oslo said,
Sober John covered Sweet Susie. Yes, it went well. I would like to buy Sober John. You don't have enough money, Jessie. You won't ever have enough money. When I own my own racing stable, I will. I'm going to be the most famous and richest racehorse owner in America. Oslo stood up too. I wouldn't be at all surprised, Miss Jessie. No, I wouldn't. You be good now, girl. Remind me to tell you about Grimalkin the cat. Oslo walked away, whistling. How long have you been conferring with Oslo? I've known Oslo since I was born. He's a friend, and he knows everything about every horse all the way back to the Byerly Turk, the Darley Arabian, and the Godolphin Arabian. Did you know that Sober John goes tail male all the way back to the Godolphin Arabian? I know. I've never seen you here before. How often do you come to see him? She scuffed her boots in the dirt. Jessie, I'm not accusing you of spying or putting poison in one of the horse's oats. I'd put poison in your oats before I'd ever hurt a horse. All right, I've been coming here since I was a little girl. When Mr. Boomer lived here, he always gave me a glass of claret watered down with lemonade. God, that sounds gruesome. It was, but he tried to please me. He didn't know anything about children. Poor Mr. Banks, he didn't make a good criminal. He was too nice. He was a sniveling coward, pleading on his knees that no one challenge him to a duel. He preferred jail to facing any of the men he'd cheated. He wasn't a sniveling coward to me. You didn't have anything to steal. Now, enough of that. I assume you didn't break anything from your fall? No, I was just a bit sore. Papa had the ceiling repaired yesterday. The damned wood was rotted through right where I put my knee. I don't suppose that taught you anything. He used his obnoxious, drawling English accent again, knowing it enraged her. Her jaw twitched, her shoulder actually jerked, but she kept her head down. Yes, she said, then finally looked up at him. I learned that I've got to scout out my terrain before I venture into it. He laughed. He couldn't help it. Would you like to come to the house for a glass of claret? She looked suddenly like a child who'd been offered an unexpected treat. He drew back from that glowing smile. With lemonade in it, naturally. Jessie Warfield was back, in spades. She looked away from him, toward the overgrown rose garden. I must go home, but thank you for your kind offer. The garden is a mess, James. You should have someone fix it. She didn't wait for him to say anything to that, just turned and strode away, those long legs of hers eating up the graveled drive until she got to Rialto, the damned horse who'd beaten Tinpin. He watched her stroke Rialto's muzzle, check the saddle girth, then swing herself gracefully onto his back. She pulled her hat over her eyes, lightly kicked Rialto in his muscled sides, and rode down the drive. She never looked back. One long tail of red hair had escaped her hat and hung down her back. He would swear he'd smelled cucumbers. He wondered if she carried them around in her coat pockets. They certainly bagged out enough. 4. Glenda Warfield stared at James Wyndham's crotch. She knew it didn't matter if a man wasn't looking at her, as James wasn't now. He would look at her soon enough, even if he was in the deepest conversation with someone else, as James was now, speaking with Alan Belmont, that dark-haired, swarthy man whose crotch she'd never stared at because he frightened her with those dark, lightless eyes of his. She couldn't stand his weak, fluttery little wife, Alice, who, strangely enough, seemed to adore Jessie, always praising her independence, nauseating Glenda in the process. She stared at James. If she just kept staring long enough, he would eventually turn around and she'd see a leap of lust in his eyes, and pain as well, because he'd quickly realize there was nothing to be done to assuage his lust. But James didn't turn around for the longest time. He turned around finally when his brother-in-law, Giff Poppleton, greeted him. He met Glenda's eyes briefly, nodded, but then he listened to something Giff said and laughed. Glenda wasn't pleased. She was 18, quite pretty, her breasts milky white and full. Men loved to look at her breasts. She'd known that since they'd blossomed 2 years before. The stable lads were in a constant state of male turmoil whenever she came around, which was often since she had hit 16 and was more than eager to test her power on anything male. Why wasn't James Wyndham interested? Surely he must realize that if he married her, he'd eventually have the Warfield stables to add to his own holdings. It just doesn't make sense. Oh, Mother, I was just thinking that James Wyndham should be proposing to me rather than ignoring me.
You're right, Portia Warfield said, frowning at this injustice. It doesn't make sense. It is perplexing. Your chemisette is non-existent, dear. Come with me to the ladies' withdrawing room, and I'll arrange it. You don't want to be thought loose by the other ladies. Yes, Mamma, Glenda said. She dutifully followed her mother from the large Poppleton drawing room. Portia Warfield said to her daughter as they climbed the wide cherry-wood Poppleton stairs to the second floor, I just wormed it out of your father. James was married to an Englishwoman. Your father wanted to stop there, but I wouldn't let him. He gave in finally when I offered to let him order whatever he wished for dinner. The woman James married was the daughter of a baron and very young. Evidently, she died in childbirth within the first year of their marriage. One supposes that he's still wounded, at least as much as a man is capable of being wounded when his wife dies. Of course, he hadn't known her all that long, less than a year. The child died with her. I suppose that would depress a man, to have his heir lost, but I understand it's been at least 3 years since it happened. He should be snapping out of this indifferent stance he's taken with all the lovely girls in Baltimore. He has a mistress. He doesn't need any of the lovely girls until he is ready to marry for an heir. A mistress? Mrs. Warfield said, pausing a moment, pursing her lips. Why haven't I heard anything about that? Do you know who she is, Glenda? Not that you should know anything at all about such improper situations, but anyway, who is she? Glenda leaned closer. Mrs. Maxwell. Connie Maxwell? Goodness, she must be at least 35 years old. She's been a widow for years now. Fancy that. Are you certain, dearest? Oh, yes. Maggie Harmon told me she heard her papa tell her mamma that he saw them together in her garden, and they were kissing and laughing and doing other things, too. Her papa told her mamma that they disappeared behind a huge rose bush, and the laughing stopped. Interesting, Mrs. Warfield said. I'm not saying that Connie's an old hag, but she isn't a fresh innocent like you, dearest. She has kept her figure, I'll have to say that for her. And I suppose she has a pretty enough face, with all that blonde hair of hers, and skin so white I've often wanted to shoot her. Ah, well, James is a man, so I'm not at all surprised. But soon he will have to find himself a wife. He must be nearing 30. James is 27, Glenda said, her voice sounding depressed. Just 3 weeks ago he was 26. Not very old at all for a man, Mamma. That's close enough. Don't frown, dear. It will wrinkle your angel's brow. Maybe when James decides to marry, he'll want to marry another Englishwoman. Maybe he's already met her. His cousin is an earl, you know, and that's nearly royalty. He could marry anyone. Why ever would he want another Englishwoman? The first one didn't even last out the year. Even though his accent hints of an Englishman, he's only half English, doubtless his worst half, the half that is still wounded, though not so wounded he doesn't see to his man's pleasure. Now, your father tells me that James will be here the rest of the year. That gives you a goodly amount of time, Glenda. But listen, dear, there are other young gentlemen for you to consider. Who, Mother? Emerson McCuddle, for one, a nice young man with a very rich father. His breath is bad. Let him kiss your cheek and hold your own breath whilst he does it. Emerson is a lawyer. He has no interest in horse racing or breeding. What would he do with the stud and stables? There is that. As for James Wyndham, perhaps he will recover himself soon. Perhaps he will tire of Connie Maxwell. Perhaps her years will begin to tell on her. But I wouldn't count on that. You will dance with him this evening. Ah, let's not pull your chemisette up too high, all right, dear. Jessie eased back into the shrubbery. She would have sworn that James had looked right at her, but that was impossible. He was inside, in all the light. He could only see the black night, and that quarter moon just behind the budding apple trees off to her left. She heard the 4 musicians set at the far end of the drawing room strike up a waltz. Even though she hadn't a clue as to how to dance, she loved the waltz, the sound of it, the feel of it, the way it made her want to sweep around in wide circles and laugh with pleasure. She eased back up and looked through the window. She saw James bow over Glenda's hand and swing her into the rhythm of the fast German music. She saw him lean down to listen to something Glenda said. He smiled. Jessie couldn't remember the last time Glenda had said something that had made her smile. She saw her mother moving to stand beside Wilhelmina Wyndham, James's and Ursula's mother. Ursula and her husband were now waltzing, laughing over at James. There was Gif calling something out. More laughter. Soon the whole dancing area was filled. Even Mr. Ornack, as fat as a stuffed clam, was galloping happily about with his thin wife. She lightly touched her fingertips to her cheeks. The cucumber mixture had hardened nicely. She'd looked very closely this morning. The bridge of freckles over her nose was lighter. She was certain of it. She sniffed. James was right. She did smell like cucumbers. Not a bad smell, but certainly distinctive. She sighed and watched. She counted off steps, swaying with the music. When it came to a stop, she watched James guide Glinda back to their mother, who was still speaking to Mrs. Wyndham. She turned away from the window when a dark cloud blocked the moonlight. Knowing Baltimore weather, it could begin to rain at any moment. Jessie got to her feet and brushed off her bottom and legs. She heard voices then, and recognized James and his brother-in-law, Gifford Poppleton, coming from the open French doors. "I tell you, I saw her with her nose pressed against the window." "That's ridiculous, Gif. You drank too much of your own punch."
Filled it with rum, didn't you? What the hell would the brat be doing here? Jessie froze in her boots. Oh, God, she had to get out of there. They were coming nearer, coming down the steps that led from the balcony outside the French doors down into the garden. She fell to her hands and knees and began creeping through the low rose bushes that filed all the way to the garden gate, not more than 30 feet away. Just keep down and keep crawling. But she paused when she heard James say, "Does Glenda Warfield stare at your crotch, Gif?" Gif laughed. "I've heard she stares at every man's crotch. She began doing it about a year ago, Ursula told me. She practiced a goodly bit on me when we arrived from Boston the end of January. It was quite an experience. I understand she's a bit more discreet now. That is, she doesn't stare at every single man, just ones she thinks will marry her. Did you get that succulent look tonight?" "Yes, it was disconcerting." Gif laughed. "Perhaps Jessie Warfield will learn it from her sister, since she was sitting here watching through the window. I think you're mad, Gif. Look, here we are. This is the window, right? No Jessie. She must have heard us talking and run off. Yes, she must have gone through the back garden gate. It gives on to Sharp Street. I'll bet you anything she had a horse tied there. Well, no proving it now. She's gone. I do wonder why the brat was here, if she was here." Their voices faded, and Jessie started to breathe again. If James had gone through that back gate, he would have seen Benji tethered to a scrub bush just beside the gate. She shuddered, only beginning to picture the humiliation had she been discovered. She couldn't do this again. She ran low to the gate and let herself through. James stood beside the large French door that gave onto the balcony. Good God, he said to himself as he lit a cheroot. Gif was right. What was the brat doing here? He wondered if she'd been invited. Surely yes. But he couldn't begin to imagine her in anything but disreputable trousers and those large shirts and coats of hers. No, she would have turned down an invitation where being a female was a requirement. He ground out his cheroot, turned on his heel, and made for the stables. This road needs some work, don't you agree, Jessie? Lilac here has stumbled nearly a good dozen times. She nearly fell off Benji, she was so startled. He must have been riding in the grass on the side of the road. James! Oh dear, what do you want? What are you doing here? I saw you and followed you. I hadn't believed Gif when he saw your nose pressed against the window, watching all of us. Then I was on the balcony, and I saw you slip out the back gate. Why were you there, Jessie? I wasn't. She didn't say another word. She looked behind his left shoulder, her eyes widened, and her mouth gaped. When he whipped about in the saddle, she was off. But she was riding 12-year-old Benji, sweet-tempered and slow, so Lilac was galloping next to her in just a few minutes. James leaned over and remarked, "Your hat is just about ready to blow off. Of course, your hair is so tangled, it just might hold it on." She didn't look at him, just clapped her palm down on top of her head. "Actually, it looks like one of Oslo's old hats. Perhaps he gave it to you after it was so old and pitiful he didn't want to wear it anymore." She looked over at him then, and if her lips could have curled, they would have. She looked madder than James had the morning when Grandmaster had bitten his shoulder rather than the mare he was going to mount. Go to hell. I don't have to talk to you, James. Go away. Benji was slowing. Jessie let him. James knew she wouldn't ride the poor old fellow into the road. Soon they were both at a walk, Benji blowing just a bit. Lilac tossed her head and snorted. She sounds just like you, Jessie said, staring straight between Benji's ears. Obnoxious and impatient. Did you import her from England? You don't care for my English accent? He asked, drawling each word into the most supercilious British English he could manage. You sound like a pederast. James's hands jerked on Lilac's reins, and she sidestepped. What did you say? You heard what I said. How the devil do you know that word? No lady would say that word, much less know of it. She turned slowly to look at him, the moon behind her, framing that old hat and the tangles of red hair that hung on either side of her face. I'm not stupid. I read a lot. The question is, what do you read? Everything. In this case, I agree that pederast is very definitely a man's word. James smote his forehead with his palm. I don't believe this. It's close to midnight. It's Baltimore, and thus it will rain on us any minute, and you know about pederasts. Worse, you called me one. It's how you sound when you speak with that ridiculous accent. You do it to make yourself sound important, to sound different from all of us colonists, to make us all feel inferior to you, just because your cousin's a bloody English earl. You want everybody to forget you're half a colonist yourself. You're a fraud, James. She wanted to whip Benji into a gallop, but she knew she couldn't. A fraud, am I? What about you, brat? You with your men's clothes, your hair like a witch's straggling down your back. You look like one of those hooligans who throw rocks at windows over at Fell's Point. No, maybe you're not a fraud at all. Maybe your father's wrong. You're only a female because your body makes you aware of it once a month. He ignored her snarl. So tell me, what were you doing at my sister's party tonight? She was as silent as the dark clouds overhead. Well, don't you have an answer? Is it something outrageous? She twitched, and he continued to push. I'll just bet I know why you were there. You were looking at all the men. Perhaps you were trying to find one close to your size so you could go to his house, break in, and steal some of his clothes. The good Lord knows your mother wouldn't let you buy men's clothes. That's it, isn't it, Jessie? He'd gotten her. She'd sworn she wouldn't let him get to her, but he had, when he set out to. She twisted around in her saddle and shrieked to him, I wanted to see you! Damn you to hell, James Wyndham! She was trembling now, knowing she'd just opened herself to utter devastation. She felt raw and exposed. She waited for the blow, and waited some more. The blow didn't come. Instead, James said, This is very strange, brat. Why did you want to see me? Is it because Glenda is after my poor male self and you want to make sure I'm good enough for her? You want to make sure I won't beat her if I marry her? You saw me staring at those breasts of hers that she displays at every opportunity and wanted to make certain I'd manage to restrain myself? She could but stare at him. He hadn't ground her into dust with mockery, but he'd hurt her more than even she could begin to imagine at the moment. He was a man. That was it. A man, and thus he was as dull-witted and as obtuse as her mother's pug, Pretty Boy, whom Jessie called half-wit whenever her mother wasn't around. She continued to stare at him, and James said, frowning at her, Well, it's Glenda, isn't it? Yes, she said. Yes, that's it. I'm going home, James. You needn't come any farther with me. Good night. She clicked Benji forward. To her relief, James didn't come after her again. She wanted to look back, but she forced herself not to. James wondered, as he rode Lilac toward Marathon Farm, why he'd come after her. His sister would be unhappy with him that he'd left so early. Gif would tease him and poke him in the ribs, all sly and obnoxious, wondering if he'd gone to see someone special, like Connie Maxwell, who hadn't been in attendance this evening. James could have told him that Connie's son was visiting her from Harvard, and thus the two of them would wait until Danny returned to school. A raindrop landed on his nose. Damnation. He clicked Lilac forward, and she, hating rain more than exerting herself, ran like the rising wind toward her stable.
If Jessie was concerned he would make a good husband for her sister, then people must think he was being particular in his attentions to her. He hadn't been. He knew it. He didn't like Glenda. She made him nervous because her right hand played over him whenever they danced. She annoyed him with her downcast eyes and her talk of seeing beautiful England in the spring, in the summer, even in the winter. It didn't matter to Glenda. To hear her recite poetry had constituted the most painful 22 minutes of his life. He shuddered at the thought of having to sit still while she played the harp. He urged Lilac to go faster. When he reached the house, he was soaked to the skin, in a bad mood, half afraid that Glenda Warfield was on his heels and ready to lash out at anyone who crossed him. He was met by pandemonium. Oslo and 10 stable lads were pacing around, oblivious of the rain, obviously waiting for him. Old Bess was holding a large black skillet. To protect whom? Thomas was standing in the open doorway, looking stately, his arms crossed over his chest. Even he looked ready for action. Beneath the shelter of the front overhang stood a very angry Alan Belmont. It seemed someone had stolen Sweet Susie from the paddock when James had been at the Pobleton party. Alan was here because he had ridden directly to Marathon when one of James's stable lads had come to the party to fetch James and found only Alan. This, James thought, as he was surrounded by shouting stable lads and a furiously cursing Alan Belmont, was going to be a fine end to his evening. 5. Jessie's hat, a long-ago gift from her father, kept most of the rain off her face, but the rest of her quickly became wetter than the moss beneath Ezekiel's waterfall. She rode with her head down, feeling 2 parts miserable and 1 part angry. Damn James anyway. But damn him for what? What had he done? Nothing, and that's why she was damning him. When she heard the neighs and hoofbeats of several horses coming toward her, she pulled up Benji. It's nearly midnight. Who the devil is out in this wretched rain besides me? Then she heard men's voices. They were arguing, cursing the rain, cursing the foul-up with their partners, cursing the mare who was teasing the horse Billy was riding. Billy was yelling, "The damn bloody mare's still in heat. Damn ye, stay away from me, poor old boy. He's too old for the likes o' ye, and your blood is blue besides, not all mottled and common like my old boy here." "What damned mare? Shut your trap, Billy," the other man yelled back. "Move your horse or we'll be in for it. Just look, both of them want to mate here, in the road, in all this rain. Damned buggers." Jessie heard a horse scream. Then the man, Billy, scream even louder. She heard a wet thud. His horse must have thrown him to get to the mare. She clicked Benji forward, tugging him to the grass edge of the road. She came around a bend, pulling him quickly to a halt. There was Sweet Susie, butting against a horse whose rider was sitting in the middle of the road, wet and muddy and cursing. The horse, the common one that was Billy's, was obligingly trying to mount her. If Jessie hadn't realized that these men had stolen Sweet Susie from James's farm, that they were probably very dangerous, she would have laughed at the sight of Sweet Susie and Billy's horse nipping at each other, their eyes rolling, their manes flying as they reared at each other as the torrential rain poured down. The other man was trying to pull the horse away from Sweet Susie, trying to keep his balance at the same time, and screaming at Billy to get off his ass and help him. He wasn't having much luck. Billy's horse wanted to mount Sweet Susie, and he looked set upon his course. Sweet Susie looked set upon the same course. This was her chance, Jessie realized. She wouldn't get another opportunity like this. She shrieked at the top of her lungs, sending Benji into a furious gallop, steering him right between the 2 horses, nearly hitting Billy, who was trying desperately to scramble on his hands and knees out of the way. She saw Billy's horse break away from the other man, jump a ditch, and gallop into the field next to the road. She grabbed Sweet Susie's lead and slammed her heels into Benji's sides. He snorted and leaped forward. Sweet Susie, liking Benji's snort, snorted herself, kicked up her back legs, and ran as fast as she could to catch up to Benji. Jessie heard the men shouting behind her to bring back their horse, that she was a thief, and she laughed aloud. Now all she had to do was make James's farm, Marathon, before they caught up with her.
She didn't want to think about what would happen to her if they did catch her. She prayed the man wouldn't leave his partner, Billy. It would take them a while to catch Billy's horse, a good old boy here. She was only about 3 miles from Marathon. If she stayed on the road, they'd probably catch her. She waited until Benji rounded a bend. She guided him off the road into a copse of elm trees, forcing Sweet Susie behind him, since it was a very narrow path, until they reached Gimpson's Pond, now overflowing its banks from the heavy rainfall. It was tricky, but they made it through. Beyond the pond was a field of hay, surrounded by oak trees. Sweet Susie was hungry as well as in heat. Jessie kept telling the mare that Benji would do whatever she wanted if only she'd keep running with him and not stop to eat. Sweet Susie twitched her tail and ran. The gunshot startled Jessie so she nearly fell off Benji's back. She twisted around and saw just the one man about 50 yards behind her. No Billy. Before she could flatten herself, there was another shot, and this one, to her utter astonishment, hit her. She felt a cold shiver along the side of her head, nothing more, just that blast of cold. If she didn't feel anything, then it couldn't be bad. At least the idiot had shot her, and not Sweet Susie. She shouted, "Benji, run, you devil, run!" She couldn't fall off, she couldn't pass out, or everything would be lost. She clung to Benji's mane and to Sweet Susie's lead. There were no more shots. She supposed the man finally realized he might hit Sweet Susie, and surely that would ruin the plans for the mare. Rain was running down the side of her face and into her mouth. She licked it away and realized it wasn't rain. It was sweet and sticky and had a strange metallic taste. It was blood, her blood. She felt nauseated and dizzy. In that same moment when she accepted that she'd been shot, really shot, she felt a searing pain through her head. Oh no, she had to be fine, fine enough to make Marathon. She saw the rich pastures of Marathon just ahead of her, the thick clusters of elm trees spread throughout the fields. She heard the man's cries closing in. She knew then she would make it if only she could hang on. She rode Benji right up to James's front door, scattering at least a dozen people in front of her. She pulled Benji to a stop at the sight of James dashing down the deep steps. "What the devil are you doing here, Jessie?" "Hello to you, James. I brought you Sweet Susie." She weaved in the saddle. "What the devil is wrong with you?" He was next to Benji then, looking up at her, prying Benji's reins from her fisted hand to give them to one of the stable lads. "Oslo, you take Sweet Susie and make sure she's all right." "Well, brat, what's wrong?" Thomas brought a lighted lantern. It sent up a ghostly yellow light through the rain. "Good Lord, what's that on your face, missy?" Thomas said, poking the lantern into Benji's side. Benji took exception, quickly sidestepped, threw back his head, and sent Jessie flying off his back. James caught her. She leaned heavily against him. "Bring the lamp, Thomas."
Oh my, what's wrong with her purty little face? Why does Jessie Warfield have my Sweet Susie? Alan Belmont yelled, running out of the house. I don't care if she's a girl. I'll see her in jail. She's always giving Alice ideas that don't suit any female, and now, look what she's done. She's a common thief. If her damned father thinks he can send his daughter to do his dirty work, then he's— Be quiet, Alan, James said, very softly, in a tone of voice he rarely used. It was hard and low and mean and quite calm. Belmont shut up. James tucked Jessie close. She was still conscious, but just barely. He added to Alan Belmont, I believe she's been shot. He couldn't believe he sounded so calm. God, she'd been shot. Let's go inside and see how bad it is. No doubt she'll tell us how she came to have Sweet Susie. He picked her up in his arms. Her old hat fell off her head, and he pulled her against his chest to protect her from the rain as well as he could. He didn't realize until he walked into the parlor that 12 people were pressing at his back. Old Bess said, Glory be, Mr. James. Just look at her poor face. All that blood. Poor little baby. What happened? Old Bess was right. He stared down at the hair over her temple, matted with rain and blood, at the streaks of blood down her cheek and on her shoulder. Thomas, please, have Dr. Houlihan fetched immediately. Tell him Jessie's been shot. Now, Bess, get me a blanket. She's soaked clear through. James just stood there in the middle of his parlor, holding Jessie Warfield in his arms. This was not the way he'd expected this particular evening to end. Of course, finding Alan Belmont here screaming about his stolen horse hadn't been in his calculations either. Now, everything had changed again. What was Jessie doing with Sweet Susie? He moved to stand in front of the fireplace. "I can stand, James. Shut up. Even though you weigh more than a female should, I can bear it for a few more minutes." She tried to pull away from him. "Stop it, damn you. Don't move again. I don't want you bleeding on my carpet." "Mr. James, here's a nice blanket." It wasn't any good, and James knew it. She was wetter than he was. As he wrapped her in the blanket, he just knew she'd catch an inflammation of the lung. To his relief, he saw that the bleeding was sluggish now. Thank the good Lord. "Come along, Bess. We've got to get her out of these wet clothes, or she'll get really sick just to spite me." "I don't think we should wait for Dr. Houlihan." He automatically walked to his bedchamber. Then, realizing what he'd done, he turned and took her to his best guest chamber. "I'll see to her, Mr. James. You go get changed yourself. The good Lord knows you're nearly as sodden as poor Miss Jessie. I'll take good care of her. Don't you worry, Mr. James." When James knocked on the bedchamber door some 7 minutes later, old Bess told him to come in. Jessie Warfield had 3 blankets pulled to her chest and was wearing one of his never-worn nightshirts, buttoned to her throat. He wondered where old Bess had gotten it. Her hair was spread out over the pillow, and old Bess was gently daubing a wet cloth to the wound just above her left temple. Thank God the bullet hadn't struck her face. And it was a bullet. He'd known that right away. It had scared the devil out of him. That she'd remained conscious was a good sign. A head wound and unconsciousness could mean death. The thought made him shiver. He was relieved to see that the brat's eyes were bright, not all clouded up with pain and confusion. Jessie watched him come to the bed. His hair was tousled, his shirt wasn't fastened properly, and he looked worried. About her? No, more likely his concern was for Sweet Susie. "I'll take over now, Bess. Go downstairs and wait for Dr. Houlihan." "Yes, sir, Mr. James." Jessie watched her lean down, pick up her iron skillet, and walk from the bedchamber. Jessie said, "This room needs fixing. The wallpaper is so old. It's... Ouch! Sorry. You might consider keeping your mouth shut for a while. Hold still. I want to see how bad this is." She gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. "It hurts." "Yes, I imagine it does. The bullet split through your scalp. That's why you're bleeding like a pig." "Damn you, brat. Hold still. Don't pull away from me. Don't you dare go to sleep." It was then he saw the tears seeping from beneath her closed eyes. He didn't like it, but didn't know what to do about it. "I'm sorry, Jessie. I won't touch you again. Dr. Houlihan should be here soon." He lightly touched the edge of the soft cloth to her cheeks to wipe away the tears. He felt like a clod. "Just lie still. That's right. Don't move. Just lie there and try to relax. And stay awake." She opened her eyes and stared up at him. Sweet Susie's still in heat. She wanted Billy's horse to mount her. "You can explain that later. Rest, Jessie. And I know. Stay awake. I'm not stupid, James. I won't go to sleep, not with a head wound." She closed her eyes again, but the pain didn't lessen. Her head seemed to pulse, a dull throbbing that was fast becoming a vicious headache. How could she relax when she wanted to cry and huddle into herself? He was stupid to shoot at me when he could have hit Sweet Susie. That's what finally stopped him, the fear of hurting her. She even wanted Benji. "You must keep her apart from the stallions, James." "I will." She sighed deeply, gave him a vague smile, and fainted. It scared her to death. She shouldn't have fainted. Not now. God, maybe it wasn't just a superficial scalp wound. What if... Jessie, wake up. I don't like this. Come on, wake up. He shook her shoulders, but her head just lolled on the pillow. He cursed some more. He was still cursing, ordering her to wake up and stop scaring the devil out of him, when the bedchamber door opened and Dr. Houlihan strode in. Actually, the doctor never strode. He minced. He took short, delicate little steps. He was 30 years old, barely 5 feet 4 inches tall, and had a full head of nearly white blonde hair and slanted blue eyes. That mincing walk of his made James want to hit him, but now he was so relieved to see him, he jumped up from the bed and said, "Quickly, Dancy, she's been shot, her scalp grazed, but it's still bleeding sluggishly. She just fainted, and I know that's not good. Oh, Jesus, quickly!" "It's all right, James. Just move aside. That's it. Give me a bit more room." Dancy Houlihan might mince, but his voice was as deep and soothing as Bishop Morgan's in Washington. He had light hands, and he was clean, necessities for both people and horses.
James watched him lightly probe around the wound, then lean down and press his cheek to Jessie's chest. He watched him take her pulse, watched him pry open her eyes and look at her pupils. Ah, she's coming around. Jessie, come on, my girl. Wake up and stop scaring your host out of his socks. She groaned and opened her eyes. James saw the pain deepen her green eyes to nearly black, and he said, "Can't you give her some laudanum, Dancy?" "Not just yet. Head wounds are tricky, you know that. She can bear the pain, but I doubt she could bear being dead. Hold on, Jessie. Can you understand me?" "Yes, naturally. I'm not deaf." Dr. Houlihan laughed, a deep, very sweet laugh, which should have come from a man James' size. "Good girl. Now, I've got to cut your hair away from the wound. It'll leave a bald spot, but you've got so much hair, it won't show." He removed a razor from his black leather bag. "Have Bess get me some very hot water, James. I'll need a bandage as well. Lots of clean white linen." It was the longest hour James had ever spent in his life. Jessie was crying, but she didn't make a sound. She just lay there, her eyes tightly closed, her hands in fists at her sides. When Dr. Houlihan shaved the hair away from the wound, it was James who flinched. Jessie didn't move. Dancy tossed the long strands of wet hair to the floor. She'd been more than lucky. If the man shooting at her had managed just a whisker more to the left, she'd be dead. All because she'd saved Sweet Susie. He planned to kill her himself for taking such a risk. When Dancy had finished wrapping the bandage around Jessie's head, she looked so pathetic, James had to smile. He listened to Dancy speak to her, asking her how many fingers he was holding up, asking her when her birthday was, asking her to name all the horses she'd raced in the past week. After each of her answers, he looked up at James for confirmation. James wondered how the devil he was supposed to know if her answers were right. He just nodded. "Very well," Dr. Houlihan said at last. "Let's give her some laudanum so she can sleep." When she was on the verge of sleep, Jessie said, "James, there were 2 men. One was named Billy. Their horses were both chestnuts, at least 10 years old. One had a white star on his forehead, and the other one had a blaze that ran all the way from his forehead to his muzzle." He didn't ask her to describe the men. He doubted she could. She spoke more about the 2 horses until her speech began to slur. "Good enough, Jessie. Go to sleep now. We'll speak in the morning." But he didn't leave until she was breathing deeply. He pulled the blankets up to her chin, snuffed out the candles, and quietly closed the bedchamber door. Alan Belmond, Dr. Houlihan, Thomas, Oslo, and Old Bess were all waiting for him in the parlor. Old Bess looked as though she wanted to hit Alan Belmond with her iron skillet. "Did she tell you what happened?" Alan Belmond said. "Did she admit that she stole Sweet Susie? She stupidly rescued your mare from 2 thieves. She couldn't describe the men, but she did describe the horses they were riding. They were common, both chestnuts, one sway-backed, the other short-backed and muscular. In other words, he had quarter-horse blood. She'll remember more," Oslo said, "once her poor head heals." "Damned girl," Belmont said. "I can't believe she'd take on 2 men. It doesn't make any sense." "You can thank her properly tomorrow," James said, "after I've beaten her." Thomas cleared his throat. "I've sent word over to the Warfield farm. Oh dear, I believe I hear Mr. Oliver. In a rare snit, he is." Oliver Warfield stomped into the Wyndham parlor, which looked less shabby in the soft candlelight. He knew enough of what had happened to be terrified. "Where's my little girl? Damn you, James, where is she? Take me to her this instant so I can take a strip off her for being so witless. I can't believe she'd save your damned mare, Alan. Who the hell cares?" "Your daughter will be all right, Oliver," James said. "If you don't believe me, ask Dr. Houlihan." Dancy Houlihan cleared his throat and took one mincing step toward Oliver Warfield and said in his deep, soothing voice, "She's sleeping now, Oliver. Stop your fretting. A bullet grazed her head, but it just ripped her scalp. No permanent damage done." "Well, if it isn't Belmonda's fault, then it's yours, James. Damn you, why didn't you guard Sweet Susie more carefully? My little girl could have been killed, and it's because you're incompetent." Alan Belmond added his 2 cents. "Oliver's right. It's all your fault, Wyndham. I entrust my sweet Susie to you, and just look at what happens. Damned if you shouldn't go to jail. Maybe you hired those men to steal her yourself, you idiot. Don't you dare make threats and ridiculous accusations, Alan Belmont. James would never steal anything. Well, except a race, of course, and any good jockey would try to do that. Everyone whipped around to see Jessie Warfield weaving in the parlor doorway. She had a black wool blanket wrapped around her. Her red hair was tangled down her back and around her face, puffing out over the thick white bandage Dr. Houlihan had wrapped around her head. James's nightshirt, fine white linen, sewn for him by his mama, covered her knees, but just barely. "What the hell are you doing out of bed?" James was yelling at her even as he nearly ran to catch her, knowing she was bound to collapse at any moment. But she didn't. She leaned against the door. "I had to, well, see to private things," she said. "Then I opened the bedchamber door and heard all of you yelling." She looked toward Alan Belmont, who appeared to be nailed to the carpet just beside the sagging pale pink settee. James nearly laughed aloud at her expression. She looked meaner than he did after a night of too much drinking. She started to take a step toward him, but quickly changed her mind. She did, however, raise her fist and shake it. "Don't you dare threaten James, Alan. Marathon is the best stud farm in Maryland, except for Papa's and mine. Even if I hadn't chanced to come along, James would have found her. He wouldn't have rested until he had. If you believe otherwise, then you're stupid. I told Alice not to marry you, and yet she did. And now you're accusing James of stealing your bloody mare?" "Thank you, Jessie," James said, feeling both bewildered and amused. "Now that you've had your say, it's back to bed with you." "James," Oliver Warfield said, stepping between him and his daughter, "Jessie is an unmarried girl. She can't be here in your house without a chaperone. Damnation, I'll have to stay here as well." "Do you have another bedchamber, Papa?" Jessie said, sagging now against the doorframe. "Mine does, and it's the best one. The wallpaper is green and faded, except for the parts that have gotten wet. Those strips are puffing out, ready to peel off the wall." "Thank you, Jessie," James said again, this time feeling only the urge to smack her. "This talk of wallpaper is preposterous. I'll have no more of it." "I'm taking sweet Susie away from here right now," Alan Belmont said. "I won't take any more chances with her." James said easily, "Certainly, Alan. Oslo, get sweet Susie all rubbed down and ready to go." "I don't think so," Oslo said. He turned to Alan Belmont. "Listen to me, sir. Sweet Susie's still in heat. The worst thing would be to try to move her while she's still lunging after every stallion she sees. She could get hurt. Here, we'll protect her. The way you did tonight? I'll find out what happened," Oslo said. "I'll guard her myself." "Do as you please, Alan," James said. "I really don't give a good damn." He took Jessie's arm and pulled her into the front hallway. "Everyone will hear about this, Wyndham." "Let me hit him, James," Jessie said, as she tried to pull free of him. James grinned at her and held her firm. "You could just look at him and scare him to death." "I look that bad? Oh, damn," he thought, looking at her pale face, at the pain in her green eyes, pain he knew hadn't been there but an instant before. Had he hurt her feelings? No, not Jessie Warfield's feelings. Why, she had no vanity. She wasn't any more female than... "No, you look raffish, sort of like a female pirate, very dashing. What I meant was that mean look you gave him should have frozen his mouth shut. Pity it didn't last. I've never liked Alan Belmont. He doesn't treat Alice well. He doesn't treat his horses well either. Don't let him take sweet Susie. You buy her. Jessie, she's his mare. Now you're about to fall over. I'm going to pick you up, all right? I thought you said I was too heavy. You are, but I'm very strong and stoic. Be quiet now. I'll be up in a moment. Dr. Houlihan called after them. I'll give you some more laudanum, Jessie. Now, Oliver, your daughter will be just fine. This is a bachelor's household, but James knows what he's doing. Surely you don't have to worry about such things." Jessie's head was against James's shoulder. Thick, tangled red hair billowed against his face, tickling his nose. He hadn't realized she had so much hair. "Are you still awake?" She nodded against his neck. When he tucked her into bed, he spread her hair over the pillow, as old Bess had done, so it would dry. How do you feel? Like a stall that hasn't been mucked out in a month. Pretty bad then. Thanks, Jessie, for defending me. I really do detest Alan. Alice made such a mistake marrying him, and now it's too late.
I'll get Alan if he says anything bad about you, James, I promise. Thank you, he said again as her eyes closed. Her face was very pale, except for the freckles over the bridge of her nose. Dr. Houlihan appeared in the doorway. She's asleep, Dancy. Let's just leave her be. He rose and snuffed out the candle beside the bed. Tell me what to do for her. The following morning, James stood beside Jessie's bed, legs spread, hands on his hips. His voice was low and controlled. Now, you will tell me exactly what happened. You will then tell me why you took such a risk for a stupid horse. You were wrong, Jessie, and you nearly got yourself killed to prove it. He is furious, she thought, watching the pulse leap in his throat. She wondered where he dredged up that iron control he was exhibiting. Usually, he yelled his head off if he was mad, as he certainly was now. Why hadn't he yelled at her last night? She shook her head. He'd been afraid she'd die. That's why he'd been so calm. But now he knew she'd live, and he was ready to fire his cannons. Answer me, damn you, and don't try to tell me that you're in too much pain. Any pain you have, you well deserve, and you damned well know it. Very well. Very well what? I'll answer you. I didn't think at all, really. I saw Sweet Susie, saw my chance when she went after Billy's horse and was nipping at his rump. He'd already thrown Billy, so I just rode Benji right in between them. Billy's horse jumped a ditch and ran off into the field beside the road. I grabbed Sweet Susie's lead. I'd hoped they'd get Billy's horse, but they didn't. The other man came after me alone. He fired twice before he realized that he might hit Sweet Susie, then stopped. That's all, James. It's not so much of a story. You're foolish and brave, and I won't have it, Jessie. Why did you do it? I told you, I just wanted to save Sweet Susie. It never occurred to me the man would have a gun. You should have come here and told me. I would have taken some men and gone after them. She stared at him. The headache, slight until just moments ago, was pounding through her again. But what would I have told you, James? I don't know, but you could have taken me back to where you'd seen them. Would you have allowed me to lead you back there? It was raining hard. Wouldn't you have been scared I would have gotten ill? After all, I'm so delicate. No, I think you would have made me take myself home, and you and your damned men would have ridden around blindly, finding nothing but colds. I saved Sweet Susie. Get used to it, James. Jessie, girl, how are you feeling? Bess and I have brought you some breakfast. Dr. Houlihan told me you'd be starved this morning. Just look at what Bess made for you. Grits and eggs, their yellows all bright, just the way you prefer them. Strips of bacon, all crispy, and Oliver Warfield broke off, staring at his daughter, whose eyes were tightly closed. He glanced at James, who was standing beside her bed, ramrod straight, his arms crossed over his chest, looking as intimidating as hell, and madder than the copperhead snake Oliver had ousted off a sun-baked rock the past week. What the devil is going on here, James? You're not yelling at my daughter, are you? I haven't yelled a single word. I was just very calmly telling Jessie that she was a bloody fool, Oliver. I still can't believe she just galloped Benji into the middle of those thieves and played the heroine. It was stupid and ill-advised, and I succeeded. So just shut up, James. That's my girl, Oliver said fondly, stepping into the bedchamber so Bess could come around him with a big silver tray that held enough food for 2 fat men. Give him hell, Jessie. A little testy, are we? James said, moving away so Bess could plump up Jessie's pillows and pull her to a sitting position. Now, little honey, it's time for you to eat and ignore these men. What do men know anyhow? All they do is strut around and give orders and expect a little girl like you to wither away and do nothing. You keep talking, Jessie. You just snap like a turtle. Mr. James, he ain't used to no snappin', so you do it. You order me around all the time, Bess, James said. Don't give this one any advice. She already does everything she shouldn't do, and more. You call her little honey? That's enough to make a man puke. I like little honey. Be quiet, James. You're just mad because I saved Sweet Susie and you didn't. Your wounded vanity is becoming tedious. Damn you, Jessie. That has nothing to do with my wounded vanity, and you well know it.
Now that's enough, Mr. James. I don't want the child to come down with a fever. No, you want her to eat so much she'll be too fat to get through the door, and then she'll be forced to stay here and complain about everything. You see anything else that needs fixing, Jessie? There's not much wrong with this wallpaper, damn it. Old Bess arranged the tray on Jessie's lap, then beamed down at her. Now you just eat all I brung you, Jessie. It'll make your head feel like a plump, healthy raisin in no time at all. A plump raisin with a bald spot, James said. You need fixing, James. I'm sorry, Bess, but I'm not very hungry. You would be if Mr. James weren't here twitting you. Out with you, both of you, James said over his shoulder as he walked through the door after Oliver Warfield. Eat, Jessie. I'd rather have you fat than a skinny little brat who presses her nose against windows. What's that you say, James? Oliver Warfield said. Jessie closed her eyes, her fingers crumbling a slice of bacon. She heard James say, Actually, I was referring to the ceiling of your office in the stables, not windows. I was referring to her ears, not her nose. Oh, Oliver said, that was strange how far afield you got. When Mrs. Warfield, Glenda, and the carriage arrived to take Jessie home, James had planned to be gone. He had a warning system in place. Gypsum, Oslo's assistant, was supposed to whistle twice, and James would mount Tinpin and ride like the wind. But the plan didn't come off as it should have. James froze on the first step of the stairs as Thomas opened the door to greet Mrs. Warfield and Glenda. What the devil had happened to Gypsum in his plan? Mrs. Warfield, he said, pulling himself together. A pleasure, ma'am. Glenda, I was just bringing Jessie some tea. Where's Oliver? We are your saviors, James, Glenda said, sweeping toward him, her delicious bosom leading the way. We've come to relieve you of Jessie. Has she been complaining much? She usually does. I'm sure it's been difficult for you. No difficulties. Jessie's feeling much better today. Would you like to accompany me, or perhaps wait here in the parlor? Oh, well, come, Glenda said, and walked toward him, her eyes on his crotch. She stood beside him on that bottom step, her breasts brushing his arm. Mrs. Warfield just beamed at the two of them. Yes, she said, let's go see dear Jessie. Dear Jessie was feeling very low. Her head ached viciously. James wouldn't let her read the Federal Gazette, telling her it would just make her head hurt more. She was bored. She wanted James here, so they could argue. That, or she could just look at him. When he suddenly appeared in the doorway, she felt as if the sun had just burst through black clouds. She gave him a big smile. Then she saw Glenda and her mother sweeping past him, bearing down on her, and her smile dissolved into the wainscoting. Ah, my dearest Jessie, said Mrs. Warfield, frowning at her daughter. Well, sister, don't you look ugly with your hair all frazzled and that silly bandage around your forehead? James briefly closed his eyes. Hello, Mother, Glenda. I'm fine, I just look bad. Where's Papa? Your dear Papa didn't have the time to come to get you. You put him out sorely, Jessie, with that latest exploit of yours. Your poor Papa had to sleep in a strange bed just to keep your reputation from being ruined. But her Papa had told her he'd come back to get her himself, and then he'd winked at her, and she knew he would spare her a visit by her mother. But he'd failed. Jessie sighed, looking longingly at the teapot James was carrying, and said, I think Papa liked staying here last night, Mama. He was telling James all sorts of things he needed to do to make the house better. That's right, Mrs. Warfield. Your husband isn't shy, and he much enjoyed himself. And my brandy, James thought. Glenda was walking around the small bedchamber, looking at nothing in particular. James couldn't figure out what she was doing. Finally, it hit him that she was showing herself off to him from all angles. Not a bad sight. She turned then and smiled sweetly at him. Why don't you and I go downstairs, James, and let Mama help Jessie dress? Oh dear, Mrs. Warfield said. I forgot clothes, Jessie. Oh well, I suppose you'll just have to wear the gown you had on last night. Jessie thought of her breeches and paled. James said easily as he set down the tray, I'm sorry, Mrs. Warfield, but Jessie's gown was ruined from the rain last night. Old Bess tried to save it, but it wasn't possible. Your Papa never did tell me why you were out riding around in the rain, Jessie. If I've told you once, I've told you countless times that you must stop acting so strangely. Now, what are we to do? If James will lend me this nightshirt and a robe, then I can go home like this. My nightshirt is yours, Jessie, James said, giving her a slight bow. Shall we go downstairs, James? Glenda asked, coming to stand very close to him. He could smell her rose perfume. He wanted to sneeze. I don't think we have to do that, Glenda, he said. Here, Mrs. Warfield, let me carry Jessie downstairs. First, let me fetch a robe for her. Jessie, don't move. I'll be back in a moment. Glenda watched James leave the bedchamber to get a robe. She turned to Jessie. James is so handsome. Did he ask you about me? I don't recall that he did, Jessie said. Surely he must have. Why, I danced with him at the Poppletons' ball. He was leaning over my hand before I even noticed him. He couldn't take his eyes off me. He told me how gracefully I danced. Jessie just shook her head. Glenda twitched her skirt away from a water stain on the wall. I know you, Jessie. You forced him to pay attention to you, didn't you? You pretended you didn't feel well, and he was obliged to let you stay here. I'll bet you even moaned and carried on so he wouldn't leave you. He held your hand, didn't he? He didn't want to, Jessie. He doesn't even think of you as a female. You know that. That's enough, Glenda, Mrs. Warfield said, looking nervously over her shoulder. And now you're forcing him to carry you downstairs. Carry you? That's shameful, Jessie. I'll just bet you ruined that gown of yours on purpose. That's enough, Glenda, Mrs. Warfield said again, seeing that Jessie was alarmingly pale. Perhaps your sister truly isn't all that well. Leave her be. That's right. Go look out the window, dearest. James, here you are again. Without thinking, he walked to the bed and was going to put Jessie into the robe when Mrs. Warfield gasped. Oh no, James, how improper. No, dear boy, take dear Glenda outside for a moment and I'll see to Jessie. That's right, Glenda, go with James. James carried Jessie downstairs. She was stiff in his arms, withdrawn from him. He could feel it. He'd overheard most of what had been said to her, and it made him feel guilty for making her leave. He couldn't imagine that her life at Warfield Farm was all that pleasant. No wonder she spent all her time with the horses. She mucked out stalls, she mended bridles, she rode and raced. She beat him regularly. So surely she was well able to handle her mother and her disconcerting sister. And if she couldn't, well, she could always escape. He carried her to the carriage and set her on the seat inside. There you are, Jessie. I'll be by tomorrow to see how you're getting along. Take care. He smiled down at Mrs. Warfield and Glenda. Ladies, take good care of Jessie. She had a rather rough night of it. I don't see how, Glenda said, and stared at his crotch. Well, we'll find out, Mrs. Warfield said, and allowed James to assist her into the carriage. Move over, Jessie, she said, as she turned and smiled at James. Thank you for taking her in. As if I were a drowning puppy and he had found me, Jessie thought. James stood quietly, watching the carriage wind down the long drive of Marathon. There were weeds coming up through the gravel on the drive. He'd have to send someone out here to pull them up and smooth down the gravel. Everything looked bare, too. He needed to plant more trees, he thought. Some oaks and more elms. He wanted Marathon to look lush, to look rich. Jessie was right, curse her. There was so much that needed fixing. Poor Jessie, he thought, then laughed at himself. He'd feel sorry for her until the next time they raced. 7. The sun was shining brightly on that Tuesday morning as James walked down Calvert Street past innumerable publishers and bookstores to number 27. He'd been coming to Compton Fielding's bookstore since he'd been a small boy. He walked into the shop, with its narrow spaces and dark wood, and its walls covered from floor to ceiling with books, many in disordered stacks. Mason's astute book on water drainage sitting on top of Richardson's Pamela, but Fielding knew where every single tome was. It appeared to be a slow morning. James didn't see anyone else, and that was good because he'd heard from Fielding the previous day that his Cornell plays had arrived from Paris. He was excited. He wanted to talk to Fielding about it. He rounded a corner and stopped cold. There was Jessie Warfield in deep conversation with Compton. What the devil was she doing here? Surely she didn't read, did she? Surely all she did was horsey things. He grinned at himself and went a bit closer to listen. If she could eavesdrop, so could he. Mr. Fielding, this is the third time you've wanted me to read old diaries. What's this one all about? Compton Fielding, a scholarly fixture in Baltimore, a fine violinist who played at civic affairs, a man with wide knowledge of many subjects, gently opened the fragile pages. See, Jessie, it's well over 100 years old, from around the turn of the 18th century, I'd say. I wish the fellow had dated it, but he neglected to. Old Elisha Bentworth told me I should find old calendars and match dates with dates, and that would tell me the years. Now, this precious diary covers a span of some 3 years, most of it spent in the Caribbean. What do you know of those times in the Caribbean, Jessie? Not a blessed thing, Mr. Fielding, but if you want me to, I'll read it. I did enjoy reading the other two, but deciphering some of the words was mighty difficult. But worth it? Oh, yes, particularly the one set in Charleston in the early colonial days. Ah, Mr. Nestor's memoirs. An odd duck, that Mr. Nestor, but I thought you'd like it. Since you're not all that certain you'll like Tales of the Caribbean, why don't you take the diary home and read it over? If you want to keep it, just come back and pay me for it. Jessie was already thumbing carefully through the diary. Oh, listen to this, Mr. Fielding. We came to Jamaica to find miserable rain and a sour rum that fires the bowels. I had to split my sword in Davy's guts, the little bastard. She raised a shining face. Is this about pirates? Goodness, how bloodthirsty they sound. I think the rum merchant's brother might have been a pirate, or known some of those men. Compton Fielding thoughtfully, taking the diary from her. You're right, it just might be too bloodthirsty for a young lady. I'll take it, Jessie said, and James nearly laughed aloud. Well then, if you're sure, you read it through and tell me. James came around the corner and said, Good morning, Jessie, Compton. What's all this miserable rain and a sour rum business? What do you have there? You were eavesdropping, she said, then had the grace to look at the toes of her shoes. Yes, but I'm still in one piece, James said.
What she has, James, is a diary from about 100 years ago. I don't really know what it's about. Jessie will read it through and tell me. I didn't know you even read, he said to her. Just what do you mean by that, James Wyndham? Do you think I'm ignorant? I've never seen you with a book before. I've never seen you in here before. The same is true of you. Now, what are you doing here, James? I would have thought that all you did was ride your acres, break colts, and give orders to all your stable lads. Since he'd thought the same thing about her, he didn't say what he would have liked to. I've frequented Compton's bookshop since I was a boy. He introduced me to French novels and plays. Mr. Fielding was noted for the immense collection of French works he had in his shop. But Jessie, not knowing a single utterance in French, had never really paid much attention. She'd read every novel he had until just recently, when he'd begun introducing her to diaries. They were, she had to admit, rather interesting, but thin on plot. There were no handsome gentlemen to sweep a girl off her feet. Oh yes, she adored lots of plot. You are a horse breeder and racer, James. You couldn't possibly speak French. Well, I do. In fact, I've spent a good deal of time in France. He eyed her up and down. You're wearing a gown. Where the devil did you get it? It's too short and quite an ugly color of yellow, and it bags in the bosom. Ah, I know. It must be one of Nelda's or Glenda's castaways. Would you like to borrow a pair of my socks to stuff down the front? Compton Fielding cleared his throat. James, would you like to come see the collection of Corneille plays I just received? You particularly wanted to read Le Cid. The collection also has Cinna and La Morte de Pompée. I myself prefer Le Cid. The others are a bit tedious in that pompous, classical sort of way. James gave Jessie a final look of acute dislike and followed Compton Fielding to his small desk at the rear of the store. The air was so heavy with the smell of wood, books, and rag dust that James wondered how Fielding could breathe after a couple of hours in the bowels of the shop. When he held the Corneille plays in his hands, he gently opened the pages to Le Cid. He began reading the first scene between Elvire and Chimène. You can really understand that? Jessie had wandered up and was standing at his elbow, staring down at the page. It looks like gibberish. Yes, of course. Why would I want to buy it if I couldn't even read it? Perhaps just to put me in my place. Me and all the other ragtag colonists. That's it, isn't it, James? You think we're all ignorant buffoons. I've never thought you the least bit ignorant, Jessie, and how could I, given what you're buying? Here you are reading a diary, something of historical interest. I'm impressed. Before I got her on the diaries, she read every Gothic tale I could find her. I'm not surprised, James said, and laughed. She looked as if she wanted to peel a layer of skin off him, but she kept her mouth shut, which surprised him. Feeling a touch guilty, James thought he'd try to make it up to her. Come on, Jessie, I'll buy you an ice cream over on Baltimore Street. Would you like that? She glowed with pleasure. Perhaps I'd like it, just a little bit. James paid Compton Fielding for the cornet and escorted Jessie and her diary down Calvert Street. He was stunned to see she even had a parasol, a flowered confection that she held like a club. Her red hair was pulled too tightly back from her face and tied with a black velvet ribbon at her neck. We're going to Balboni's? That's right. Mr. Balboni's son, Gray, wants to learn stud management. I'm thinking of taking him on. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, what? There's your mistress, James, Mrs. Maxwell. She's waving at you. Sure enough, Connie Maxwell was just across the street, standing in front of Hezekiah Niles's newspaper office, waving frantically at him. He waved back, motioning her to wait for him. He turned back to Jessie. For God's sakes, you're not supposed to know anything about mistresses? Perhaps not, but Glenda knows all about her. I heard her discussing Mrs. Maxwell with Mama. Glenda's afraid you'll marry Mrs. Maxwell and not her, but Mama said that wouldn't happen. Mrs. Maxwell is too old for you, and you'll want sons, and she is too old for that as well. She said you'd want a young virgin, a lady who is malleable and submissive and sweet, someone who would bring you money, someone just like Glenda. She did allow, though, that Mrs. Maxwell was very fine-looking, which she is. She's lovely. She doesn't look at all old. James stared at her, fascinated by what was coming so guilelessly out of that mouth of hers. Jessie, I have no intention of marrying your sister. You don't? There it was, that hopeful look, as wistful as that of a child being offered a Christmas cookie. No. Were you eavesdropping again? Oh, no. Well, maybe. Sometimes they talk in front of me. It's as if I'm not there. But this time they didn't? You eavesdropped? Yes. At least I didn't fall through the door or make any noise. Jessie, do you know what a mistress is? She's someone you mount whenever you want to. Horses mount. Humans have sex. Do you know what sex is all about? I suppose it's a lot like the stallions and the mares, regardless of what you say. All very loud and messy and painful. Painful? The mares are always screaming and thrashing around, and the stallions bite their necks and rumps. But they keep doing it, so I suppose it must please them. Sweet Susie was eager for any stallion available, even poor old Benji. When we were racing away from those men, I told Benji to promise Sweet Susie that he'd give her anything she wanted, just as long as she ran fast as she could. She did run fast, James. Jessie, I can't believe this conversation. Now, I want you to go to Balboni's. I'll join you in just a few minutes, all right? All right. Oh, James, I like Mrs. Maxwell. She's ever so pretty, and she laughs a lot. She's always been very nice to me. She always bets on me, too. I know, she told me. You're right, she is very nice. Wait for me, Jessie. She watched him make his way through the drays, the horses, the carriages, and the beer wagon to get to the other side of the street. She watched him greet Mrs. Maxwell and saw the lady smile up at him, her gloved hand on his forearm. He leaned down to hear what she was saying. Mrs. Maxwell was very small, barely coming to James's shoulder. Jessie turned away, twisting the handle of her parasol with such violence that it split apart. Well, damn, she said, and walked to Balboni's Ice Cream Emporium on Baltimore Street. Jessie was eating a vanilla ice cream out of a small blue bowl when James strode into the shop not 5 minutes later. He sat opposite her, ordered himself an ice cream, and said, "Connie says hello." She also said my taste is improving. I told her she needed spectacles. She said I should ask you nicely to give me some pointers on racing. I could give you lots of pointers, James, but I doubt you'd listen. You'd box my ears, even if I managed to make gentle suggestions, wouldn't you? Besides, you don't really need all that many pointers. The fact is, you're just too big to ride in races. I'm sorry for you, it's too bad, but you're just going to have to face up to it. You've got me as an opponent on Saturday, Jessie. Are you going to ride Rialto? No, he has a sore hock. I don't know what happened, but I suspect his stable lad wasn't all that careful with him.
No, since it's quarter horse racing, I'll be on Jig and Bonnie Black. They can run faster than the wind for that quarter mile. How about you? Tinpin? Hell beat you this time, Jessie. You haven't got a chance. I've been speaking to him privately all week, offering him bribes, telling him that you're just a twit female, and that if he lets you beat him again, he'll have to retire in ignominy. He's ready. He'll be out for blood. Just you stay away from me, James. No pushing me into a tree or a ditch. Do ride Consul, too. He's got more heart than any horse I've ever seen. He shouldn't be surprised, he said slowly. You're right. Consul is a bit too long in the back, but he does have heart. I'm always afraid that if I race him for longer than a quarter mile, his heart will burst because he'll push himself so hard. You wouldn't push him. That's why you're an excellent horseman. Not as good as my father or I, but you're good nonetheless. Now, I've been thinking about this, James. I've decided that Connie Maxwell isn't really your mistress. You're quite right. She's a friend, and I like her, and she likes me, and we enjoy each other. A man pays a woman to be a mistress. Connie is independent. She can order me out of her life whenever she tires of me. Now, Jessie, you're unmarried, a virgin, and this sort of talk isn't right. It wouldn't fluster Glenda, but with you, no, it's just not right. Eat your ice cream. I am. It's delicious. I'd like another one. Just don't ask me to carry you around anymore. You think I'm fat? For God's sake, Jessie, you're as skinny as that table leg. I'm just jesting with you. Nelda and her husband, Brayman, came to dinner last night. He's fat, James, and he eats like Friar Tuck, who's in stud now and can eat like a pig if he wants to. I don't think Nelda likes him very much. Friar Tuck or her husband? Jessie took another bite of her ice cream. Nelda doesn't like horses at all, so I guess it's both. Glenda told her about how she was going to marry you by the end of the summer. She said she'd be a beautiful September bride. She said you would be ready by then. Mama agreed with her. She said that you would be over your grieving, if in fact you were still grieving, which she doubted, because you were a man, and men evidently don't grieve. Grieving about what, James? He said in a voice as remote as that faraway desert in Africa. I was married. My wife died in childbirth. That was 3 years ago. I told you I wasn't going to marry your sister. Why don't you weave that into your dinner conversation this evening? I don't wish to be rude to her, Jessie, but I have no intention of marrying her. Do you like me? No, not particularly. You're a pest. At least you're a good horsewoman. Don't get that punctured look. All right, I like you sometimes. I see you're finished. Do you want another ice cream? No. If I could gain weight in my bosom, I'd eat another one, but I can't. Glenda is always showing off her bosom. She's very pretty. Who cares? On the following Tuesday, Jessie was a mite depressed as she went into Compton Fielding's bookstore because James, just as he'd promised, had beaten her at the races the previous Saturday, cajoling Tinpin over the finish line a good 2 lengths ahead of her and Jig. She'd had to hear her father grumble, then take a bottle of champagne over the marathon to toast James until the both of them were as drunk as stoats. She'd prayed James would have a vicious headache, but he'd been at church Sunday morning with his mother, Ursula, and Giff to hear Winsey Yellett exhort everyone present to exercise more moderation in their daily lives. She'd given James a nasty grin. She waited inside Mr. Fielding's bookstore until he finished with a customer, then walked toward him, the diary in her hand. "What did you think of it, Jessie?" It was fascinating. He made me think I was there. His descriptions were so vivid. Not all of them, to be sure, but enough to hold my interest. You're frowning. Why? Oh, I was just remembering how a couple of times I thought for certain that reading the diary was somehow familiar. That's silly, of course. I'd like to buy it, Mr. Fielding. Perhaps you have another one for me. Well, if you don't have any more novels, that is. He did have another diary, and she paid for this one on the spot. It was written by an English sailor who'd tracked and hanged pirates in the early years of the 18th century. He followed her from the shop and onto the road, saying, "Give this one some time, Jessie. He isn't a very clever fellow, and he tends to repeat himself, but perhaps you'll find him amusing. I hope." Her voice disappeared in her throat. She heard and saw the oncoming wagon at the same time. The man was driving it right at her, at a furious pace, the horses snorting and blowing, pounding the packed earth. There was no time for anything. The man must be mad. He must be drunk. She managed to jerk herself back onto the sidewalk, panting hard, frozen with the worst fear she'd ever felt in her life. Then the wagon was coming right at her, the man yelling at the horses, whipping them up, swinging them toward her. Compton Fielding grabbed her at the last instant and literally threw her against the door of his bookstore. She hit her head against the doorframe and knocked herself out. "My God, Jessie, wake up!" She did in just a few seconds and stared up at Compton Fielding, who looked as pale as the sheets that hung on the rope lines behind Warfield House every Tuesday. "My head hurts. That man was mad. He tried to kill me." "No," Compton Fielding said slowly. "No, I think he was drunk. It was a stupid accident. Don't worry about it, Jessie." "Then why did he drive on?" "I don't know, but I'll ask around. Maybe he was after you, Mr. Fielding." "That's a possibility, I suppose," Fielding said, and grinned. "Perhaps he wanted me to give him violin lessons, and I turned him down." She did laugh, a little. Jessie told her family that evening at the dinner table. Her mother said when she'd finished, "No one in his right mind would want to kill you, Jessie. It was obviously some sort of strange accident. That, or Compton Fielding was right. Someone wanted to knacker him." Glenda took a bite of blancmange, licked her lips, only to purse them, and said, "Mother's right. Who would have enough interest in you to want to kill you? It's really quite absurd. So is your story." Her father, who hadn't spoken up to this point, said slowly, "Everything happened just as you said, Jessie. All right, I'll speak to Compton about it. Forget it now, my dear. Eaten of stewed pork. That's a good girl." Her father never mentioned it again. By the next racing day, when she swore she'd beat James to hell and back, she'd forgotten about it. A good thing, because a jockey from Virginia tried to butt her off her horse with the handle of his riding crop. It was a wild racing day. Many jockeys were injured, and neither she nor James did very well. 8. The ideal thoroughbred is born to run, bred to win, and will literally race to death. Baltimore, Maryland, April 1822. When James saw her coming out of a small dress shop, he wondered what in blazes Jessie Warfield would be doing there. He waved at her. When he caught up to her, he asked her to Balboni's for some more ice cream. He didn't know why he did it, but he did. Perhaps it was because they'd both lost at the last races. Yet again, Jessie's delight was alarmingly obvious. They discussed the race and found themselves in the rare situation of commiserating with each other. By the time James ordered her another bowl of ice cream, he still hadn't delivered a single snide comment. At that moment, Mr. Parvis, a longtime newspaper man from the Federal Gazette, burst into the Emporium shouting, "Alan Belmont was just found shot through his mouth." "Oh my," Jessie exclaimed. She called out, "He's dead then, Mr. Parvis?" "Oh, Jessie, it's you." "Yep, he's deader than a mackerel caught in the Patapsco and lying out on the dock for a week. The back of his head was blown off."
His poor little wife found him in one of the tack rooms. "Good God," James said blankly. "I can't imagine Alan shooting himself." "Oh, he didn't," Mr. Parvis said, rubbing his hands together. "Someone killed him dead." Oh dear, Jessie thought. Her sweet, helpless Alice, frail and weak-spirited, but still, Jessie had always liked her. Probably because Alice had never had a negative word about her racing horses and wearing men's breeches. It was Alice who told her about the cucumber mixture for lightening the freckles. She pictured Alan Belmont with the back of his head blown off and nearly gagged into the melting ice cream in her Balboni blue bowl. Oslo Penny said, "Jessie, you're depressed about poor Alice Belmont. You'll see the lady tomorrow, and you can flutter around her all you please. But no more sighs and tearful expressions now. That's right. You just chew on that piece of straw, pull your hat over your face to protect that pretty white skin of yours, and listen to the story of Grimalkin, the cat." "I'm listening, Oslo." Jessie pulled the disreputable old leather hat over her eyes, sank back against a hay bale, drew her knees up, and chewed on a fat straw. "You remember that all thoroughbreds are descended from 3 and only 3 stallions. Yes, the Byerly Turk, the Darley Arabian, and the Godolphin Arabian. That's right, Jessie. Now be quiet. The Godolphin Arabian was foaled way back in 1724. Now, the Godolphin Arabian's companion wasn't a stable lad or his owner or even a donkey. It was Grimalkin, the cat. That damned brindle cat rode on his back, sitting up, all proud and smug, neck stretched out, surveying the world as if he were a bloody proper prince. The cat ate beside him, clawed through his mane to keep the tangles out, and slept draped around his neck. No one could figure out why that horse and that damned cat were so inseparable, but they were. It came in time that Grimalkin the cat died. The horse went wild. He wouldn't eat for days. He wouldn't let anyone near him. He looked to be pining away. Then he appeared to be normal again, but he wasn't. He wouldn't let another cat near him. He tried to kill any cat he even saw. It's said that when he died, they buried him beneath the stable gateway, next to Grimalkin the cat. Jessie shoved her head back. "That's too good a story, Oslo. I think you made it up." "No, he didn't, actually." "James, goodness, whatever are you doing here? Peter told me the two of you were swapping outrageous tales. She's all upset about poor Alice Belmont. I don't know why, since the girl's now quit of a scoundrel of a husband. I wanted to cheer her up. I've succeeded. Good. Now don't disarrange yourself, Jessie. That's a new hat, isn't it? I found it in a trunk in the attic. It just needed to be cleaned and reshaped a bit. I like it. It does have character. It does keep the sun off your nose. However, I think I smell moth powder. How old is the thing, Jessie?" "I think it was my grandfather's." He looked at that hat a moment longer, shook his head, and said, "Gordon Dickens, the magistrate, is here. He wants to talk about Alan Belmont. It seems Gordon heard that there was quite a commotion here just a few days before Alan was shot, and that Belmont was so mad he wanted to take sweet Susie away that night. Jessie, why are you rubbing your throat? Why have you turned whiter than my stable cat's belly?" "I did threaten him, James, in front of witnesses. You nearly had to drag me off him. Do you think I'll be hanged?" "No." "Did I really drag you off him? Odd that I don't remember it happening exactly that way. Now come along, the both of you. Dancy Houlihan is here. The whole cast of characters, I guess you could say." Gordon Dickens hated tea since his stepmother made him drink it until he'd peed in his pants. An excellent punishment for a smart-mouthed little boy, she'd told him with a good deal of satisfaction when he'd finally lost control. He even hated to see anyone else drinking the foul stuff because it made him want to relieve himself. He could barely contain himself watching Jessie Warfield drink that dreaded tea, but he knew he had to. He was here to do his duty. He had to be alert. He not only had to listen to everyone's words, but also carefully study their expressions. His father had always told him that you could see guilt on a man's or woman's face if you knew what to look for. He wasn't quite sure what that meant, but he always looked carefully. He couldn't think about his luscious bride, even now, lying in their bed, all warm and naked and tousled. He swallowed and forced himself back to his duty. He looked from that tea-drinking female, Jessie Warfield, to Dancy Houlihan, to James Wyndham. He cleared his throat. "Would you like a muffin, Gordon?" "No, James, thank you. I'd like to hear what happened after Jessie Warfield brought the mare back here. Yes, Thomas, you come in here as well. You were one of the parties present that night." "It wasn't really a party, Mr. Dickens," Thomas said, all austere, because he knew this was proper business. "Poor Miss Jessie was all bloody, and Mr. James was holding her up. No, it weren't no party. That's not what I meant. Tell me what happened." When all the facts had been wrung out of all of them, Gordon Dickens stroked his whiskers, stared at Jessie, and said, "I understand that you and James Wyndham are rivals. I always wager on James, but you beat him at least half the time, which surely isn't the thing to do. I've seen you try to shove your horse into him. I've seen you kick out at him. I've seen him try to ride you into a ditch. You're enemies. Why would you defend him and threaten Alan Belmont? Why would you even bother saving that mare? It wasn't your mare. I like Sweet Susie. She's a fine mare. I don't suppose you found the 2 men who stole her, or whoever hired those men to steal her." He'd been too busy getting married and learning the awesome joys of the marriage bed to pursue the matter, but Gordon Dickens didn't say that. He thought about how he'd spent the early morning hours, and blushed. He shook a bit. Who cared about a damned horse when Helen was lying there waiting for him, smiling at him, her arms out? "Not yet," he said, and his voice was as chilly as a Baltimore spring rain. How dare the damned girl question him? "You haven't answered my questions, Miss Warfield." It didn't matter that Sweet Susie belonged to Alan Belmont, who wasn't a very nice man. I would have tried to save Sweet Susie if she'd belonged to Mortimer Hackey, a truly despicable man. Anyway, Alan Belmont was annoying everyone, shouting accusations at James, totally unfounded accusations, and I wanted to hit him. Perhaps you shot him instead. James, who was leaning his shoulders against the mantel of the fireplace, jerked forward to tower over Gordon Dickens. He pulled him up by his collar out of his chair and shook him. "That is the most ridiculous thing that's emerged from your mouth. Just look at hers. She's perfectly white with fear. Mind your tongue, or else I'll mind it for you. See here, James, I'm just doing my job. She did threaten him. She plays at being a man. Just perhaps she also uses a gun like a man." Wanting only to distract James, who he could see was itching to send his fist into Gordon's jaw, Dr. Houlihan said quickly, "I don't suppose you know that Alan Belmont had once wanted to marry Ursula Wyndham, James' sister?" James whipped around, staring at him as if he'd grown an extra ear. "Well, he didn't marry Ursula, so I had no reason to shoot him. How the devil do you know about that, Dancy?" Mr. Belmont's wife became ill shortly after they were married. She was also depressed, pale, and on the verge of tears the whole time. She told me that he began avoiding her almost immediately after their marriage, that he'd even called her Ursula several times during moments of, affection. James turned to stare at Dancy Houlihan.
He released Gordon Dickens, absently brushed his coat front, and gently shoved him back down into his chair. "I told Alice not to marry him," James said. "He married Alice Stoddart out of spite after Ursula married Giff, hoping to make her jealous, I suppose, only it didn't. He wouldn't believe she didn't want him, that she preferred Giff Poppleton. And Alice didn't believe me either." He looked Gordon Dickens straight in the face. "You will contrive to keep all this behind your teeth, Gordon. All of it. Do you understand? And you as well, Dancy. And yes, I well understand why you dug it up and spit it out when you did. Well, I'm under control now, and I won't throttle Gordon, at least in the next 5 minutes. Remember, all of you, that none of this has anything to do with Belmonte's murder." Gordon Dickens fiddled with his cravat. "I must do my duty. However, I agree with you, James, that none of this seems to have any bearing on Belmonte's unfortunate death." Jessie said, "Who do you think killed Mr. Belmonte, James?" "I haven't the foggiest idea. As you said, Jessie, he wasn't a particularly nice man." "Listen, Gordon, Alan Belmonte had two business partners. There was probably a good deal of strife among the three of them. Have you looked into that? Oh, yes. They all hated one another. They accused one another of villainy, of embezzlement, of cheating. Gordon Dickens rose, looking gloomy. This is a proper mess. I was hoping that one of you would be guilty. It would have made things so much simpler. Why, thank you, Gordon, Dancy Houlihan said. There's the horse racing, Oslo said. Mr. Belmonte made bets at the racetracks, big ones, I heard, and he didn't always pay up when he lost. There are also rumors that he was responsible for poisoning Rainbowa, a 4-year-old thoroughbred whose sire was Bellerton and whose dam was the Medley mare at last year's Baltimore Plate. The horse he backed won, so he also won a lot of money. All unproved, of course. Everything is unproved, Gordon Dickens said, and sighed. He sighed, again as he rose. He straightened his waistcoat. It was loose. He'd lost weight. It felt good. He knew it was from all the unaccustomed activity he was getting at night and in the early mornings. Damn Belmonte's eyes, he said, looking at everyone with gloomy irritation. Why couldn't he have just ridden off that cliff over at Miller's Jump? That way I could have called it an accident, and that would have been the end of it. Mrs. Wilhelmina Wyndham had a firm hold on her son's arm. Whoever is visiting poor Alice, you will get rid of who it is, James. We are here now, and thus the only ones who should be offering sympathy to the poor girl. Some folks have the manners of rodents. James had ridden to the Belmonte townhouse on St. Paul Street to offer Alice whatever support he could. And here was his mother, just emerging from the landau he'd bought for her 3 years before. "Ah, my dearest boy," she'd said, allowed him to assist her to the ground, and took hold of his arm. "Did you tell Alice you were coming to visit her?" "Certainly not, but that doesn't matter. Go see to it, James." He just smiled down at his mother, knowing nothing short of a hurricane could ever dissuade her from anything, maybe not even a hurricane. Her visitors were Glenda and Jessie Warfield. A thin woman with stooped shoulders ushered them to the large Belmonte parlor. Glenda was prettily arranged on the settee, wearing a pale yellow muslin gown. Jessie was standing beside Alice, with her hand on the widow's bowed shoulder. She was wearing another of her sister's castaways, a pale gray wool that made her look like a young nun trying on the Mother Superior's habit. Like the other gown, this one was too short and too big in the bosom. James heard her say, "Alice, Mrs. Partridge has told me that you've scarcely eaten at all. Come now, here are some fresh scones. Shall I spread some butter and strawberry jam on one for you?" Alice gave her a helpless look that made James want to enfold her in his arms and pat her. He expected that most people reacted to Alice like that, but evidently not Jessie. She floored him, saying, "Now this is quite enough, Alice. You're going to eat the scone or I'll stuff it down your throat." That brought a smile to Alice's pale lips. Her frail shoulders even lifted a bit. She looked up when Mrs. Partridge cleared her throat. "Oh, Mrs. Wyndham, James, do come in." Alice leaped to her feet, and Jessie knew why. Everyone leaped to their feet when Mrs. Wilhelmina Wyndham came within striking distance. The lady scared her to death. In the past, she'd easily managed to avoid her, but not today. There was no escape from her today. Wilhelmina looked at Alice, who had 2 hectic red spots on her pale cheeks, and said, "You have grieved for 3 days, Alice. Alan Belmonte deserves no more than 3 days of having you wilt around not eating. It is the shock of finding him, not your loss. Now, I would like a cup of tea and one of those fresh scones Jessie was talking about." "Yes, ma'am," Alice said, and scurried out of the parlor. Jessie said, "I didn't know Alice could move that fast. Well done, ma'am." Wilhelmina looked at Jessie briefly, lifted her chins, then turned to Glenda, who was now sitting on the edge of the settee, at attention, ready for inspection. "You're looking well, Glenda, but that gown of yours is cut too low. There is too much bosom on display. Here." Wilhelmina handed her a white lawn handkerchief. Glenda took it and stared at it helplessly. "Arrange it over your bosom, dear," Wilhelmina said. "Now, Jessie, I had to settle myself before I spoke to you. You are as you always are, so no surprise there. At least you don't smell like a horse today. I have no more handkerchiefs, or else I'd give you one to help fill out the chest of that gown. I shall speak to your mother. She needs to have gowns made for you. James, who should have been used to his mother after all these years of watching her in action, nonetheless fairly choked on his words. "Mamma, I think you should sit down." "Ah, here's Mrs. Partridge with your tea and a scone. That's right, take two. Now, Alice, stop hovering. I want to speak to you. Come with me to Alan's study." Alan Belmonte's study was a dark room with heavy leather furniture, a dull brown Axminster carpet, and books lining the walls that James knew the dead man had never opened. James gently pressed Alice Belmonte into a chair, lowered himself on his haunches in front of her, and took her white hands between his. "My mother's a bully, Alice, but she's right. Alan was a rotter. You have a large estate to deal with. There are people depending on you. I'm a woman, James. I don't know anything. Alan never told me anything either. He always said I was to be here whenever he wanted me. He said that was my only role, that and having children. Now he's gone. I feel sort of frozen. There's no one to tell me what to do. Did you love him, Alice? I wanted to, James. You know that. I believed I could make him forget Ursula, but he never did. He was always saying that Ursula would never say such stupid things the way I did. He said she would never whine and complain and cry as I did. No, I didn't love him any more. I suppose that now I'll go to hell. No, I rather think you've been liberated from hell. You'll get through this, Alice. His partners have already been here telling me the business is worthless, that they're sorry, but there's no money for me. I really don't care, because my father will take care of me. He doled out my dowry on a yearly basis to Alan, and believe me, Alan hated it. My father's already told me that he will continue my yearly allowance, that I don't have to remarry if I don't want to. I'm pleased, Alice. Now, don't worry about his damned partners. Alan's lawyer, Daniel Raymond, will see to those villains. You might not care about the money, but there's got to be justice. Now, there's the farm, Alice.
I think it would be good for you to learn about the management of a stud farm. That's what Jessie said. She said she'd teach me. That gave him pause. What the devil was Jessie up to? I didn't realize you and Jessie were such good friends. Oh yes, for years now. Nelda and Glenda, too. I was always very protected by my papa and mama, and there was Jessie, so free, doing exactly as she pleased, not minding if her mother yelled at her or ordered her to stay in her bedchamber for a week if she got sunburned or tore her dress or got kicked by a horse. Jessie was always brave. I was always a coward. But she says that doesn't have to be true. She says there's no man now to tell me what to do. I can do and be whatever it is I choose. She believes I can unfreeze myself. She says money will help me unfreeze, even more quickly. Jessie had said all that? Could he possibly be wrong? James had always thought that Alice Stoddart Belmont was one of those ladies who absolutely had to have a husband to take care of her, or a brother, whose role he, James, had taken. He would have staked a good amount of money on his belief. He could just stare at her now. Was there a firmness he'd never heard before in that insubstantial voice? He said, "Jessie's not all that free, Alice. She's still a female. She's still a daughter living at home. Her mother still tells her what to do." Tears shone in Alice's eyes. "You don't think she can help me, James?" "I didn't say that. I'm just saying that all isn't necessarily what it looks to be. Now, Raymond and I are meeting with Alan's erstwhile partners. He will come by later with papers to sign. You just see to eating more and unfreezing yourself, just as Jessie said." "There's Mortimer Hackey," Alice said, with a delicate shudder. Hackey owned a small racing stud to the west of Baltimore. He was petty, dishonest, and gave racing a worse name than it deserved. What does that scoundrel have to do with anything? He wants to buy the stud. I think he wants to take Alan's place, too. He's been here at least 5 times a day since Alan was killed. He holds my hand overlong, James, and once he even kissed my cheek. I wanted to vomit. He's horrible. Tell Mrs. Partridge not to let him in again. I'll speak to him, Alice." When they returned to the parlor, James heard his mother bellowing loudly enough for the watch at the far corner of St. Paul Street to hear. There is nothing more deplorable than a girl who lacks respect for her elders. You, Jessica Warfield, will not speak to me like that again. You will not disagree with what I know is perfectly true. But, ma'am, Nelda married her husband because she wanted to. You're wrong about Mama making her marry Brayman. As for Papa, he said it turned his innards to have his own daughter married to a man older than he was. No, ma'am, it was Nelda's idea." Wilhelmina Wyndham snorted, an inelegant sound, but effective. "You're nothing but a girl, Jessica. You don't know anything at all. I know your mother. She connives, she schemes. She's quite good at it, actually. I taught her quite a lot. She wanted buckets of money, and she latched on to Brayman. Nelda had no say in the matter. Now, don't disagree with me, or else I'll have to speak to your mama about you. In fact, I would tell how to deal with you." Jessie jumped to her feet. "Glenda, we must be on our way. I'm going to say goodbye to Alice." "I'm not going anywhere, Jessie. Don't be rude to Mrs. Wyndham. If everything works out as it should, then she will have every right to be involved in our lives." "What is that supposed to mean?" Wilhelmina Wyndham said, turning an awful stare on Glenda. "I know you, Glenda Warfield. You want my son. Well, my dear, if you are willing to be guided by me, perhaps it might be done. I have reminded him that his ill-advised English marriage wouldn't have ended so tragically if only had listened to me. Indeed, it never would have happened." James said very quietly from the doorway, "Mother, it's time we took our leave. Alice is tired and wishes to rest. That is, she wishes to eat 2 scones, and then she wishes to rest. Come along, Mother." "I shall, dear James." She swept to her feet, patted the curls around her still handsome face, and offered her hand to her son, who wanted to throttle her. Jessie looked pushed to the limit and madder than a wild dog. Glenda was humming softly to herself, pleating the material of her gown with soft white fingers. James said, "Jessie, would you like me to escort you home?" Glenda immediately rose, the handkerchief Mrs. Wyndham had given her falling out of her bosom. "That won't be necessary, James. Jessie and I must be on our way. Good day to you, Alice." As they were all leaving the Belmont house, Nelda's carriage drew up. The sisters only nodded to one another. 9. Jessie prayed hard that it wouldn't rain, but she didn't think God was listening. It was Baltimore, after all, and most folks believed that God, in his more whimsical moments, allowed the heavens to open up on them 10 minutes after the sun had been blazing in the sky. It was chilly, the air heavy, the night blacker than a sinner's secrets. Jessie huddled in her man's coat and leaned through the rose bushes so she could see into the large Blanchard ballroom. She saw James almost immediately. He was taller than most men. When he laughed, he threw back his head, showing his tanned throat. She wondered what made him laugh. She certainly had never done so, at least not like that. Laughter so free and irresistible. She'd been invited to this ball, but she declined, as she always did, but this time only after her mother had looked at her up and down and up and down, and once again up and down, and given her that thin-lipped smile of hers that had nothing to do with humor. It wasn't that her mother didn't want her to have a frivolous evening. It was just that she knew Jessie would make a fool of herself, a fool of her family, and most importantly, a fool of her mother, were Jessie to appear dressed like Glenda, trying to be a lady. No, it wouldn't work. Her mother was right. But still, Jessie sighed and pressed closer to the window. She knew tonight was the night. She'd overheard Glenda planning this evening with their mother. She knew she couldn't let them betray James. He deserved a lot of things, but he didn't deserve to have Glenda at his side for the remainder of his sentient days on this earth. If he'd wanted Glenda, that would have been another matter, but he'd said clearly that he wouldn't ever marry her. No, she wouldn't allow her mother and Glenda to serve him such a turn. Ah, there Glenda was, on a course set straight for James. How odd of her. She was staring at his waist, not his face. James saw James turn finally and give Glenda a smile and a nod before turning back to speak to Daniel Raymond, the lawyer who was helping poor Alice Beaumont pull her life together. But Glenda wasn't to be put off.
Jessie recognized all the signs. Her chin was up, her bosom thrust forward, and there she was again, staring directly at James's waist. She stretched out a soft white hand and laid it on James's black sleeve. He frowned, turning to look at her. In but a moment, he'd said something to Daniel Raymond and escorted Glenda to the dance floor. It was a waltz. This was it. Jessie backed out of the rose bushes and quickly ran to the lovely old elm tree that stood in the middle of the Blanchard garden. She shinnied up it, then grabbed a long, thick branch and pulled herself astride it. She couldn't have her legs dangling down. They might see her. She stretched out on her belly along the length of the branch. She waited, and waited some more. The waltz should have ended an eon ago. Glenda had had enough time to feel faint at least a dozen times. But Jessie was afraid to move. What if they were already in the garden, but not close enough for her to hear them? What if they came beneath the tree and looked up? She'd be caught. She would have failed. Her left foot went to sleep. She raised her left leg and shook it. It didn't help much. She felt herself slipping and hugged the branch. It scraped her cheek. She heard voices, grasped the branch tightly, and tensed. Oh, goodness, they were nearly right beneath the tree. But Glenda wasn't there. It was two men, and one of them was James. They were arguing. Listen, Wyndham, I'm going to buy her out, and you have no say in it. Jessie recognized Mortimer Hackey's deep, rough voice. She knew him as a man of vicious temper who'd managed to come by money in a mysterious way. He had a jockey who always used his riding crop on any other jockeys who came near him at the races. "Why I came out here with you, I don't know," James said. "I have nothing more to say to you, Hackey. She's going to learn to run the stud farm herself, so forget it." "You son of a bitch, you won't interfere." "Why, I might even marry the little piece, who knows? Alan told me she was worthless in bed, but I don't care. I'll have the stud farm. I'll say this just one more time, Hackey. Leave Alice alone. If I hear about your bothering her again, I'll beat you to a bloody pulp. Threaten me, will you, you prissy little boy with all your damned English airs?" The rage in his voice scared the devil out of Jessie. She'd heard him speak like that once to one of his jockeys who'd just lost a race right before he'd sliced open his face with a whip. She managed to pull the pistol from the pocket of her man's coat. She shinnied backward on the branch, then swung astride it so she could more clearly see the men below her. What she saw scared her nearly witless. Mortimer Hackey had drawn a gun on James and was waving it at him. "No one knows you came out here, Wyndham. I looked. I made sure no one was paying any attention. I know all about you and Alice Belmont. I heard you bedded her while poor old Alan was sleeping with every whore in Baltimore. But you'll give her up. You'll not interfere. I won't beat you, Wyndham. I'll blow your puny brains out." "Slept with Alice, you stupid bastard." Hackey jerked his pistol up, aiming at James's heart. In that instant, James leaped on him, his hands grabbing Hackey's arm and wrenching it upright. There was a sharp report. A cascade of leaves fell down to the ground. The two men were grappling, struggling wildly, punching to little effect, each trying to gain the upper hand. Jessie watched James, the larger and younger of the two men, slam his fist into Hackey's belly. Hackey howled and jerked backward, freeing himself for an instant. He raised the pistol, panting now, hard, as he said, "You miserable whelp, you! James, where are you?" It was Glenda. James didn't move. Hackey's attention wavered a bit. James yelled, "Stay away, Glenda." Hackey brought the pistol back and laughed. "You little bastard." Jessie aimed her pistol and fired it. She heard a yelp of surprise, followed by a groan. The gun recoiled, spinning her backward. She grabbed madly at the branch and only succeeded in scraping her fingers. She cried out as she plummeted to the ground. James only had time to look upward in the direction of the unexpected shot before Jessie came hurtling down, knocking him flat on his back. She landed on top of him, her arms and legs sprawled out. Mortimer Hackey stood over them, his pistol loose in his hand. "Dear God, Jessie Warfield, you tried to kill me, you miserable little girl. You shot me in my damned foot. Why, what you need is—" James was nearly unconscious, but he held on. He saw Hackey standing over them. He was terrified that Hackey would shoot Jessie. He prepared to roll over on top of Jessie. Then he heard Glenda call out again, "James!" Then he heard Mrs. Warfield loudly scolding, saying, "Now, my dearest, you mustn't come out here with dear James. Why, do you know what everyone is already saying? You know what this will mean, don't you? Wait a moment, Glenda. Something isn't quite right here. Where is dear James?" They were just feet away. Jessie was shaking her head to clear it. James was breathing beneath her, but he was lying very still. She was afraid she'd knocked him out. She managed to gasp, "Mr. Hackey, you'd best get out of here. You can't kill both of us. There are other people coming. I didn't mean to shoot you in the foot. Actually, I was aiming for your arm." Mortimer Hackey cursed fluently, kicked James' leg, kicked Jessie in the ribs, and took himself off through the rear of the garden. Jessie reared up a bit and began to pat James's face. "Come on, James, wake up. I'm sorry I landed on you. Please wake up. Don't be hurt, please." James blinked and opened his eyes. Jessie was lying on top of him, her breasts pressed against his chest, her thighs against his, spread wide. Her face was so close to his he felt her breath warm on his mouth. If it hadn't been so dark, he could have counted the freckles across her nose. "You killed me," he said. "Are you all right?" "Just a bit shaken, I think. Give me a minute and I'll get off you." "Take your time," he said, and brought his arms around to gently push her over a bit. His right leg hurt, and a lot of her weight was on it. "You feel female, Jessie." "Well, I am a female." "Oh, dear, I see what you mean. That is—" "Goodness, no, don't go all maidenly on me. Catch your breath, then just slide off. I heard Glenda and my mother." James didn't have time to shove Jessie an inch either way, much less shove her off him and out of the garden. "Oh, my God!" Mrs. Warfield bellowed. "Glenda, it's your sister with James, not you. Dear heavens, she's lying on him. How could this have happened?" Another bellowing voice rained down on them. "James, my dear boy, what are you doing with Jessie on top of you, kissing you, stroking you?" James couldn't believe it. It was his mother. He heard other voices behind them, at least half a dozen. He closed his eyes. He couldn't believe this. Glenda yelled, "Jessie Warfield, you're a wretched bitch. You get off James. He's mine. You'll not have him. I can't believe you're letting him have you right here in the garden. You're not even dressed in a gown." "Well," Portia Warfield said, hands on her hips, "it seems that this is a muddle of major proportions. But don't worry, Glenda dear. It will work out." "Oh, God," James said. Jessie was sore and bruised, but not, she thought, as sore and bruised as James was. She held a cup of tea between her hands, sipping slowly, trying to warm herself. James wasn't drinking tea. He was drinking brandy. He was staring off at nothing in particular. They were seated in Mrs. Wyndham's parlor, a very nice parlor, Jessie thought, but it jarred her, what with all the shades of peach. Pale peach brocade on the settees, dark peach silk on the chairs, peach everywhere. Mrs. Wyndham's townhouse was next to the Blanchards', and thus the obvious place for everyone to gather. She wanted to die. She looked at James again. He was staring at the mantelpiece as if he wanted to eat it, or perhaps just chew on it and spit it out at someone. Probably at her. Her father, her mother, and Glenda were there, now blessedly silent for the moment. Mrs. Wyndham was seated on the settee across from Jessie. She looked to be deep in thought. Glenda ran gracefully across the room to fall on her knees beside James's chair. "Shouldn't you have Dr. Houlihan examine you, James?" "No," James said, not looking at her. "He's doubtless fixing Hackey's foot. That's where you shot him, isn't it, Jessie?" "I think so. He was sort of dancing around on his left leg. He kicked you with his left foot. He kicked you, too." "In the ribs?" "Yes, but I'm just a bit sore, nothing more." "Oliver, are you ready to listen now?" Oliver Warfield rubbed his jaw. "I don't know, James. I saw Jessie sprawled out on top of you. I saw her kissing you." "She didn't kiss me. She was sliding her fingers all over your face. Everyone saw that." "Oh, all right. Say what you have to say." "I was having an argument with Mortimer Hackey. He was threatening to go after Alice Belmont. He wants her, and he wants the stud farm. He wants me to keep my nose out of it." Our argument became rather heated. I hadn't intended to go out into the garden with him, but I did. There was no reason to cause a scene in the middle of the Blanchards' ballroom. It would have gotten back to Alice, and she would have been hurt by it. So I went into the garden with him. When he drew a gun on me, I jumped him.
The gun went off wildly, and we fought. He got the upper hand after I smashed him in the belly. He broke free, and he still had the gun. It was then that there was another shot, followed by Jessie hurtling out of the elm tree to fall on top of me. There was nothing more to it than that. Oliver Warfield sighed. Mrs. Warfield said, "I don't understand why you were there, Jessie. You weren't going to the Blanchards' party. Why did you have a gun? Why were you up in that tree?" Everyone was looking at her, James as well. She stared at her scraped fingers. She wished she could become a peach shade and fade into Mrs. Wyndham's parlor rug. She looked over at James, and in that instant he knew he didn't want to know the truth of why she'd been up there in that damned elm tree with a gun, not in front of this group. He said quickly, "I was wondering why there were suddenly so many people in the garden. I heard Glenda calling me. I heard you, Mrs. Warfield, asking Glenda where I was." "Ah, well, that was nothing really," Mrs. Warfield said, and called out, "I should like some more tea, Wilhelmina." "So that's it," Wilhelmina Wyndham said slowly, staring at her girlhood friend whom she'd always bullied. "You had told me to come into the garden and bring my friends because you had a wonderful surprise for all of us, me especially. My God, you wanted all of us out there as witnesses. I told Glenda that you schemed and connived well, Portia, but this time it didn't work. You wanted all of us to see Glenda and James together. It was all a plot, and you didn't tell me a bit of it. No. Yes, Portia, just look at Glenda. Her face is all red, and there might as well be a sign on her forehead reading 'Guilty.' But Hacky and Jessie here botched everything. Now Jessie is ruined. My son looks like a seducer of virgins, and will thus become far more romantic in every silly female's eyes. I do wish you'd stop trying to deny that you and Glenda plotted between the two of you to trap him into marrying Glenda. If only you'd discussed it with me, I could have helped you foresee all the possible difficulties. But you didn't, and look what's come of it." Jessie had had enough. She managed to get to her feet without moaning from all her bruises. "This is ridiculous. I'm not ruined. I'm the very last virgin James would attempt to seduce. All of you know it was just a silly mix-up. I'm going home. Father, will you come with me?" "Your face is scraped," James said, rising slowly himself. "Be sure to wash it well." "I will." "Don't worry about Hacky, James. Tomorrow, at the track, he'll be racing that knobby-kneed 3-year-old of his, and I'll make sure his jockey winds up in the dirt. Jessie, mind your own business. Now, is everyone quite through with all of this?" "I want to know what Jessie was doing there," Mrs. Warfield said, standing now, staring down at her daughter. "Why were you there, Jessie? The truth now." James was on his feet in the next instant. "I'm through with all this. I don't give a good damn why Jessie was hiding up in that elm tree, but I'm glad she was. I fancy she saved my hide, because Mortimer was going to shoot me. Now, I'm leaving. Ladies, Oliver, good night." "I don't know, James," his mother said. "Maybe you'd best wait a bit." "I'm leaving, Father," Jessie said, and walked with a limp to the front door, ignoring her mother's loud voice behind her. James was there beside her. "Come along, Jessie. I'll see you home. It's the least I can do in payment for your shooting Mortimer in the foot." They rode side by side, down Sharp Street, crossing over to Waterloo Road, then to Calvert Street. It began to rain. Heavy, cold sheets of rain. The sky was blacker than a bucket of coal. They both were wearing hats, but it did little good. The rain was coming down sideways, slapping at their coats and their unprotected necks. A sudden gust of wind sent Jessie's old hat into a ditch and out of sight. She slapped her hands to her head too late. "Oh dear," she said. "It was the only one I could find in the trunks." He handed her his gentleman's top hat. She just shook her head, and he slapped it back down on his head. They rode side by side, shivering, each cursing the rain silently, each wondering what the other was thinking, until James said, "Jessie, why were you in the elm tree?" "To save you." "Well, you did save me, but why were you there in the first place?" "To save you." He sighed and got a mouthful of rain.
Ah, I guessed as much. You knew what Glenda and your mother had planned then? Yes, and I did eavesdrop. Lucky for you, James. Oh, I won't. If you hadn't saved me from Mortimer and possible extinction, then you would have what, Jessie? Shot Glenda when she swooned against me? Or grabbed the buttons on my breeches and pulled them open? I was going to shoot the ground near both of you. Glenda hates guns and jumps 10 feet into the air whenever one goes off close to her. She would have run as fast as she could back into the ballroom. Why did you want to save me from Glenda? She turned to look at him then. Her hair was plastered against her face, falling in sodden strings down her back and over her shoulders. Her lips were blue from the cold. She had to look as wretched as he felt. I had to, she said, finally, then kicked her booted heels into Benji's sides. He obligingly scuttled forward, eager for dry hay and a dry stall. James called after her, "I'm cold and wet. I hurt. I know you feel the same way. I'll make you a deal, Jessie. Tomorrow, after the race, you and I will make some sense out of all this." No. What did you say to me? There's no sense to be found anywhere, James. Just forget all of it. I don't want to be forced to save you again, so take care with all those vicious jockeys tomorrow. She bolted away from him, soon turning off onto the beautiful wide drive of Warfield Stables and Stud Farm, the words all fashioned over the top of the wide gate in iron letters at the beginning of the drive. He didn't slow Dimple, the sweet old mare from his boyhood. She liked a steady pace. She didn't like the rain any more than he did, but she was old enough to know that if her legs kept moving, she'd be home soon enough. If he'd only known what was going to happen in the next 2 days, he would have been sorely tempted to ride north and never look back. 10. If he were a horse, nobody would buy him. Walter Bagehot. It wasn't raining, thank the good Lord, but the track was pitted with mud puddles. As a result, few ladies were present for the races today. Only the hardier men were there, betting with less abandon than usual, but still there was excitement in the air. Everyone liked a quarter horse race. It was fast and hard. James would ride Console in the third race. Console was eager, snorting and throwing his head around. Oslo patted his muscular gray neck and said, "You just wait a minute, old boy, and Mr. James will be here to give you a fine ride." "That's right," James said, and quickly checked the girth, tightening it automatically as Console breathed out. "Now, let's you and I take a nice walk and talk about things. We won't try to run Jessie off into a ditch today. Maybe next week, but not today. But that jockey of Mortimer Hackey's is another matter. See that withered beggar old Mortimer has entered?" Console turned his head around and snorted. "Exactly," James said. "I want to make him very sorry." Console snorted again. It was a dangerous flat stretch because of all the wretched mud and fallen branches and uncovered rocks. James pressed himself close to Console's neck and talked to him. Then he listened. Console was ready. He was bored. He wanted to fly. Console passed Jessie, riding the black 3-year-old Jig, in a matter of moments. He didn't acknowledge her at all. There were 12 horses on the flat. Since this was the third race, it was rapidly becoming an obstacle course, with clumps of mud flying, slamming against the horses and their riders. Console would have danced with enjoyment if James had let him. He was running his heart out, not caring if he barely missed a jagged rock in the middle of the track, ready to kill any other horse or jockey who tried to push him out. James saw Mortimer Hackey's horse just to his left and whispered to Console, "There he is. Let's get him." Console veered to the left, smashed his big head into the other horse's neck, sending the horse stumbling away and his jockey flying into a shallow pond of mud, and raced over the finish line with all the joy of a vicar who's just baptized every sinner in his flock. Console won $200. He tossed his head, not even breathing hard, ready to go again, but James handed his reins to Oslo. "Give him an extra bucket of oats." He smashed Mortimer Hackey's horse out of the race. I saw him do it. "Well done, my fine lad." Oslo patted the big gray's neck, and Console neighed loudly. There were 6 more quarter-mile races that day, until just after 3 o'clock, when it started raining again, heavy sheets of rain that sent all the spectators scattering. James also won first place in the 5th race and second in the 6th. Bonnie Black, ridden by Jessie, won the 6th race. Tinpin, grumpy and indifferent, managed to pull in 3rd. James was surprised he had done that well. Oslo and 3 of the stable lads were covering the horses with blankets and leading them off for the long trek back to Marathon when Mortimer Hackey stomped into view. James grinned at him. "How's your foot, Hackey?" "You bloody bastard. You sent your horse right into my horse. My jockey has been knocked crazy in the head thanks to you. Houlihan says it'll be 3 weeks before he's fit to ride again." James yawned. "You did try to shoot me, Hackey. Did you think I'd turn the other cheek? Besides, that jockey is always too ready to use his riding crop. He deserved a lesson. You take 1 step closer, and I'll shoot you again, Mr. Hackey." James shut his mouth on another yawn. "Jessie, for God's sake, Mortimer isn't up to no good, at least not today. He's just a mite miffed because his jockey took a tumble in the 3rd race." Mortimer snorted, waved his fist at the 2 of them, and walked off in a snit. He barely avoided careening into a deep mud puddle. "I saw it. Well done. Thank you." Consul enjoyed himself. He can be a mean bugger when he wants to. "How are you feeling, Jessie?" "Me? Oh, I'm fine. You?" "I'll live. Wyndhams are too ornery to croak." Jessie just nodded and walked away, with rain running over her in waves. She was bareheaded. He wanted to ask her how her family was treating her, but he didn't. She seemed just fine. She'd been right when she'd told her father that it was all ridiculous. It stopped raining as suddenly as it had begun. Of all the perverse things, the sun was brighter than a fireball in the sky. But there was no more racing, as more entries had already headed home. James was whistling as he came to Luther Swan's famous wagon, covered with its white canvas and painted with blue stripes. He went around the corner of the wagon and stopped dead in his tracks. Jessie was pressed smack against the side of the wagon. Luther, as mean as a snake whenever he touched a bottle of whiskey, which was too often, was all over her, kissing her, his hands fondling her breasts, pressing his groin against her. James roared as he strode forward. "Get off her, you damned sorry bastard!" Why the hell wasn't Jessie fighting him? Why was she just standing there, letting him do whatever he wanted to do? Eh? Oh, James, I was just enjoying myself a bit of fluff here. Yep, I always wondered what Jessie Warfield would feel like. Lordy, she's got breasts. Nice ones. Get off her, Luther. Now. You want her, do you? Well, that's the word. You took her last night in the Blanchard's garden, and everyone saw you take her, and you didn't care. Just cast her off you did, and her pa let you. So why can't I have her too? James grabbed Luther by the scruff of the neck and literally jerked him off her, hurling him to the muddy ground with a thud and a yelp. He whirled around to see Jessie still pressed against the wagon, pale and silent. "Jessie, for God's sake, why'd you let him touch you like that?" It was then that he saw the trickle of blood staining her throat. He touched the small gash. "He held you still with a knife?" She was even wider, if that was possible, not moving, not even pretending to pay attention to him. She just stood there, staring at Luther, who was now shaking himself as he rose slowly to his feet. She saw him put the knife away in the pocket of his wet coat. James turned on his heel, grabbed Luther Swan by his coat lapels, jerked him forward, and sent his fist into his face. He kept hitting him until he fell, then he just hauled him up again and hit him until he felt hands pulling him away, heard men's voices telling him to stop it, to control himself. He finally realized that Luther was unconscious at his feet. He shook his head. "What's going on here, James?" Oliver Warfield shook him again. "Why the hell did you beat Luther up? What the devil do you mean? You're her damned father, for God's sake. He was forcing himself on her, Oliver. He made her stand still for it with a knife to her throat. Ask her yourself." "I can't ask her, James. She's gone." Luther was sitting up now, shaking his head. "I was just taking what she offered, James," he said, and whimpered when James took a step forward. "Stop it, James. Look at your hands. Your knuckles are bleeding." "It's true, Mr. Warfield," Luther said, seeing possible help from Jessie's own father. "Your daughter acts just like a man, and she wears those tight trousers. All of you know she's just asking for it. Well, she gave it to Wyndham last night. It was my turn, that's all. You, Sam, you told me you wanted her too. Don't you remember? We flipped a coin to see who would get her first. My God, Oliver Warfield said. He jumped on Luther, pounding him in the belly with his fists. James managed to pull him off. My God, Oliver said again. He shook his head and walked away. James strode after him. Oliver, wait. Damn it, we've got to do something. Oliver stopped. He turned and looked at James, silent for a very long time. Then he shrugged. You walked away from her last night. What do you expect me to do today? You want me to beat up a dozen men? Is that what you plan to do? I don't know, James said slowly. He felt more helpless than he had been when he'd been dragged by a huge black stallion for 50 yards. I just thought it was all nonsense, just as Jessie did. I couldn't imagine anyone believing that Jessie and I would be making love in the Blanchard's garden. Folks love scandal. If it isn't real, they'll tug on it and jerk on it and mold it about until it's real enough to hurt a person really bad. You had a good day, James. You beat Jessie in all 3 races. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not come to Marathon tonight with that god-awful champagne you like so much. He turned and walked away. James just stared after him. He felt swamped with guilt and anger. None of it was his fault. Damn Glenda and her wretched mother. And curses upon Jessie's head as well. If she hadn't interfered, well, actually, if she hadn't been up in that elm tree with a gun, he would have been dead and none the wiser today for it. Glenda came into Jessie's room without knocking. At first, she didn't see her sister. She rarely visited this particular bedchamber. Indeed, she hadn't been inside for some 3 or 4 years, since she was young, until she'd idolized her older sister, until she'd learned that Jessie was peculiar. Since Glenda was a lady born and bred, she couldn't afford to pay any attention at all to this strange female who just happened to share her parents with her. The room wasn't all that large. Indeed, it was a bit smaller than Glenda's bedchamber. But what it had that Glenda's didn't have was a nearly full wall of windows that faced west. Precious Baltimore sunlight streamed into the room, so bright it hurt the eyes to look directly into it. There were no draperies, none at all, which of course wasn't the right thing. Glenda wondered if her mother knew that Jessie had removed them. Other than that ghastly bright sunlight, there was only a bed, a large armoire, and a small writing desk. There was no vanity table. There was, Glenda remembered, a long, skinny mirror on the inside of the armoire. What do you want, Glenda? Ah, Jessie, there you are. I didn't see you sitting there in that window seat. The sun's so bright. I just wanted to speak to you for a moment. Yes? Jessie didn't move. She was tired, was sore from her adventure of the previous night, and bruised and battered from the 5 races she'd ridden in today. The knife cut on her throat throbbed gently. She'd bandaged it herself and loosely wrapped a colorful scarf around the bandage. Mother asked me to come tell you that you shouldn't come to church with us tomorrow, not after what happened today. Mother doesn't think it wise for you to show yourself for a while. She said that if the men were trying to get at you, the ladies would shred you. Shred me? Yes, Mother says that ladies swoop down on their own sex with more abandon and joy than an army of men. She said they'd make hash out of you and shred you. Mother didn't send you, Glenda. Doubtless she doesn't want me with you tomorrow, but I'm sure she'll come to tell me herself. Now, what do you want? I want you to go to Aunt Dorothy in New York City. If you ask Papa, he'll send you as soon as possible. Aunt Dorothy, her father's younger sister, was as gracious as a mad dog, more pious than a reformer, the widow of a minister of 2 ample means. She'd terrified all 3 Warfield sisters since they'd been born. Jessie had overheard her father telling her mother once that he never doubted his brother-in-law's money came from stealing half the money in the tithing plate every single Sunday. I would rather die than go to Aunt Dorothy. You know what she's like, Glenda. Yes, but what else can you do? If you go out of the house, men will think they can take you at their whim. They believe you're a slut, that James has already had you. The ladies will shred you. I heard Papa say he couldn't allow you to race anymore. You're ruined, Jessie. It's that simple. You must leave. If I leave, then you and Mother will somehow try to trap James again into marriage. It's none of your affair. Oh, yes, I realized last night that you were there because you'd eavesdropped on us. You were there to keep me from having James. I deserve James, and I'll have him. He doesn't deserve you, Glenda. If he is really honorable and generous, then perhaps one day he'll come to deserve me. He will work to deserve me. But he must know that the Warfields would bring him great consequence. Marriage to me would bring him Warfield stables. What about me? Aren't I entitled to some of Warfield's stables? Glenda smiled, wandered over to the small chair in front of the writing table, and sat down. Surely Father will do something for you. You have been a prize jockey for some time now. Yes, he'll see that you're taken care of. When Jessie didn't say anything, Glenda said, I will provide you with enough money to get to New York City. It's all that I've saved, but I'll willingly give it to you. It's $300. That's quite a sum. Jessie herself had saved nearly $1,000, beginning with the small coins tossed to her when she'd been little more than a toddler. Yes, but I think you deserve it. I shan't regret giving it to you if that's what you're worried about. No, take the money, Jessie. I'm sure everything will work out well for you. I even have 2 gowns you can travel in to New York. I've even written to Aunt Dorothy telling her that you're coming. Naturally, I pretended the letter was from Mama. You see, it's for the best, don't you, Jessie? $300? Yes, and 2 gowns. 2 of your best gowns, or 2 gowns from 3 years ago? Well, all right. I'll give you 1 of my best gowns and 3 older ones. I would also like that velvet-lined lemon-colored cloak of yours. That's robbery. Take it or leave it, Glenda. You swear to leave? Jessie looked out over the rose garden, a triumph of her mother's ability to find the best gardener in the area. Soon the air would be filled with the scent of roses. But she wouldn't be here to smell those incredible white blooms the gardener had managed to sucker into vivid life the previous year. But what did the damned roses matter to her now? I swear, she said. James went to church. He always went to church. It pleased his mother to have him accompany her. Besides, he was very fond of Winsey Yellott, the minister. Winsey believed the French were the unredeemed. He proved every one of his points with quotes from Voltaire, who was endlessly witty, in addition to being an atheist. James usually lost their arguments because he laughed so hard at Winsey's execrable French pronunciation when he quoted Voltaire. This morning, it was overcast. Nothing new in that, he thought, as he assisted his mother from her carriage. He found himself looking for the Warfields. He saw them in their usual seats in the 5th row. Not too close, mind you, Oliver had said to him, to prevent a nice snooze, but far enough away so Winsey doesn't harangue me personally. Jessie wasn't in her usual place. He frowned, even as he looked at the people in the other pews. He wanted to dismiss it, but he couldn't. She wasn't here because her mother knew she'd be shunned if she'd come. They'd left her behind. He felt rage building. Everyone had smiled at him, spoken to him, asked him about his health, his horses, and marathon. Jessie would bear the brunt of all of it. He couldn't wait for Winsey to finish his exhortations, this Sunday his subject being slavery. Baltimore had just voted that no future state of the Union could allow slavery. James had heartily agreed. He didn't know what he was going to do about Jessie, but he had to do something. When the service was finally over, he looked up to see Glenda's staring at his crotch. He didn't find out until Sunday night that Jessie was gone. To New York City, Glenda had told everyone, to their Aunt Dorothy. James, who'd heard Jessie whisper tales about Aunt Dorothy since she was 14, felt like the biggest bastard on earth. 11. Near Darlington, Yorkshire, England, May 1822. Chase Park, home of the Wyndhams. My lord. Marcus Wyndham, 8th Earl of Chase, looked up at his butler, Sampson, who'd managed to glide across 30 feet of oak floor without his hearing a single footfall. You did it again. Damn your eyes. However do you manage it, Sampson? I beg your pardon, my lord. Never mind. Some day my ears will attune themselves to you. At least I've learned to lock the door whenever the Duchess and I are involved in, well, never mind that. What do you want? There is a strange young person here, my lord. Not a young person who is strange, just a young person I've never seen before. She asks to see you. She walked right up to the front doors and knocked. She looks somewhat like my dear Maggie playing the role of a disreputable waif, demanding to see the lord of the manor. She wants work, you think? Send her to Mrs. Emery. Well, you see, my lord, there's something about her, other than the obvious fact that she's from the colonies. What? The deuce you say, Samson? The colonies? The Earl rose, rubbing his hands together. She must know James. She must be here because of James. You're certain it's not Aunt Wilhelmina, aren't you, Samson? She asked for me, you say? No, my lord, it isn't that woman.
As for the young person, well, actually, she wants the Duchess. I doctored the truth just a bit, since the Duchess is feeling a bit on the poorly side. She's off the poorly side as of luncheon. Tell you what, Samson, get the Duchess, and the both of us will see this young person from the colonies who has the look of Maggie. Does she have a name? Jessica Warfield, my lord. 10 minutes later, Samson, the Chase butler since his 25th year, led a very pale, very determined young person into the green cube room, a chamber that had intimidated a baron only last month, with its magnificent painted ceiling set between beams covered with lavish geometric designs and opulent gilt furnishings. The turkey carpets on the floor were at least 100 years old, yet their reds and blues and yellows shone in the afternoon sunlight coming through the front windows. There were paintings on the walls that had to be older than the colonies. Jessie was intimidated. Even more, she was terrified. She was the greatest fool to be born on this planet. She dutifully walked behind a very handsome man, who was obviously the butler, but who hadn't turned his nose up at her. Indeed, he'd been stiffly kind. She remembered James speaking of handsome Samson, who'd married Maggie, the Duchess's red-haired maid, who'd been an out-of-work actress before she'd come into the Duchess's employ. She hoped this was Samson, for James had always grinned whenever he spoke of him, telling her how he was the only one who could control Maggie, and he had to grow more clever by the year to succeed. My lord, my lady, this is the young person from the colonies, Miss Jessica Warfield. So this was Marcus and the Duchess, she thought, as she forced her feet to move forward. Marcus was dark and tall and so handsome, even she wanted to swoon, something she'd never before considered doing in the company of any man. So dark he was, yet he had the deep blue eyes of an angel, except angels smiled, didn't they? He wasn't smiling. On the other hand, neither was he frowning. She looked at the woman standing beside him, the Duchess. She wrote the clever ditties that James occasionally hum or sang at the top of his lungs. She'd supported herself long before she'd become the Countess of Chase. Surely she was too beautiful to be so resourceful. Surely God wasn't being fair to dish out so much to one single individual. Like her husband, the Duchess had black hair and blue eyes, and the whitest skin Jessie had ever seen. Unlike the Earl, the Duchess smiled at her, a full, easy smile that made Jessie even more nervous. "Oh dear," she said, looking again from the Earl to the Countess, "this is certainly a flagrant intrusion. I know it is, and I'm so sorry for it. But you see, James has told me so much about both of you, and all about Badger and Spears and Samson and Maggie." The Earl broke in easily. "James Wyndham? My cousin? Yes, I race against James, and many times beat him. Oh dear, I didn't mean to say that. Now you'll never believe I'm a lady." The Duchess stepped forward, her hand held out. "I thought your name sounded familiar, Miss Warfield. James has spoken of your family over the years. Welcome to our home. Since you're a friend of James, you're welcome here. Now, come and sit down. Samson, bring some tea and seed cakes. Let me take that pelisse." Jessie willingly gave it up. It was an ugly mustard color, but she believed she had to have something to make her unquestionably female. The one Glenda had promised to give her hadn't materialized. Damn Glenda. She hadn't gotten any gowns either. Damn Glenda again. The Duchess folded the pelisse neatly, as if it were very valuable, and laid it over the back of a chair that had probably had kings sit in it. The current king, George IV, was very fat. She hoped he didn't visit and sit in that chair. It would collapse, surely. She didn't want to sit in it either.
It would realize she was a peasant and disintegrate in shock. "Now," the Duchess said, as she sat gracefully in a narrow, terribly French-looking chair across from Jessie, who'd gingerly sat herself on the edge of a blue brocade settee, "how is James? Don't forget Aunt Wilhelmina, Duchess." The Duchess sighed. "One hesitates even to speak her name, but all right, I'll include her in the question. And, dear Ursula, how are all of the American Wyndhams?" "As of 6 weeks ago, they were fine, ma'am." This was interesting, the Duchess was thinking. She resumed her charming smile. "Miss Warfield, tell us how we may help you." "Well, you see, ma'am, I'm here not to race, because I know that in England all females must be extra proper, and that ladies can't wear trousers, and can't be jockeys, and can't ride in races." The Earl raised his hand. "How old are you, Miss Warfield?" That took her aback a bit, but she managed to say, "I am 20, sir. James is 27. And did you travel from Baltimore to England all by yourself?" Jessie knew the English were very particular about things like this, and thus lied swiftly and cleanly. "I had a maid to accompany me, but she got vilely ill on board ship, and then there was this ghastly storm, so violent, and everyone got very sick, me included, and poor Drusilla went on deck, vomited over the railing, and fell overboard, she was heaving so hard. So I had no choice but to come here from Plymouth on a mail coach." The Duchess looked to her husband. He looked on the point of bursting into laughter. She looked quickly at the very serious, very frightened face, and said, "These things happen. It is tragic that poor Drusilla had to meet her Maker in such an unfortunate manner, but you managed very creditably to get here all by yourself." "Well, there was one horrible thing that happened. It was near the town called Hayfield, and there were 3 men with masks on their faces, and they wanted to steal everything. I'd hidden my money beneath my, camise, except at night, of course. Someone slipped into my bedchamber and stole all of it. I have $1 left that I hid in the toe of my left boot. Well, I'm relieved you didn't get robbed until you were close to us." The Earl rose and stood over her, looking down at the vivid, curling red hair that was poking out riotously on all sides of the very ugly straw bonnet. Yes, she had hair the color of Maggie's, perhaps even a more vivid, richer red. "How long have you known James?" "Since I was 14. He doesn't know I'm alive. That is, he knows I'm alive. It's just that he doesn't care. It's very depressing. Oh, goodness, I've done it again. Truly, sir, I don't talk like this all the time. Please don't shut down on our account," the Earl said. "Now, you must be tired. You are our guest, Miss Warfield. I dare say we'll get all this straightened out after you've had a good rest. I'll have cook send you up a nice late luncheon." Jessie couldn't allow this. She bounded to her feet, tripped on the hem of her gown, and went crashing toward the beautiful silver tea service that had surely served multitudes of earls and dukes and princes. She felt the Earl's hand clasp her upper arm and pull her upright. He smiled down at her as he released her. "Are you all right, Miss Warfield?" "Yes, sir, but I can't be your guest. James doesn't know I'm here. No one does. I ran away because everything was impossible at home. It will remain impossible, so I can't go home. I want to work for you. I know I can't be a jockey for you, since ladies can't do that in England, but I love children, and James has told me that her ladyship just had another little boy, and James is his godfather. I would like to be a nursery maid. I think the baby is probably too young for a nanny, probably even too young for me to take him riding and teach him all about thoroughbreds, particularly the founding sires, and my favorite is the Byerly Turk, who was captured at Buda in 1688. He's just a bit too young for the Byerly Turk, the Earl agreed, but he's a smart lad, and I dare say he'll want to be up to snuff by his first birthday. Well, Duchess, what do you say? Shall we set Jessica? Excuse me, sir, but my name's Jessie. I know that sounds perhaps too provincial, perhaps too colonial, but it's my name. It can't be helped. It's charming, the Earl said easily, quite charmed by this unexpected female. Jessie, it is. What do you say, Duchess? The Duchess rose and walked gracefully to Jessie, who scrambled to her feet. She took her right hand between her own and said with a smile, "Charles is a handful, just like his father. I imagine he will adore you, particularly your splendid hair. You will take care that he doesn't bald you. Welcome to Chase Park, Jessie." "I don't have splendid hair. You're just being kind, because that's what James said you were. Of course you have lovely hair. Say thank you, Jessie." "Thank you, ma'am." Soon, Jessie was trailing after Samson, who was casually telling her that he'd always fancied visiting the colonies. He'd never before seen an Indian, and said he'd like to borrow some of their war paint for his wife. It would amuse her, he said. In the green cube room, the Duchess was saying to her husband, "Marcus, this is interesting. What do you think happened between her and James that sent her scurrying here all by herself? What she's done is foolish beyond belief. I'll wager you she wore trousers until she got close to us, then changed into that god-awful gown. Don't worry, we'll find out everything soon enough. Now, I wonder what Maggie will say when she meets a woman younger than she is with hair that just could be redder." Maggie, Samson's wife of 6 years, was magnificent. Jessie just stared at her as she clutched the threadbare dressing gown more closely about her. At least she was clean and had lain down on that incredible bed with its pale gold brocade overhang and 4 tall posters, each beautifully carved, and closed her eyes. The mattress was goose feather, if Jessie wasn't mistaken, and she'd thought she'd collapsed onto heavenly clouds, but still she hadn't slept. She'd been too scared and too relieved, both at the same time. The gown Maggie wore when she came to Jessie's bedchamber, which was next to the nursery, was finer than the one the Duchess had worn when Jessie had first been shown in to that awesome green cube room. Ah, but her hair, it was glorious. Redder than a sinner's passions, Maggie said comfortably when Jessie just stared at her and blurted it out. She patted that beautiful hair and grinned. "You've not a bad head of hair yourself, Miss Jessie. It's not as pure a shade of red as mine, but it's acceptable nonetheless. Now, you have all these dancing curls that won't obey even my fingers. So, well," she paused and struck a thoughtful pose. "Oh, please call me Jessie. I'm not a miss. You're right, my hair won't do what anyone tells it to. I'm going to be Charles's nanny of sorts. Yes, my Samson told me you were going to teach Charles all about racehorses and thoroughbreds and the Byerly King. Well, it's actually the Byerly Turk. He's a horse, you know, not a man. That's a pity. Men provide so much more sport than horses, but I suppose opinions do vary on that score. I dare say you'll do just fine no matter what kind of a Turk it is. Now, let me see what I can do with this very nice head of hair. You'll be having dinner with the Duchess and his lordship this evening. You scrubbed your hair really well, didn't you, in your bath?" "Oh, yes, it was dreadfully dirty," Jessie said as she sat down and stared at the nearly dry, wild tangle of red curls in the mirror. "Don't you worry now, Jessie. The Duchess told me you needed me, and I can well see that you do. She wants me to bring you up to the mark. Did I tell you I was an actress before I saved Mr. Badger's life in Plymouth? Oh, you haven't met Mr. Badger or Mr. Spears yet. You will. James has told me ever so much about everyone. He said you were incredibly beautiful. What James had actually said was that Maggie froze his tongue in his mouth ever since he'd patted him on his butt when he'd been 20 years old. Yes, well, James is a nice man. He grew up well. We're all very proud of him. Those deep green eyes of his appeal to the senses. Have you ever noticed those long eyelashes of his? And that nearly blonde hair that's sort of curly? He's a handsome man, our James, and he grew to be so big, nearly as big as the Earl, his cousin. Now you just relax and close your eyes. I shall proceed to work my magic." "James does have beautiful green eyes," Jessie said. Her eyes were closed, so she didn't see Maggie's smile at those wistful words. To Jessie's surprise, Maggie didn't immediately begin brushing out her hair. No, she rubbed a very sweet-smelling cream onto her face. Isn't that nice? The Duchess told me you'd been on board a ship for a good 6 weeks. That ocean air isn't good on a lady's face. This will make you soft again. We'll use it every day. You will use it on the rest of yourself as well, after every bath. You have nice skin for a colonist, Jessie. Now, let's see what we'll do with your hair. Jessie felt like a fool. She didn't want to leave her bedchamber, which was more lovely than even her mother's at home. Maggie had told her it was called the Autumn Room because of all the lovely golden shades in the draperies and the counterpane. This was the room they gave to Charles's nanny? She didn't want to walk down that long, wide corridor with its niches holding naked Greek statues, or the endless stretch of walls filled with paintings of Wyndham ancestors. She didn't want to trip on the hem of this incredible gown that the Duchess had sent for her to wear and land on her nose beneath one of those paintings. When there was a knock on her bedchamber door, she was nearing a state of panic that had her shaking and cursing herself for shaking. She opened the door to see a tall, older gentleman who was dressed more elegantly than any gentleman she'd ever seen in her life. He had thick black hair, threaded with interesting silver, and dark eyes that surveyed her calmly. The personage smiled down at her. "I'm here to escort you downstairs, Miss Warfield."
The Duchess thought perhaps you'd be more comfortable on my arm rather than marching past all those Wyndham portraits that give her bile. She's always saying, "Thank you, sir." She gingerly placed her hand through his arm. "My name's Jessie. You colonists are so informal, but it's charming. Chin up. That's better. I fancy Mr. James is very worried about you." "Oh, no. He doesn't care. Yes, I'm sorry. You couldn't possibly care that James doesn't even know I'm alive. I suppose it is possible he's a bit worried, since he was a part of my downfall. Interesting things, downfalls. Was yours an interesting downfall, or just a simple, everyday sort?" She burst into laughter. She laughed and laughed, trembling with it, and the grand personage beside her merely smiled benignly until finally she subsided. "Do you know, I don't think I've laughed for nearly 2 months now. Goodness, that felt quite good. I dare say you'll laugh even more when you ride tomorrow." "Ride? As I did at home? Oh, no, sir. Surely the Earl and Countess couldn't be that lax with their servants, and that's what I am. In America, I'd be an employee, but here, surely, I'm just a servant of no account at all." "You're dining with the Earl and Countess. That's different. They just want to know all about James. They miss him. Yes, he's an interesting man. He's been through a lot, but he's survived and gotten all the stronger for it. Yes, I know about his wife and child dying. That was one thing, yes. Ah, now mind your steps. These stairs can be treacherous to females, males too if they've imbibed too much." Jessie said nothing more until the grand personage had guided her down to the last magnificent oak step, and her feet were solidly on the black and white Italian marble entrance hall that was larger than the entire downstairs of her father's house. She felt very provincial. Her laughter was long gone. She looked around her and felt the same terror she'd felt when she'd walked through those cathedral-like double doors with their huge brass lion-head knockers. "I never imagined a house like this, sir." "You'll become used to it. The Duchess hated it as a child, thought it was cold and overwhelming, but now she's proud as the devil of it. Let's take you to see the Earl and the Duchess. They're in the small gold room this evening. Mr. Sampson believed you would feel more comfortable there on your first night here. James told me that the Earl named her the Duchess when she was 9 years old. Yes, he did. Are you visiting here, sir? Are you also an Earl? Or perhaps a Duke? Not to my knowledge. Now, I want you to keep your head high, keep those shoulders squared, and smile. Act as if you were the Queen of America, come here deigning to visit. Will you try to do that?" Jessie gulped. "I'll try.
Aren't you coming with me? Not this evening. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, sir. You're most welcome. 12. Jessie just couldn't take it all in. Here she was sitting in a priceless chair that must be hundreds of years old, holding a silver fork that weighed as much as her arm, picking at fresh garden peas that rolled around on a plate that had more gold on it than every wedding ring in Baltimore melted together. She realized this wasn't a state banquet hall, but rather just a cozy little dining room no larger than her mother's huge parlor. The walls were painted a light yellow, windows lined the front, and the light silk draperies were drawn back to show the front lawn, with its well-scythed grass that melted into an oak forest. She heard a strange sound that so startled her she dropped her fork. "It's all right," the Duchess said. That was Fred. Fred? The peacock. He's currently infatuated with Clorinda, but she's having nothing to do with him. She's a fickle little brown peahen. He is constantly fanning his magnificent tail, but alas, no luck. He's complaining about it to us. Just ignore him. All right. Ignore an infatuated peacock. Well, she supposed that since this was England, she would have to adapt to any number of strange things. "Do you like what Maggie did to your hair?" the Earl asked. Her hand went self-consciously to the thick braids wound around and interwoven to form a circle atop her head. "And now some little streamers, as I call them," Maggie had said, "to soften the effect around your sweet face. Like that. Just pull them loose and let them curl where they will." "I don't feel like me at all," Jessie said. "From a male perspective, you look lovely," the Earl said, as he forked down a bite of boiled leg of lamb in white sauce and closed his eyes in bliss. He grinned. "Forgive me, but Badger is the chef tonight. He wanted to prepare a special dinner just for you." Jessie dutifully took a bite of the veal cutlet garnished with young carrots and rice. It was delicious. She took another bite, then another. "James told me how Badger could cook the socks off the king's own chef at Carlton House. Try the ragout of duck and the green peas," the Duchess said. "Yes, James always claims he's died and gone to glutton's heaven when Badger cooks for him." "Ah," Jessie said, and closed her eyes just as the Earl had. "How do both of you remain so thin?" If Jessie wasn't mistaken, the Earl was grinning at the Duchess like a man who'd just stolen a kiss from the preacher's wife. His wife frowned at him and said, "Badger doesn't cook for us like this all the time." "That's right," the Earl agreed very quickly. "Now, what do you really think of Maggie and her talents?" "Maggie said I looked splendid." There was such disbelief, such utter bewilderment in her voice, that both the Earl and the Duchess laughed. "You do," the Earl said. "Try the trout à la Genevaise. You also look splendid in the Duchess's gown. It has always made her look sallow, with that dull black hair of hers and that washed-out complexion. Yes, that emerald green is becoming on you. I'm just surprised it wasn't in Maggie's armoire." Maggie decided to allow Jessie to try it, the Duchess said. She did say, though, that if Jessie didn't do it justice, then she'd remove it while Jessie slept and wear it herself, since it was a rather acceptable gown, and deserved to be shown off. Did Maggie believe it became you, Jessie? She just looked me up and down and hummed. "An excellent sign," the Earl said. "You mentioned that you were a jockey." "Yes, I'll admit it, since I've already spit it out. I know you probably have some very proficient jockeys here who are of the right sex. Becoming a nanny is very different from being a jockey," the Duchess said. "Are you certain you wish to deal with Charles?" "He drools a lot, Jessie," the Earl said, "except with Spears. He never drools on Spears. It isn't fair. He looks at me, grins, gets this evil look in his eye, and waters from the mouth the moment he's in my arms. He's teething right now, as well as drooling. He likes to bite my chin. He bites anything that doesn't move quickly enough. I look forward to meeting him. I'm sorry, but the fact of the matter is, I've never been around babies all that much. But you see, I love the new foals. I play with them and brush them and speak to them and, well, that's a relief. It's very nearly the same thing, isn't it, Duchess?" "Almost exactly," the Duchess said. I must also warn you, Jessie. Charles's brother, Anthony, just turned 6 years old. He'll be jealous that Charles has you. Thus, you'll have the two of them hanging on to your skirts." Jessie's eyes lit up. "Anthony rides? Like a little centaur?" the Duchess said fondly. "Perhaps you can be his horse nanny." "Yes," the Earl said. "You could teach him all about the fact that most horses are barbs, imported via France from northern Africa." "Oh, yes," Jessie said, forgetting her delicious dinner, forgetting the exquisite Aubusson carpet upon which her cheaply shod feet rested, forgetting that she was a colonial in the presence of near royalty. "That would be wonderful. You don't mind?" "Not at all," the Earl said. "Ah, here's Badger, come to be praised. Badger, this is Jessie Warfield, come to us from the colonies. She's a friend of James."
He was ugly and big, with huge fists, a full head of white hair, and a big smile. He was dressed like a gentleman who just chanced upon a huge white apron and tied it around his middle. "Your Badger?" "Aye, that I am." "You liked the julienne soup?" "Oh, yes. And the boiled leg of lamb and white sauce?" "She did her duty by every dish, Badger. Now, what have you there?" "Nesselrode pudding, my lord." He served the pudding as 3 footmen deftly and silently removed the plates, and set down new ones, these with just as much gold as the others. When he finished, he nodded to Samson, motioned to the footman, and said, "I'll speak to you tomorrow, Miss Jessie. You rest well tonight. Master Anthony will be so excited to meet you, he's liable to roar into your bedchamber and jump up and down on you. It's because you're an American, of course. He'll look closely to make certain you don't have an extra finger or an extra ear. Good night, my lord, Duchess." He was gone, as were the footmen. Samson said, "Good night. Mind what Mr. Badger said, Miss Jessie, that Master Anthony is a wild monkey." "I'll mind," Jessie said, and watched Samson leave the small, informal dining room that had, she was certain, an echo. "Now, my dear," the Earl said, sitting back in his chair, "before we adjourn to the drawing room for some of Badger's incredible coffee, tell us what happened between you and James to send you flying to a foreign country." She looked from one to the other and blurted out, "I didn't want to go to Aunt Dorothy in New York. She's my father's younger sister, and she's petty and mean and pious and expects you to be grateful when she tells you what a bad person you are." "I shouldn't consider going to her either," the Duchess said. "She sounds as bad as James's mother." "James's mother is a terror. She makes me want to disappear under the floor. She once said to my face that I was a tart and should be whipped. Then she tried to cover it by saying that I hadn't heard her aright, that she'd said I was smart and that my skirt was ripped. It wasn't. I looked." Jessie sighed, then said, "There was no place else. I'm sorry I just knocked on your door and disrupted your lives." "Lives occasionally need disrupting," the Earl said. "We get so bloody complacent. Disrupt all you like, Jessie. What happened between you and James?" "I was found by everyone lying on top of him in Blanchard's garden, but I really wasn't kissing him, truly. I just wanted to make sure he was conscious, so I was patting his face, and perhaps I was breathing too closely to his mouth. I'm not really certain now, but James does have a lovely mouth. Not that it matters now, for you see, I was ruined. James wasn't, because he's a man. What could I do? James doesn't want me. Nobody did, except one man who isn't a gentleman, who attacked me at the racetrack and tried to take liberties. But James saved me. I would have saved myself, mind you, but this one man had a knife to my throat. James was very angry, not that it changed anything. I'm truly sorry." "I see," the Duchess said. "Perhaps you could tell us what you were doing on top of James?" Jessie took a deep breath, then recounted the sorry string of events. "And you were ruined?" the Earl said. "Yes. It isn't fair that the man isn't ruined as well." "Well," the Earl said, "the man is supposed to marry the woman if he's caught with her lying on top of him. Isn't that right, Duchess?" "In the usual course of events, yes. He would have, but I know that James doesn't even like me. I would never do that to him." "I see," the Duchess said, looking into Jessie's eyes. Beautiful green eyes, a lighter green than James, and filled with a pain that was much too much for such a vulnerable creature as Jessie Warfield. She'd been delighted when Jessie had walked into the drawing room, all proud and scared at the same time, and ready to show off her new plumage and try not to puke at the same time. She'd told her she looked lovely, an observation Jessie took as a rank fabrication. But the Duchess wasn't deterred. She would continue to build her confidence. Perhaps that was all she needed, confidence and a bit of training. The Duchess wanted to see her on horseback. Maggie had done a fine job with her. She wasn't a classic beauty, but there was intelligence in those green eyes of hers, and a mouth that curved up naturally with humor. She had lovely white teeth and a jaw more stubborn than James. She was tall and slender, and she carried herself well. She had lovely white skin, and the Duchess found the sprinkling of freckles across her nose charming. What was wrong with James? Surely he wasn't still brooding over Alicia, now dead 3 years? Jessie cocked open an eye to find herself staring into 2 deep blue eyes that were only an inch from her face. She shrieked. "Shush!" a very young male voice said. "Spiers will come and put me under his arm and carry me away if you don't be quiet. I didn't mean to scare you." It was a child, and he was speaking with that ludicrous, starchy accent everyone else in this strange country spoke. "All right," she said, "I'll be quiet. I can't imagine what startled me so much. I mean, you're not precisely touching your nose to mine. I can't stand people who yell. I can't either. You're rather heavy. Do you think you could move a bit to the side?" "Oh, certainly. I say, is that better?" Jessie could breathe again. She thought now that turning blue from want of air was what had awakened her in the first place. Much. "Now, you talk very funny, like Uncle James when he first arrives home before he learns how to speak properly again. Papa says it's because he comes from a savage land, and we have to civilize him over and over. I'm always there to help Uncle James learn English again." "You're Anthony." "Yes, I'm named after Anthony Wells, the Earl of Clare, a very good friend of my grandpapa's. I never met either one of them, but the Earl of Clare was supposed to be a dashing gentleman who lived in Italy half the year and here in England the other half." Jessie was fully awake now, utterly charmed by this outpouring of confidences from a little boy who would surely grow up to be at least as handsome as his papa. "Your mamma told me you ride like a centaur." "Mamma truly said that. A centaur. You're certain you didn't misunderstand her because you're an American? I promise I have it right. Now, Anthony, I'm Jessie. I'm going to be Charles's nurse and your horse Manny. I ride like a centaur too, you know, and I also race." "Really?" "Mamma said Aunt Frances was the only lady she knew who rode sometimes in races." "You're introducing me to a lot of names I've never heard before. Give me a while to get my bearings, Anthony, then add a new name a day, all right? I should have known you'd be tormenting poor Jessie." "Papa!" Anthony rolled off the bed, his nightshirt flying around his ankles, and dashed to the door where his father stood, dressed in riding clothes and lovely black boots that shone as clear as mirrors. The Earl lifted his son high in his arms, then lowered him to give him a hug and kiss. "Your mamma thought you might have slipped through Spiers' net. You're slippery, my boy." He looked at Jessie, who was struggling to pull the blanket to her chin. "We've considered locking him in the dungeon at night, but he's got the knack of quivering his chin, and the servants fall for it every time. They'd never let him stay in the dungeon for more than 5 minutes. What are we to do? But I found him right where his mamma knew he'd be. Now, Anthony, you didn't awaken poor Jessie, did you?" "Oh, no," Jessie said quickly. "I woke up all by myself, and there Anthony was, standing in the doorway, as quiet as a mouse, just waiting for me to do something." Anthony gave her an approving look and said, "She talks funny, just like Uncle James. Can we take her riding with us, Papa? She claims she's good. I told her about Aunt Frances, but she said she's got too many names on her plate now, and I had to slow down." "An excellent idea. Go to Spiers now and let him get you dressed. After breakfast, we'll all go riding." The Anthony squeezed his papa's neck once more and scrambled down to his feet. "I'll see you at breakfast, Jessie," he yelled as he ducked behind his father and out the door. "As the very image of you, my lord," Jessie said. "He'll slay women in droves when he grows up. He'll try not to let it bother me that you're in a lady's bedchamber, my lord." It was the Duchess, and she was wearing a lovely dark blue riding outfit with a jaunty blue velvet riding hat that had an ostrich feather curving around her cheek. Jessie had never seen anyone so beautiful in her life. Actually, seeing the two of them side by side, she realized they looked remarkably alike. They were cousins, after all. Beautiful cousins. "Good morning, Jessie. How did you sleep?" "Like a dead rock," Jessie said, and yawned, unable to help herself. "I'll take my husband from your bedchamber so you can bathe and dress. Here's Ned with your bathtub and some water. We'll see you downstairs." "What about Charles?" "Unlike his brother," the Earl said, "Charles still doesn't quite grasp that you're here for him, and thus at this moment he's quite uncaring, being burped by his other nurse after the Duchess here let him eat for nearly an hour." Maggie came into her bedchamber 20 minutes later, just as Jessie had finished braiding her own hair. She hoped just as Maggie had done it the previous evening. Maggie was carrying over her arm a riding habit of dark green velvet. Maggie looked at her for a few moments, then said, "Sit down a moment, Jessie. I think you've half the knack of it." Jessie sat. "Now, my pet, you don't want to look outrageously beautiful the way I do all the time. I owe it to the house and to my husband to be a pearl during the day and a diamond during the evening. Well, that's something you don't need to know just yet. But you, Jessie, you're not like me. You don't want to be unbraiding braids all the time. You want to be comfortable. Let's save all the plaited braids for the evening. How about just a single one for the morning? Now, here's how you make it straight. Yes, that's it. Now we'll just loop it up like this and pin it. Nothing to it. The last thing you do is loosen it all up." Maggie looked at the tightly pulled back hair, took the handle of the comb, and eased the hair looser on the top and sides of Jessie's head. Then she pulled loose streamers to curl haphazardly about her face. The one that fell over her ear itched, but Jessie decided she could become used to it. She just stared at herself. It was amazing. "See, that's all you need to do. Tomorrow you will try it while I watch." "Thank you, Maggie. I can't quite believe what a difference it makes. Oh, you're going to cream my face again." "Yes, and this time I will leave the cream for you. Use it in the morning and just before you go to bed at night. Now, if you were married, you'd have to use it before your husband visited your bed. My Samson says that if Badger would only add some vanilla to the cream, that he'd like to lick it. Well, never mind that. Just wait until we get you into this riding outfit. The color should make your eyes a richer green. I can't keep accepting clothes from the Duchess. Oh, this one doesn't belong to the Duchess. It's mine. She wanted to lend you one that would have made you look bilious, yards of apricot velvet and dull as dirt. No, this one will suit you perfectly. I don't ride, but dear Samson likes to see me prepared for every occasion. Every once in a while, to please him, I sit atop one of the Earl's horses and pose. It does please Samson no end. I am his Delilah, you know." When Jessie stepped out of her bedchamber 20 minutes later, Maggie's riding outfit on her back and a pair of the Duchess's boots on her feet, there was that tall, handsome gentleman waiting for her again. He smiled at her. "Very fetching," he said, and proffered her his arm. "Do you really think so, sir? Another week of hearing the truth of things, and you'll have the self-confidence of his lordship. No, perhaps that isn't all that healthy a thing. I will think about it. Now, let me escort you to breakfast." Jessie walked happily beside him. She was certain he must be some famous personage and had simply found it amusing to befriend her. He left her at the breakfast room door. "You will not eat with us, sir?" "Not this morning. I've already consumed my morning victuals. You enjoy yourself riding, Jessie. Don't let Master Anthony ride off Monmouth's Cliff, which is at the south end of Fenlow Moor. I won't." He smiled down at her, turned on his stately heel, and left her. She hadn't time to open the door. A footman, dressed in stunning gold and dark blue, eased forward as smooth as a snake and opened the door for her.
So this was what was called dining in famille, she thought, forcing herself to stand still while the same footman pulled out her chair for her. Anthony was in high spirits, waving a strip of bacon around on his fork as he made a point about his pony. My God! Jessie brought her head up fast at the Earl's stunned voice. My God, he said again. Isn't she utterly delicious, Duchess? It's that red hair, Jessie. My husband lusts after red hair. What is lust, Mama? It's a new feed for the horses, the Earl said, and laughed. Your Mama thinks it's about the best feed we've ever had. I think she wanted to eat it herself. The Duchess threw a piece of toast at her husband. She hadn't yet buttered it. Jessie isn't yet married, my lord. Mind your tongue, or it won't go well for you. The Earl said to Jessie, his voice pensive, Did you know that last month she threw a plate at me? It had eggs on it. Luckily, she hasn't become all that good a shot since we've been married, so only my coat was ruined. Spears wasn't even put out by it. He just smiled and said her aim was getting better. What did you do, my lord, to deserve having a plate of eggs heaved at you? Call me Marcus. What did I do? Not of anything, so not I can't even remember. I will remind you later, my dear, the Duchess said, eyeing her small son, who was staring at his papa. Jessie wondered if the plate had broken. She certainly hoped not. It was probably worth more money than her father's stud. She looked back and forth between the Duchess and Marcus. The Duchess was scolding Anthony about stuffing porridge down his little gullet like a savage. As for his papa, Marcus was forking down his porridge like a big savage. She was lucky, more than lucky. Not that it wasn't about time that her luck turned. She would try to be a good horse nanny to Anthony and a good nurse to Charles. She missed James damnably. Curse him. 13. That Friday evening, when Jessie had been in residence for a week and a half, the Countess and Earl gave a dinner party. She was invited. She was their guest, not Charles' nurse or Anthony's horse nanny. She agreed because of the excitement in the Duchess's beautiful eyes. When the Earl gave her a gown of the softest yellow silk, all low cut over her breasts, the sleeves long and fitting closely at her wrists, she wanted to cry. She'd never before seen such a lovely gown in her life. She doubted if anyone in Baltimore even knew such a gown was possible. Maggie arranged her hair with only 3 interwoven braids atop her head. The rest of her hair she brought through the circle and arranged the curls in a fall that came nearly to the middle of her back. Her streamers fell down her neck and beside her face. She just sat there and stared at herself in the mirror. Now, just a bit of lip cream. Oh, goodness, my mother would have apoplexy. Yes, isn't it wonderful that you're here and she isn't? Maggie, is it possible? Are the freckles all gone? No, there's this adorable little line, little soldiers. I think of them marching right over the bridge of your nose. They're charming. I should imagine that all the young ladies here tonight will see them and go home and paint some on their own noses. Now, this gown. Your breasts look mighty fine. I'd brought some handkerchiefs to stuff in there just in case, but you don't need them.
Mr. Spears said we didn't want to flaunt your cleavage, but that you should have one. Yes, he would approve. No freckles on those pretty shoulders. Nearly as white as mine, except my skin's creamier because it's the way I am. But yours isn't all that bad, Jessie. You're ready. I don't dance, Maggie. You what? I don't dance. Oh, goodness, how much time do we have? Not enough. Maggie was looking thoughtful. I have an idea, she said. You go on downstairs, Jessie, and don't worry, you want to have a nice time. He was waiting outside her room, as he'd been so many times since her arrival at Chase Park. He looked magnificent in his evening garb, his cravat as white as his teeth. He looked her over thoroughly. She found herself holding her breath for his opinion. He said finally, stroking long fingers over his jaw, Maggie did a fine job. You're ready to meet all our illustrious neighbors. I want you to stretch out your charming drawl. I want you to emphasize it. You're to show them you're different and that you're very likely better than they are. Can you do it, Jessie? She looked at this gentleman, who surely had to be a duke at least, and said, You truly believe I can, sir? I truly do. Give me your hand and let's get you downstairs. This time she didn't ask him if he were dining with them. She simply smiled up at him at the bottom of the great staircase and said, Thank you, sir. "Now," the Earl said as he drew her into his arms, "we're going to waltz. We have time for one lesson before the guests arrive. Maggie tells me you're smart and will learn quickly." Samson was playing the pianoforte. He marked the first beat of the three heavily as he played. Jessie was terrified and delighted. It was true that the Earl practically held her off her own feet most of the time, but before the end of the waltz, she nearly had the knack. "You've got to relax and trust your partner," he said. Then he frowned. "Well, trust is perhaps too strong a word. Many of the men are clods and would land on your feet. Others are lechers and would try to make love to you. I'll tell you whom to dance with, all right?" Jessie agreed to that. Dinner was in the state dining room. There were 12 couples, 12 footmen, and more food than Jessie had ever seen in her life. She sat between the Earl of Rothermere, the gentleman who oversaw James's stud when he was in America, and a Mr. Bagley, the local curate, whose abiding interest was in the Norman Cathedral in Darlington. After the boiled salmon in lobster sauce, roast quarter of lamb, and spinach appeared, the Earl of Rothermere, Philip Hawkesbury, said to her, "Just taste this boiled salmon. Badger cooked this evening. Praise the Lord. I prayed he would. I've offered him anything he wants to come to Rothermere, but he refuses. Damn Marcus and the Duchess. I tell Badger my wife and I are so thin our ribs knock together, but he just smiles and offers me a taste of his new creation. The last time it was an oyster patty of sorts. I thought my belly was going to expire on the spot from happiness." She laughed even as she felt like a fraud. She watched the Duchess and tried to copy her, but the Duchess was so graceful, so utterly serene and calm. Even the movement of her fork from plate to mouth was done exquisitely and naturally, without conscious thought. There was simply no way she could be like the Duchess. She was utterly relieved when the Duchess rose and took the ladies into the green cube room. Jessie met all the ladies, who didn't know what to make of her. However, since the Duchess introduced her as a friend from the colonies, they were reserved but polite. Jessie stretched out her colonial drawl as much as she dared. She couldn't tell if the ladies were gratified or not hearing it. In but moments, the gentlemen came into the huge room, and the orchestra tuned their instruments. She sat beside the curate's wife during the first waltz, her foot tapping heavily on the first beat. The second waltz, she danced with Marcus, and he only had to lift her off her feet 3 times to prevent disaster. Then he handed her over to the Earl of Rothermere. "Take good care of her, Hawk. This is the 3rd waltz in her entire life." "A pullet, then," the Earl of Rothermere said, and gave her a dazzling smile. He was more energetic than Marcus, whirling her around until she was laughing aloud and gasping for breath. When it was over, she said, "The Earl told me he would be careful not to give me to clods or to lechers. He said nothing about volcanoes, my lord." "He never does," Philip Hawkesbury said. "You're doing well, Jessie, very well." She went upstairs some time later with an ice cream for Anthony. He was sitting at the top of the stairs, ready to hide in one of the niches whenever a lady came up the stairs to go to the withdrawing chamber. When he saw Jessie, he said, "You look different, Jessie. Your face is very red." "That's because your papa is dancing my feet off. Now, here's an ice cream for you from Badger. He said he knew you'd already eaten at least 4 others, and this was to be the last." "How odd that Badger wouldn't count right," Anthony said, looking puzzled. "It's 5, actually, but they were small. I do wonder how Badger miscounted. He never has before." When she returned from her bedchamber, he was licking his fingers. "It's a wonderful party," she said. "Everyone is being very nice to me. They have to be, or else my mama and papa would nail them behind the wainscoting." She had to smile at that. "I must go back now. Isn't it time for you to go to bed?" "Not yet. Spears said I could have an extra 30 minutes tonight. He said I was to watch the gentlemen in particular. He said I was to make a list in my head of all the things they did or said that I didn't think were right. I am to tell him in the morning. Do you think your papa will do anything that will go on that list of yours? I asked Spears that, and he said that my papa was unique and exempt from any list." She kissed him goodnight and started down the huge staircase. She heard the knocker on the front door and watched Samson, resplendent in magnificent evening garb, open the great doors. There stood James, his black cloak billowing out behind him and the stiff evening wind, his head bare.
"Ah, at last you've arrived, Master James," Samson said. "Is that damned twit here, Samson?" "Which damned twit, Master James?" "Don't you rub my nose in it, Samson. She's here, isn't she?" "Naturally she is here. Where else would she be?" He looked up then, and saw her. He looked away from her, back to Samson. "The Duchess and Marcus are having a party?" "Yes, but your arrival won't inconvenience anyone. You're expected. Mr. Badger doubtless has dinner for you. He's had dinners prepared for you for the past 3 days. We all discussed it and decided that you'd realize within a week that she'd come here. Tell me she's all right, Samson." "She said then, James." He looked up at her, shook his head, and looked away. "Where the devil is she? James." This time he took several steps forward and looked up at her again. "Jessie?" "Yes. You're not Jessie. You look nothing like Jessie, but you have her voice. What did you do to Jessie?" She walked slowly down the stairs because she had no choice. She didn't want to trip on her skirts and break her neck, but she wanted to run. She wanted to leap on him and hold him hard against her and not let him loose, even to let him eat Badger's dinner. She reached the bottom step. He'd walked toward her and had stopped 3 feet away. He was staring up at her. "Hello, James. I'm very surprised to see you." He stared at her silently for another very long minute. "My God, I don't believe this. Just look at you. What did you do to yourself?" "Oh, I know. Maggie got hold of you." "Yes," she said, her chin up, feeling like a queen, feeling like a female that James Wyndham could admire, perhaps even lust after, as he did Connie Maxwell. "Everyone got hold of me." She knew her breasts were round and white, and there was ample cleavage. Her hair was exquisitely arranged, and the fall of curls from within the circle of braids surely looked romantic, cascading down her back. A streamer waved down each side of her face, nearly touching her shoulders. She was wearing lip cream. She only had a single file of freckles marching across her nose. She had looked at herself when she'd gone to her bedchamber. She knew she looked as lovely as any lady in the green cube room waltzing around. Even her hands were soft from all Maggie's cream. "You look ridiculous." Her mouth dropped open. "What did you say?" Samson said smoothly, "James sometimes falls into his dear mother's speech habit, Jessie. I believe he really said that you looked ravissant, in the manner of the French." "That wasn't even close, Samson," James said over his shoulder. "My mother could take you out in the first round. Stay out of this. Now, my girl, just what the devil do you think you're doing? You look like a painted hussy with that red cream smeared all over your mouth. Your breasts are about to pop out of your gown, breasts I didn't even know you had, or maybe you puffed them out with handkerchiefs. You've lost your freckles. Why is that? Have you locked yourself in a dark room for the past 2 months and sacrificed an acre of cucumbers? Just look at that bloody gown. You can't even walk for fear you'll trip over that damned flounce or your equally damned feet. Your hair looks like you're ready to go on the stage in some medieval play. I bet you can't even move your head without fear of it all spilling out of its pins. Dear Lord, you've got pins in your hair, you. What is the meaning of all this?" She felt crushed, her illusion of beauty in shambles at her feet. Feet that did hurt just a bit, because the Duchess's slippers were on the small side. She said, "I can move my head without my hair falling apart." He waved his hand through his hair, strode up to her, and clasped her upper arms in his hands. He lifted her off her feet and set her down again on the marble floor. "All that is nonsense. Forget I said anything. I lost my head for a moment. You're here, and you're safe. I prayed Marcus would take you in. You're so damned pathetic, I doubted he'd boot you out. I'm not pathetic, at least I'm not anymore. But you don't like me either way, do you? Damn you, James. I'm beautiful. Marcus said so. Samson said so. Maggie said so." "They did, huh? Well, they haven't known you since you were 14 years old. They haven't seen you plunge out of a tree like a shot duck. They haven't watched you munching on a piece of straw, an old felt hat pulled down over your eyes, and singing a ditty the Duchess wrote. Nor have they smelled you with cucumber all over your face. What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with my being beautiful now?
Look at me, James. Damn you, look at me. I'm looking. I'd be afraid to touch you for fear you'd fall into shimmery little female pieces. No, what did Spears say about all this? I haven't yet met Spears. That's odd. Usually Spears heads up this cast of meddlers. Where the devil is he, Samson? He is here, Master James. Not immediately here, you understand, such as he isn't at present standing here beside me, but he's in residence, just as he should be, just as he wishes to be. James waved his hand through the air again. Then he jerked his fingers through his hair, standing it on end. I keep getting off the track here, and the good Lord knows I've rehearsed everything I was going to say to you over and over again the past 7 weeks. Now I can't keep everything straight, and it's all your fault for being so damned different. I was expecting you to be you, not this female I couldn't have imagined even existing. Are you even wearing stockings? Without hesitation, Jessie lifted the beautiful yellow silk skirts and petticoat to show him pale yellow silk stockings. His eyes crossed. Pull your dress back down. A simple yes would have sufficed. You don't know how to behave. You're as much a lady as the Duchess is a gin-soaked sinner in Soho. Now, why the hell did you run away, Jessie? Yes, that was the first question I'd planned to ask you. Thank God I finally remembered it. Why, Jessie? It's a stupid question. You know very well I ran away because I was ruined. Everyone knew that. Glenda paid me $300 to leave. She also promised to give me some gowns and a cloak, but she didn't. She thought I was going to Aunt Dorothy in New York, but I didn't. Yes, that is what Glenda tearfully announced to all. She said you knew you'd disgraced yourself, and thus had left, not wanting to bring more shame upon your family. I never thought you'd go to Aunt Dorothy. That old besom is more a terror than my dear mother. You're an idiot, Jessie, but I've never believed you were stupid. I immediately went to the docks and found out what ships had sailed for England. The Flying Buttress had sailed the morning you disappeared. One of the dockhands remembered you, seen you race a number of times. He told me you were all garbed in your trousers, trying to look like a man, but not fooling anyone. Damn you, Jessie. You didn't even bother to leave me a note. You didn't even leave your father a note. You just packed your damned breeches and left. I told Oliver I was coming over to England to get you. He told me he wanted you back. I don't know why he would, but he does. Papa might want me back, but Glenda is right. No one else does. That's nonsense, and not true. By the time we get back to Baltimore, no one will even remember that you were lying on top of me, your hands all over my face, your mouth not an inch above mine. Actually, Master James, Samson said, moving just a bit closer to Jessie, Mr. Spears, Mr. Badger, Maggie, and I have discussed this thoroughly, and it is our opinion that Jessie won't ever be accepted again back in the colonies. At least not in her current condition. I would agree with that. Just look at her. This current condition of hers would bring her countless compositions. Men would lose all sense just looking at her. That, if Jessie wasn't mistaken, in no way resembled an insult. What sort of propositions? Be quiet, Jessie. Samson, go away. At least back up 3 steps. I'm not going to strangle her, not yet anyway. Thank you. Now, Jessie, this was the most foolish thing you've ever done. Wait, I remember in one race, you wanted to beat me so badly you refused to take the longer way around. You tried to jump your horse over a tree that had been uprooted the night before in a storm, but your horse didn't make it, and you went flying into a ditch filled with water. Yes, I was riding Abel. I remember you laughed until your belly must have ached. I remember you stopped your horse, didn't even finish the race, and just stood at the edge of that damned ditch and laughed and laughed. He remembered, too, being so scared he'd nearly lost his breakfast, until he'd seen her floundering in at least 3 feet of water, looking like a drowned sheepdog, her red hair all plastered over her face, with nothing broken. Only then had the laughter bubbled out of him. Only then. He grunted. But it's done, James. I'm here, and now you're here. And I don't care what your father says, what anyone else says. I'm not responsible for ruining you, Jessie. Of course you aren't. I told everyone that, including my father. That doesn't matter to him. He's made me feel guiltier than hell. I had no choice but to follow you here and fetch you back home.
I had to leave Marathon. I had to leave Alice, who I hope will keep herself away from Mortimer Hackey. I had to leave Connie. All for you, Jessie, you damned female, who just happened to shoot Mortimer Hackey in the foot and fall on top of me. I saved your life, James. I also saved you from Glenda. That's true, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that I hadn't planned to come to England before the end of the year, and now I'm here, just to fetch you back home. I'm not going home.
Nothing's changed, James. Nothing at all. I can't go back. We all agreed, Master James, Samson said. She can't go back in her current condition. As I said before, all of us have discussed this thoroughly and agree on this. That's right, James. Nobody wants me back except that man who tried to take liberties with my person. He banged his fist against the wall and yelled at her. You will do as I bloody well tell you. Cease your ranting. You have no authority over me. Think of me as taking your father's place. He wants you home. I am his emissary. Forget it, James. I will do as I please, and what I please to do is remain here. I'm employed now. I have a job and important responsibilities. Don't you dare sneer at me, James Wyndham. Is that so? And just what do you do? I'm Charles' nurse and Anthony's horse nanny. Oh my God, it's worse than I thought. Listen, Jessie, Charles has a nurse. He probably has 3 nurses. He probably has 3 nannies waiting in the wings. Anthony has his father and mother and Lambkin and every other stable lad to teach him all about horses. Marcus and the Duchess are letting you do this because they feel sorry for you. It's beyond absurd, and it won't continue. Samson cleared his throat. Master James, he said quietly. James slowly turned to see the Duchess and Marcus standing in the entrance hall. Welcome home, James, Marcus said, and strode to him. He hugged him, then pushed him back. You look like bloody hell. Haven't you slept at all? You're as thin as a stick. Worried about Jessie all these weeks, huh? Well, she's safe and sound, and beautiful. Just look at her. Thank you, Marcus, for all your observations. Hello, Duchess. I'm sorry to interrupt your party, but I came directly here thinking the brat would be here, and here she is. Only she doesn't look like herself. Why did you let her paint herself like a hussy and dress like a London courtesan? She couldn't even keep her skirts down. She had to show me her stockings, which are far too enticing for her to wear. James, dear, the Duchess said in that perfectly modulated voice of hers, we're delighted you're here. We've all been expecting you. But I do counsel you to moderate your tongue. Jessie looks exquisite. She looks more lovely than any other lady here. We do not feel sorry for her. She's right. Her jobs are very important to the boys, and thus to us. Huh, damn you, James. What's wrong with you? Jessie, you keep out of this. The hell with it. You're all right. I'm going home to Candlethorpe. Not until you've had your dinner, Master James. It's a 2-hour ride to Candlethorpe. You'll remain here tonight. Mrs. Emery is already preparing the blue gusset bedchamber for you. Come into the kitchen. Badger is waiting for you. Duchess, my lord, Jessie, go back to the party. I will deal with Master James. Jessie danced until 3 o'clock in the morning. I fancy I'm very good now, she said, smiling up at Marcus as he whirled her around in the last waltz. Yes, you are, he yawned. You're also too young for me, Jessie. You frazzled me. Even the Duchess is sitting over there looking like a beautiful wilted rose. I think we'll wait until tomorrow before we begin your lessons in the various country dances. Samson likes to play country dances on the pianoforte. Jessie climbed into bed 30 minutes later after having pulled all the pins out of her hair. It felt good to have her hair loose. The pins had stuck into her scalp. She'd taken off her slippers just after midnight, towing them beneath a chair. She'd ruined her beautiful stockings, but it had been worth it. With her £2 a week, she could afford to repay the Duchess. She dreamed of James. This time, it wasn't that terrifying dream about that horrible-smelling dead man who opened his mouth and accused her of stealing his treasure, a dream she had 4 times in the last several months. No, In this dream, James wasn't angry with her. Actually, he was far from angry. He was pressing her hard against him, kissing her, and his mouth was wet, very wet, and hot. She awoke to find Anthony's small spaniel, Damper, sitting on her, his nose pressed against hers, licking her chin and her mouth. She shoved him off, laughing and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "You miserable, loving little lout! Did Anthony slip you into my bedchamber? No, I did." 14. James looked splendid, all windblown from riding, his buff leather breeches fitting him as tightly as Maggie's York tan leather gloves. His hair was lighter than it had been when she'd left Baltimore, all streaked with different shades of blonde, and longer than it should be, and really quite lovely, as were his green eyes, a green much more green than hers, deeper and darker and more pure. "What the devil are you staring at?" It didn't occur to her to lie to him. You look very nice. I like all the different shades of blonde in your hair." She belatedly pulled the covers over her chest and pushed herself up in bed. That gave him pause, but not much. "You still don't look the way I'm used to seeing you. Your hair is wild around your face, all tumbled about like you've had a lover in your bed. Instead of pulled back so tightly your eyes look slitted." He stepped farther into the bedchamber, nudging Damper out the door with the toe of his black boot. "I've been riding with Marcus. You wore him out," he said, dancing his shoes off until he begged for mercy. "He said you learned quickly, that you dance nearly as well as the Duchess. I didn't believe him, of course. It's time you got out of bed. It's nearly 10 in the morning. I'm going to Candlethorpe. Would you like to come with me?" "You're asking me to come to your English home?" she said slowly, so excited it was difficult to keep her voice steady. But she wanted to be certain she'd heard him correctly. She didn't want him to know she was ready to throw off the covers and dance if he'd indeed asked her to his home. "Yes, come with me. I don't trust you here without me. You just might tear off again to escape me." "Oh." She didn't leap out of bed. "How long will it take you to dress?" "An hour." "An hour? The old Jessie could be out of bed in her trousers in 10 minutes. "Yes." "No. I don't care. Just hurry." "A moment, James. I'm an employed person now. I must ask the Duchess if I could have a day to myself. Actually, the Duchess suggested you accompany me to Candlethorpe. She said you'd been spending too much time with the children, and she feared for your sanity. Hurry up." He strode from her bedchamber, leaving her sitting up in her bed, wishing he'd left out all he'd said. A simple nod would have sufficed. She sighed as she pulled the bell cord. It was closer to an hour and a half before Jessie came out of her bedchamber to see that elegant, tall personage waiting for her, a smile on his face. "Good morning," he said, as he offered her his arm. "I understand you were a great success at the party last night. The Earl and the Duchess said you sparkled and laughed." She sighed. "That was last night. Have you seen James this morning, sir?" "Oh, yes. I was with him at breakfast early this morning. He was still full from stuffing himself with Mr. Badger's delicious late dinner, thus he was just fiddling with his porridge and sipping black coffee. He demanded to know what was going on here." "What did you tell him, sir?" "I told him that you were now a part of this household, that you were a young lady of excellent parts." He laughed, didn't he? Or cursed? That's more like James. He curses very fluently, every bit as well as the Earl when Clancy bit him on Wednesday. As I recall, he just grunted. "Then the Duchess told him to take me to Candlethorpe," she said, looking briefly at a portrait of a long-ago Countess of Chase, who wore a massive white wig on her head, decorated with 3 birds of undetermined species and a full-sized nest. "Spears, what the devil are you doing with Jessie? I'm her lady's gentleman." Jessie whirled around to face him. "You're Spears? The Spears. I have that personal honor," Spears said, and gave her a slight bow. "You promise you're not an earl or a duke?" James shouted up to them. "Spears, did you tell her to take over an hour to make herself look like a trollop? Just look at her. That riding habit belongs to the Duchess. I recognize it. It looks ridiculous on Jessie. She's American, a hoyden. She doesn't wear such stylish." "I believe, James," Spears said in his very firm voice, even as he continued to guide Jessie down the wide staircase,
that at the end of your verbal trail, you will step off a cliff that will drop you directly into your grave. James chewed on his lower lip. He cursed, then said with a sigh, "Perhaps you're right. What is this, Jessie? You didn't know this was Spears?" "No, I thought he was a visiting earl or duke who felt sorry for me and helped me get around here." She lowered her voice and giggled. "We've got to cease meeting like this, James, at the foot of the staircase. Now you're sounding like a twit schoolgirl. That was a titter, and it came from you. You need to get home quickly, Jessie, before you become someone entirely different." "I would say, James," Spears said as he released Jessie's arm at the bottom of the staircase and patted her gloved hand, "that Jessie is a woman who adapts well to her surroundings. Now she must have her breakfast." But James wants to leave, Spears. "And your breakfast, Jessie." "Yes, Spears." Candlethorpe was a snug property, much smaller than Marathon, yet it looked as impressive and solid as the rolling surrounding hills. It looked as if it belonged exactly where it was, almost as if the stone and wood had long before blended into the landscape, becoming one with it. The house was at least 200 years old, square, 3 stories high, red brick, not overly large. But the stable was freshly painted, long and low, and very modern with fenced paddocks on each side of it. There were oak and elm trees all over, many of them so ancient-looking, Jessie thought they'd probably been there in the Roman times. "James, were the Romans here in Yorkshire?" "Yes, they were. There's quite a pretty village called Aldborough that was really a Roman city. Not much has been done to it, but there are 2 quite excellent mosaic pavements. Perhaps in the future they will find more." "Why do you ask?" "The trees. They look so old. They were probably here with the Roman centurions. It's very romantic, don't you think?" James heard a horse whinny loudly and grinned. "That's Bellini, the most beautiful Arab I've ever seen in my life. Marcus gave him to me last year. He's already sired 2 fillies and 3 stallions. Come see him, Jessie." Bellini was as black as a coal bin, and surely as intelligent as James, Jessie told him as she patted the magnificent stallion's black nose. "He's a sweetheart. All the mares think so. Last winter, just before I came back to Baltimore, a mare from the Rothermere stud jumped poor Bellini. She kicked one of my stable lads badly when he tried to pull her off." "You're making that up." "No, no. Come meet everyone." She met his head stable lad, Sigmund, who had come to James from Croft Stud, just 20 miles away, a stud famous for its Byerly Turk blood. "Stop drooling, Jessie," James said as he watched her pat every single horse, feed each one a carrot she'd snatched up from the bucket outside the stable, and tell them how very lucky they were. "It's hard," she said, turning to smile at him. James froze. He didn't make a single move, utter a single noise. There was a shaft of sunlight coming over her shoulder from the open stable door, framing her hair, making the redness of it glisten like a sunset on the west coast of Ireland, where James had visited a racing friend. She was smiling at him, and that hair of hers, in a simple braid, somehow looked different. He realized that it was looser, that there were myriad lazy curls framing her face. He turned away. He didn't like this at all. "This is Caliper, an old fellow who's seen more changes than any other stallion in Yorkshire." Caliper got 2 carrots and more pats from Jessie than he deserved. "Come to the house now." It was obvious to Jessie that the Duchess had overseen turning the inside of Candlethorpe into a livable dwelling. She wished she could tell James that she, Jessie, could do wonders with Marathon, if only— well, enough of that. She shook her head and ran her hand over the top of a chair that was covered with lovely dark blue brocade, very new dark blue brocade. There were 2 Aubusson carpets on the floor of the drawing room, and several groupings of settees and chairs. There were several landscapes on the walls, but unlike Chase Park, there were no family portraits. The walls were freshly painted, a pale yellow, making the drawing room light and airy. She met Mrs. Catsdor and her son Harlow, who took care of Candlethorpe when James was gone. She met Mr. Goodbody, the gardener, and his under-gardener, Carlos, who'd washed ashore off Scarsborough some 5 years before. He was from Spain, he told everyone in his broken English. He never gave any details. "The gardens are beautiful," Jessie said, as she stepped out the wide French doors that gave onto the east lawn. Not even a fraction of the size of Chase Park, but quite lovely in high summer. Hydrangeas, roses, hyacinths, daisies, all blooming madly. The Duchess insisted, James said. You sound almost embarrassed. Isn't it manly to admire beauty? The Duchess adores flowers. I let her have her way, James said, ignoring her question. He turned to face her. Which do you prefer, Candlethorpe or Marathon? I'd like to own both. Each is special in its own way. You won't sell either one of them, will you, James? Not unless I go bankrupt. Would you like some lemonade? What I'd really like is to ride Bellini. He grinned down at her. Perhaps on your next visit. He's a devil, though he acts charming enough when he wants to. Are you wearing stockings with that sinful riding outfit, Jessie? She didn't hesitate, just pulled up her riding skirt to show him pristine white stockings that disappeared into her black riding boots. The Duchess must be going bankrupt clothing you. He was frowning. Why, she didn't understand. She thought it was a jest, nothing more. Yet James had lost his sense of humor. No, she's not. I'm paid £2 a week. I plan to shop tomorrow and pay her back. £2 a week? What riches! She pays you the money to pay her back? Come now, you know you can't remain at Chase Park until you're old and doddering. She walked away from him to touch the petals of a deep red rose. I know, she said, not looking at him. She leaned down and inhaled deeply. What are you going to do? She turned now and stared up at the man she'd loved since she was 14 years old. It had been hero worship then, yes, she knew that now. James had been a god to her, perfect in all ways, a splendid being who occasionally smiled upon her, yelled at her, recognized that she needed a kind word sometimes and gave it freely. But then she'd grown up and seen that he was a man, not a god. But oddly enough, her feelings for him had just grown stronger, more abiding. They had changed into something very deep as the Foot Point Reservoir. But it didn't matter. James still looked at her as if she were 14 years old, or a trollop in her new finery. No, it didn't matter. I think I will work for the Duchess and the Earl for several years. I will save all my money. Then I will come home and buy my own stud. I will race horses, and I will win. He didn't laugh. She was surprised that he didn't. She was also thankful. She didn't think she could have borne it had he laughed. Nor did he sound remotely condescending as he said, "That will require a lot of money, Jessie. £2 a week is about $40 a month. In 2 years, if you saved every pence, you'd still have less than $1,000. I know that. It will be enough. My father will surely sell me several stallions and mares at a cheap price."
All I need is a start. I can grow and succeed just as you have. He looked away from her then, toward the rich-leafed maple trees that climbed up a rolling hill. I had more help than you know, Jessie. I married a girl with a large dowry. I had a great deal more than $1,000 to start up the stud here. In fact, Alicia's father gave us Candlethorpe as a wedding present. So you see, Marathon had the chance to succeed just because I had ample funds to begin the stud here and ample funds to lose money that first 2 years. How much money, James? Alicia's dowry was nearly £20,000. Jessie did a fast calculation. Goodness, James, that's much more than $100,000. That's almost... Yes, I know. I'm a rich man because I just happened to fall in love with a girl whose father was a baronet and very rich. She was his only child. He loved her very much. He urges me to visit him. He thinks of me as his son, though the good Lord knows I don't deserve it. He doesn't blame me for Alicia's death, though I know his loss is great. Why should he blame you for her death? I planted my seed in her womb. She died in childbirth, the babe with her. We hadn't even been married a year. I see. No, you don't, not really. You're young, Jessie. You've never considered a man as other than a competitor to beat at the races. You can't possibly know what it's like to... Well, that's not important. So you see, money would be difficult. Why do you blame yourself for her death? The doctor was a fool. He dithered. Her labor was difficult and long. I was banished from the bedchamber and told it was women's business. Foolishly, I left, only to return to hear her screams. When I got into the bedchamber, she was nearly dead. He'd let her die because he was too ignorant to know what to do. Since then, I've done a lot of reading on childbirth. I've spoken to physicians in London. I know now that she could perhaps have been saved. If I had only taken the whole business more seriously, Alicia could still be alive today, our child as well." Tears fell down her cheeks. She made no sound. James saw her shoulders shake and turned her to face him. "Tears, Jessie? I don't think I've ever seen you cry before. It happened over 3 years ago. I shouldn't have told you about it. Now, dry your tears. Jessie, please." But she didn't. She lowered her face into her hands and cried harder. James cursed quietly, then pulled her against him. "Shush, Jessie. It was a long time ago. The pain's not close anymore. It's in the past, where it belongs, all vague and blurry, not sharp and prodding anymore. Hush, you'll make yourself sick." She raised her face and stared up at him. Slowly, she raised her arms and closed them around his neck. "James," she said, only. He didn't know why he did it, but he did. He lowered his head and kissed her mouth. Her closed mouth, her very soft, closed mouth that had just a light smear of the lip cream. He felt a shot of lust so strong he trembled with it. Lust? With Jessie Warfield? It was ridiculous. He ran his tongue over her bottom lip, saying against her mouth, "Open your mouth just a little bit, Jessie." Yes, that's right. The lust was incredible. It was piercing and powerful, and he simply lost his wits. He cupped her bottom in his hands and lifted her to press her against him. She froze like a rabbit in the sights of a fox. He felt like a near rapist. He immediately released her and gently pushed her back. "I'm sorry. Forgive me." She was staring at the buttons on his riding jacket. "You startled me. No one's ever done that to me before. Perhaps you shouldn't have let me down so quickly. Perhaps you should have let me grow accustomed to having your hands around my bottom. Perhaps—" "Be quiet, Jessie. Damnation, I'm sorry. Despite your new plumage, you're still Jessie Warfield, and it wasn't good of me to attack you like that." "It was a very nice attack. Perhaps you could kiss me again?" "No," he said, then pulled her against him and kissed her. Not a very gentle kiss, but one that was hot and wet and— He giggled into his mouth. He drew back and smiled down at her. "I made you laugh? I dreamed about you last night. I dreamed you were kissing me, that it was hot and very wet, and that you were pulling me tightly against your chest. When I woke up, it was damper sitting on me and licking my nose." He dropped his hands to his sides. "You conjure me up in your dreams when a damned dog licks your nose. That puts me in my place. Oh no, I can't imagine you sitting on my chest." She stared up at his mouth and swallowed. "Again, please, James?" "No," he said more violently than he'd meant to. "It's time for luncheon. Come along. Mrs. Catstore will have prepared something for us." 15. He felt as if he were standing in front of a tribunal. All they needed were those rolled white wigs on their heads and long, thin noses. He wondered if Maggie could ever be convinced to cover her glorious hair with one of those things. Probably, if she cared enough. He wasn't actually standing in a docket. He was seated on a gilt chair given to him by the Duchess, in his own drawing room, drinking Mrs. Catstore's tea. The tribunal were all staring at him over their teacups. A silver tray lovingly loaded by Mrs. Catstore with small, delicately trimmed cucumber sandwiches and slivers of lemon cake hadn't been touched. He knew she'd prepared them to impress Badger, whom she held in awe. He wondered if Badger knew that Mrs. Catstore admired him excessively, and that admiration had nothing to do with his cooking. They continued to stare at him. He felt like a criminal. "All right, out with it," James said. "What have I done now?" Spears laid down his cup of tea and cleared his throat. "James, we came to Candlethorpe today because we've discussed the situation thoroughly and have come to a decision." "Did you tell Marcus and the Duchess your decision first?" "No, we're telling you first," Badger said. "What situation?" Maggie smoothed her brilliant emerald green satin skirts as she said, "You've grown up into a fine man, James. That's what I told Jessie, and I mean it. We're all very proud of you. However, it's time for you to get a good hold on yourself and do the right thing." "The right thing?" "Yes, James," Sampson said, "the judge of the tribunal. We also agree that you know our decision first. It concerns you, not his lordship or the Duchess. It does concern them, but not as directly as it does you. Just what is this right thing, if I may inquire? James rose to stroll over to the fireplace. It gave him an illusory sense of freedom to be able to walk even across his own drawing room. The grate was empty, swept clean. He leaned negligently against the mantelpiece, his arms crossed over his chest, which was difficult since he was still holding his teacup. Come, Spears, spit it out. Very well, James said, and rose, all austere as a judge ready to deliver his verdict. He took 3 measured steps, then turned to face all of them. He cleared his throat. Garrick acting on Drury Lane couldn't have done it better. He said, "We believe you should marry Jessie." James stared at him. He'd known all along what they meant by that right thing business, but he just hadn't wanted to accept it. Now it was all said, all out in the open. He'd not wanted to confront it like this. Well, perhaps he already had in the deepest recesses of his brain, but he'd dismissed it. Surely he had. He didn't ever want to consider such a thing, at least not when he was fully conscious. He stared some more. He fidgeted. Finally, he spoke. "This is none of your collective business. Jessie has nothing to do with any of you. She has nothing to do with me. She's whined to you that I ruined her? I didn't ruin her. I had nothing to do with anything. When I didn't ruin her, when I told her father I hadn't ruined her, he still kept after me. It was Jessie who refused to let it continue."
So she's changed her tune now, has she? Now she wants not only my hide, she also wants my name? Maggie studied her thumbnail, then turned the wedding ring slowly, ever so slowly around her finger. That is quite the stupidest thing I've ever heard you say, James. Jessie is innocent. She's extremely vulnerable. She's in a foreign country. She still doesn't know what's good for her, though our hints have become a mite more specific over the past 3 days. She'll go to her grave protecting you, or trying to. She hasn't changed any tune. I don't think she even wants to marry you. You see, I was right. She has no interest in me at all. Badger cleared his throat. As Miss Maggie was about to point out, the only reason Jessie won't hear of marrying you is because she believes you don't even like her. I believe, Miss Maggie, that you made that telling point last evening over my dessert of stewed pears and sponge cake. Damn all of you meddlers! You want the truth? Very well. I rarely like her. I can count on my left hand the number of times I've liked her more than rarely. Spears cleared his throat. He waited until all the murmuring had died down. He waited until all eyes were on him. Then he said, "We questioned Jessie closely. She was shut down as tightly as a clam protecting its innards. All she would allow was that she found Candlethorpe splendid. We all found that observation very telling." What the hell does that mean? Telling? That tells me she's got eyes in her head and a modicum of sense. Candlethorpe is an excellent property. Why shouldn't she acknowledge that? Samson and his wife, Maggie, exchanged glances. Badger was studying those delicate slivers of lemon cake. He ate one, chewed for a very long time, his eyes half closed, then nodded to himself. Spears looked more austere than ever. "This is gaining us nothing," Badger said, the lemon cake forgotten, his voice now colder than James had ever heard it. "Listen, Mr. Spears, let us just lay the cards on the table. James, you must marry Jessie Warfield. You will do it immediately. There is no other choice. She will never be able to return to the colonies with her head up unless you do. Regardless of your part in it, she's the one who is blamed. If you're a gentleman, you will put things to right, and you will do it very soon." "James," Maggie said, fingering the exquisite emerald earrings that dangled from her white ears, "Jessie has loved you since she was a girl. She hasn't liked me any more than I've liked her, Maggie. You're quite wrong." Samson cleared his throat. "Are we in error to assume you are no more mourning your late wife?" "Yes," Badger said. "If you're still mourning her, then we've a problem." "No, I'm not still mourning Alicia. She's been dead for over 3 years. I have learned to live without her. All of you know it was difficult for me for a very long time, but no longer. My life is full to brimming. I don't want another wife. I don't want an American girl who's a hoyden, who many times beats me in races, and who's changed her stripes completely, and now dresses like a damned trollop since she crossed the hallowed threshold of Chase Park. She's beautiful, Maggie said, as indignant as Clorinda when Fred the Peacock managed to sneak up on her and get in a free peck. She just needed a bit of adjusting, that's all. Certainly she doesn't look like a trollop. That's very unfair of you, James. She doesn't look like herself. At least I knew what to expect when she looked like herself, but no longer. She shouldn't have been adjusted. She didn't need it. I didn't need it. Just the other day, I was noticing that even with her hair in a braid, it's not all slicked back as tight as stretched material the way it used to be. You've taught her to have those silly little female curls dangling down on either side of her face. She couldn't strut around in her breeches and race with those silly little curls. I call them streamers, Maggie said. Spears said, "We've gotten far afield here. You will marry her, James. It's imperative. Do you want her to remain an employee of his lordship and the Duchess for the rest of her life? It would be a blight on your good name. It isn't fair that his lordship and the Duchess be responsible for her until she becomes an old woman and passes on. She deserves much more. She has wit and spice and good sound common sense. Marry her. Aye, do it. Hear, hear. How about next week? The Duchess and I can manage it. Ah, I know just the wedding gown for her. I've pictured it in my mind. You will be immensely pleased, James." "I'm sure it's a treat, love," Sampson said, and kissed his wife's soft white hand. Badger ate one of the dainty cucumber sandwiches. This time he frowned ever so slightly. James threw his teacup at the wall. Jessie walked into the nursery, Charles in her arms, tickling him and telling him he would break female hearts when he gained but another year to his ticket, telling him that little females would find his gnawing on anything that didn't move fast enough quite charming. She nearly ran into James, who was standing just inside the doorway, staring at her with acute dislike. "James, what are you doing here? Where have you been?" Charles wanted to see his mama's roses. They're beautiful, particularly the red ones, just like velvet. "Shut up, Jessie. You know very well why I'm here, damn you." Charles looked at James, then back at Jessie. His chin trembled. "Don't raise your voice," she said, bouncing Charles up and down in her arms. "There, little love, it's all right. Your cousin James is just a bit like a volcano. He blows up, then cools. The cooling part is all right, but the other—" "Shut up, Jessie," he said, this time in a near whisper. He held out his arms to Charles. That insensitive little tot gurgled in delight and went right to him. "It isn't fair. Have you ever burped him? Has he ever wet on your shirt?" "Once he did," James said, rocking Charles. "Wet on me, that is. My little godson recognizes I'm a man. He knows men should be in charge of their lives, should make their own decisions. He knows that I can't, thus he feels sorry for me, and he's comforting me in the only way he knows how. He's pulling my hair and drooling on my neck." "What do you mean you're not in charge of your life? You've got Candlethorpe and Marathon both. What more do you want or need? You probably even have a Connie Maxwell over here in England. It's true, isn't it, James? What's her name? Stop shaking your head. I'll never believe you. My mother always said that men are driven to seek out all sorts of females because their natures are unsteady. What are you talking about, James? That gown you're wearing should make you look more like the old Jessie, but it doesn't. That's because it fits me. It isn't too short, nor is it baggy in the bosom. I like the color on you. I wouldn't have thought you'd look decent in gray, but you do. You look modest, at least from the neck down. As for those streamers all around your face, you've been speaking to Maggie. Yes, she corrected me. She said they aren't curls, they're streamers. What about them? It was at that instant he knew she was afraid he was going to insult her streamers, call them ridiculous. He wanted to. He wanted to tell her she was a blight, that he didn't want to marry her, that he just wished he'd never met her. Because if he hadn't seen her striding beside a quarter horse some 6 years before at the Weymouth racecourse, then lost to her in the third bloody race, she would never have been in that blasted tree to fall on him and ruin herself. She would never have run off to England. Instead, he said, the streamers are charming. But when you race, the wind will blow them into your eyes. You will have to be careful. You really like them, James? Her voice was so wistful that James gave Charles an unexpected squeeze, with the result that Charles gave a big burp. James rubbed his back. Charles obligingly burped again. "The Duchess just fed him," Jessie said. "You do that well. I like children."
"Would you like to walk with me in the Duchess Rose Garden?" They left Charles sucking his thumb as he fell asleep in his crib. The afternoon was cloudy, the summer air heavy. "A rain will clear everything up soon," James said, for want of anything better. Jessie was walking beside him, her head down, staring at the toes of her slippers. "Rain is usually a good thing," he said, frowning at her profile. She looked up at him then. "What do you want, James? Didn't Spears, Badger, Maggie, and Samson tell you?" "No, they just caught me one day in the kitchen and asked me all sorts of questions until my eyes crossed. It's their collective specialty. They're quite good. Damn their eyes, they're usually right. Even when you want to shoot them, you end up brooding, sitting alone in the dark, unable to sleep, because you know they're right." "They spoke to you?" He decided she didn't need to know they'd all trooped over to Candlethorpe, leaving Chase Park defenseless, and trapped him in his drawing room. It would hurt her to know that they'd come after his skin, wanting to nail him to the altar. Damn it, it would hurt her. He had no doubt that it would, and for some reason he didn't want to hurt her. "They're always speaking to me," he said, sounding irritated. "They've tried to improve my character for the past 7 years. Have they succeeded?" He frowned at that. "You know, I'm not certain, but perhaps they have in some ways. The Duchess roses are exquisite. Yes, everything she touches turns exquisite, except for Marcus. She says that's just fine, because she likes him offensive. She says it keeps her mental works well-oiled when he's being himself. Why are they so nice to me, James?" He looked up to see the rain clouds nearing. He said, cutting to the chase, "Because they're fond of me, and they're fond of you, and they believe we will wed." There, he'd said the word. He plunged ahead. "Would you like to marry me, Jessie?" There, it was done, only the result wasn't quite what he'd expected. She jerked as though he'd just kicked her. Then she blinked as if awakening from a dream. She turned on her heel and walked away. Well, she walked for about 3 feet, and then she picked up the skirts of her modest gray gown and broke into an old Jessie run, flying across the ground faster than most boys, her petticoats white and flounced, flapping about her ankles, which were encased in lovely white stockings. Even lovelier white slippers were on her feet. He was used to seeing those feet only in boots, sturdy, ugly boots. "Jessie! Damn it, wait!" He was off after her. He got a slap in the face by a low-hanging elm tree branch. He cursed the tree and her and kept running. He caught up with her near the small lake. She was leaning against a tree, her arms around it, hugging it, her face pressed against the bark. "Jessie," he said, once he had caught his breath, "why the devil did you run away from me? You're going to scratch your face if you keep shoving yourself against that bark." She didn't move, just seemed to press herself more tightly against that damned tree. "Don't you want to marry me, Jessie? Is that it?" Her silence continued. He felt his irritation blossoming like one of the Duchess roses after it had been well manured. "Why, damn you, I've known you since you were 14 years old and looked like a knobby-kneed boy, except you didn't, not with all that flyaway red hair that never stayed hidden beneath those disreputable old hats of yours. I know you so well that I always know when you're lying. You're no good at it. I know you don't have any breasts, at least I thought I knew, but after seeing you in that trollop ball gown with your breasts falling over the top, I'll have to think about that some more. You can scrub down a horse and a stable nearly as fast as Oslo. You know horses nearly as well as I do. You ride nearly as well as I do. You race, again, sometimes nearly as well as I do. I've beaten you regularly, James, over the past 6 years. Ah, so that got you a mite testy, huh? Now that you've turned around and given me the courtesy of facing me, well then, will you marry me? You want to marry me because you know when I'm lying? There are other reasons.
I've already listed them. We would deal well together. We share the same aims. We want to race and own studs, which I already do, and with marriage, you would be part of it too. These are damnable reasons, James." This said, she turned her face back against the tree. "Go away. I have nothing more to say to you. You didn't ruin me. I'm not your responsibility. I told you what I plan to do with my future. I will own my own stud and racing stable. I will succeed. You have about as much chance of success as Charles does in growing a complete set of teeth in the next week. Don't be an ass about this, Jessie." "I see it clearly now," she said slowly, turning to look up at him again. "Spears and Company came to see you. That's it, isn't it? No, this was all your own idea? Yes, distraction, he thought. That was what he needed, and thank the good Lord he had it. He didn't think he was a much better liar than Jessie. "I've got a letter from your father for you." Thunder cracked overhead. It was mid-afternoon, and the sky was a muddy gray, darkening by the minute. That brought her around. "A letter from Papa?" "Yes, he gave it to me to give to you. Do you want to read it? Have you read it?" "Naturally not. It's addressed to you." She frowned as she opened the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of folded paper. She read, "My dearest Jessie, I hope James has found you and you're safe and well. I am more worried about you than I can say. You must marry James and come home as soon as possible. If dear James hasn't yet come to reason, you must propose to him. He's a gentleman. He'll accept you. Come home, Jessie. Your loving father, Oliver Warfield." Without a word, she handed the letter to James. She didn't look at him while he read it. She couldn't bear to see the disgust on his face. She looked up to see that the sky was now nearly black. They would never make it back to the house before the heavens opened up and made a good effort to drown them. She pushed off the tree and began walking back toward Chase Park. James fell in beside her. He was looking thoughtful, not particularly angry. "Would you have proposed to me, Jessie?" he asked at last, "if I hadn't proposed to you?" "No." He shook his head, took her hand, and said, "Let's hurry. Your streamers won't weather this storm well." Jessie picked up her skirts again and ran beside James, laughing even as the first raindrop fell on her nose. They came around the corner of the great mansion to see Fred closing in on Clorinda, her tail feathers pressed against the stone. "Fred, you lecher!" Jessie shouted. "Let her go." James was laughing as Fred turned on them and squawked as loudly as the next clap of thunder. James grabbed Jessie's arm and pulled her along with him. He might attack us for our interference with his lady-love. "Come along, we're nearly to a door." They were just a bit damp when they rushed through the long glass doors in the massive Chase Park Library. "The letter," Jessie said. "Where is it? I tucked it in my pocket to keep it dry." They both turned to the long glass doors when there was another loud clap of thunder. A streak of lightning sliced through the sky. The rain was coming down in earnest now. "That was close," Jessie said, patting a curl that curved around her cheek. "Yes, they did." He wrapped one streamer around his finger. It was softer than it should be, even damp. When he released it, it fell lazily over her ear down to her neck. "But you must take care. You don't want to risk Maggie's displeasure, though she normally doesn't have to show any. Do you really think I look like a trollop when I'm wearing clothes that fit me?" James wiped his hand across his forehead. Sweat and rain, he thought. Jessie could always run fast.
"Jessie," he said finally, "have you ever seen a trollop?" She gave that profound thought. He guided her to the fireplace, where a fire blazed cheerfully. "Warm yourself," he said, rubbing his hands together. She shook out her skirts, saying, "I don't think I've ever seen a trollop. Do they truly look like I do when I look nice? No, they look tawdry and garish, things like that. They look obvious, their clothing an advertisement to men." She swallowed, not looking at him, just shaking those skirts of hers more than they needed to be shaken. "No, you don't look like a trollop," he said with a deep sigh. "Are you going to propose to me, Jessie, if I tell you that my proposal was a sham? No, I would never do that to you. Why not? She sat down on the floor and stretched her hands toward the fire. It's no great mystery, James. You don't love me. I want to marry someone who loves me for what I am, both the new Jessie and the old Jessie. My father loves me, but that's different, isn't it? I'm an excellent employee, and he doesn't have to pay me anything, just feed me and give me a place to sleep. She eased back a couple of feet from the fire and settled her skirts around her legs. I think you're being harsh. Perhaps, but it doesn't change anything. I simply have to realize what I can have and what I can't have. Do you want to have children? Yes, but that's something I probably won't have. A husband is necessary first. He turned on her then, and she realized he was quite angry. It surprised her. Damn you! Why do you think so little of yourself? Look at you. You're lovely, in a modest sort of way. He stalled. I know, she said. Stop sounding like a whipped hound. Stop trying to sound so reasonable, so self-effacing. Why don't you want to sacrifice me to cancel out your ruination? I'm here. I've asked you to sacrifice me. He came down beside her, grabbed her arms, toppled her backward, and came down over her. 16 was a good fighter. She brought her legs up and struck him in the back, then slammed her fists into his shoulders and chest. He flattened himself over her, grabbed that braid of hers to hold her still, leaned down, and kissed her. She jerked her head to the side, and he missed the first time. He got her chin, then the tip of her nose, then finally her mouth. Stop it, James, you're pulling my hair out. That got his tongue into her mouth, but for only an instant. He barely escaped with his tongue still intact. She was really mad, he thought, if she were willing to bite off his tongue. He reared up on his elbows, not trying to force her anymore. He leaned up just a bit and stared down at her. Your hair smells like lavender and rain. Go to the devil, James. That's drivel. I don't know what you're thinking, but this is. He leaned down quickly and kissed her again. He managed to push her legs apart and came down to lie between them. He closed his eyes at the feel of her. He could feel the heat, even through her gown and her petticoats. He pressed down and she gasped. Will you rape me in the damned library, you idiot? James shook his head. He looked bemused. I'm ruining you, but good. It's better when the man's on top and trying to stick his tongue in the woman's mouth and pressing himself against her belly. Yes, this is the right way to ruin a woman. I never much considered it before, but you feel good, Jessie. Don't you like me against you? Can you feel me? He knew she could. He was harder than the leg of that gilt chair just a foot away from him. Yes, and it's strange. You're just like a stallion, aren't you? More or less, but not really, which is something for which you should be profoundly grateful. Now, Jessie, will you marry me? No, nothing's changed. All you feel now is a bit of lust. My mother has told all her daughters about men and their lust. She says that a gentleman's lust is usually the only thing a female can exploit to get her way. She says that all men feel lust with great regularity. Even after they're wedded, she says, their lust doesn't stay at home where it should. Your mother should be shot. It isn't true? No, well, perhaps a bit. Why the devil do you think Glenda is always leaving her breasts very nearly naked? No, don't struggle anymore. I'm trying to keep some of my weight off you. If you try to hurt me more, I'll flatten you. Do you want to know what else Glenda does? She stares at a man's crotch. My crotch has been stared at more times by your sister than any other crotch in Baltimore. So don't go on and on about how men are the predators, always on the lookout for new females. Is my mama wrong? Sometimes. He pressed himself hard against her simply because he couldn't seem to help himself. Where is the damned bell cord? She punched him in the jaw, not all that hard, but hard enough to get his attention. He reared back, managed to grab her arms, and pinned them to her sides. It does no good to ruin you in this obvious sort of way if there isn't someone to catch us at it.
Damn, where is that bell cord? I fancy, James, that you are no longer in need of one. I am here. Mr. Badger is here. Mr. Sampson and Maggie are here as well. We are pleased. Jessie looked up to see them closing in a circle around her, all smiling and nodding with satisfaction. You may get off her now, James, Badger said. The deed has been done. I don't think she's properly ruined yet, James said. Could one of you fetch the Duchess or his lordship? I will bring both of them, Sampson said. Remain as you are, James. I will return shortly, and it will be done. I can't believe all of you are just standing around letting James lie on top of me. He's kissed me and even tried to stick his tongue in my mouth. Why aren't you doing anything? We are doing something, Badger said, a sweet smile on that ugly face of his. And I've prepared some delicious crimped cod and oyster sauce for our celebration dinner. I tasted it, Maggie said, tapping one lovely violet slipper against the Aubusson carpet. Mr. Badger, you have outdone yourself again. James, damn you, let me up. Jessie, your language isn't what your soon-to-be husband would appreciate, Maggie said, twitching her lovely violet satin gown away from James's boot. My Glenroyal, that's Mr. Sampson's first names, says that an occasional expletive, uttered in moments of extreme excitement, is acceptable, but this isn't one of those times. No, it isn't, Maggie Spears said. Ah, I do believe I hear them all coming. Perhaps you'd best improve upon your current tableau, James. James grinned down at Jessie, then kissed her closed mouth. He was still kissing her with mounting enthusiasm when the Duchess and Marcus strode through the door on Sampson's heels. Well, the Duchess said, coming to make up part of the circle surrounding the pair on the carpet. James, dear, I'm not all that certain that Jessie is still breathing. Let your mouth up a bit, James Marcus said, coming down on his haunches. I remember I had to teach the Duchess how to kiss properly. It took a while, but she's fairly proficient at it now. Before, though, she turned quite blue in the face, just as blue as Jessie's face is now. James raised himself up on his elbows, still looking down at her. Well, Jessie, are you now sufficiently ruined? I'll kill you, James. This is horribly embarrassing. She was breathing, Marcus said, and lowered his head again. She tried to get away from him, but he finally found her mouth and stayed there. It does appear she's breathing through her nose, Badger said. We all told James that Jessie's a good sort, he added to the Duchess. We assured him that she'd make him a fine wife. Jessie turned blue, not from want of air, but from rage. She began to struggle, catching James by surprise, truth be told. He was so busy enjoying the taste of her that he'd momentarily forgotten what he was doing. She managed to get one arm free and box his left ear. He yowled and fell off of her. She immediately bounced to her feet, staring down at him, shaking her fist, her foot raised to strike him, but she thought better of it at the last minute and yelled, "You wretched liar! You told me that they hadn't talked to you about marrying me. They nailed you, didn't they? Played on your guilt, made me sound like a sorry, pathetic female who would probably wander off and dive from a cliff. Damn you, James. You told me it was all your idea." "Oh, dear," Badger said. "I'm very sorry, James. An unwary tongue isn't what this situation required. I do hope my poor crimped cod and oyster sauce isn't in jeopardy now." "The road to true love shouldn't be strewn with rose petals," Maggie said. "Just look at his lordship and the Duchess." "I would have preferred just 1 or 2 rose petals, Maggie," the Duchess said, to which her husband replied, "That doesn't sound like such a bad idea, Duchess. I can see you walking across the bedchamber to me, your white feet all bare, as well as the rest of you, the soles being caressed by some of Maggie's petals. What do you think?" "I think, my lord," Spears said, "that your levity is singularly misplaced at this particular moment in time. James has a problem now because of Mr. Badger's unfortunate lapse. Jessie isn't happy with him." James came up on his hands and knees, shaking his head. "Maggie, that was the most god-awful metaphor I've ever heard in my life. True love and rose petals? As for you, Marcus, your digressing to the bedchamber is just like you. I suppose next you'd nibble the rose petals that stuck to the Duchess's feet. As for you, Jessie, you've made my ear ring." He shook his head and gently rubbed his ear with his hand. "What do you say about that?" Jessie was slowly backing away from all of them. "I'm leaving. This is bedlam. James doesn't want to marry me. Why won't all of you just accept that? Obviously, you've made him feel so guilty that he forced himself to propose to me. When I said no and saved him from himself, he forced himself to fall on me and hold me down. He even forced himself to kiss me until I didn't fight him anymore. Damn you, Jessie! How do you think I got as hard as that fireplace iron if I wasn't interested? I'm sorry about your crimped cod, Badger." She ran to the glass doors, pushed one of them open, and dashed into the storm. "Oh, damn," James said. "I've got to catch her again. She's fast, even in her skirt and petticoats. Badger, get some hot tea ready. She's only wearing those ladylike little slippers. Her feet are probably already wet." "Wet clothes," his lordship said, as he watched his American cousin run out into the storm, "and the subsequent removal of them tend to lead most usually to interesting afternoon diversions." "Well, see, my lord," Spear said. "Mr. Badger, let's get some blankets and that hot tea. I hope neither of them becomes ill through all this excess of emotion." "Jessie will ruin her streamers," Maggie said, and touched her fingers to the soft curls that lovingly hovered over her white ears. He cornered her in the Chase Park stables, trying to get a saddle on Clancy's broad back. It wasn't that the saddle was too heavy. Clancy was 17 hands high, and she simply couldn't heave the saddle up onto his back. She dropped the saddle, stomped her foot, and cursed. As for Clancy, that brute of a stallion, who had been known to throw the Earl a good dozen times in fits of pique, was neighing softly, nudging Jessie's shoulder with his nose. All in all, behaving like a besotted swain or an obsequious pet. James imagined that the bloody horse would have collapsed onto his knees so she could hug him better if he'd had the brains to realize it. "You aren't going anywhere, Jessie. Why did you pick Clancy? He's a brute. He could kill you if he had a mind to do so, and you can't even get a saddle on his back. Just look what you've done to him. You've broken his spirit. Why, he'd lick your face if he thought about it. Give him one final pat and let's go back to the house. No, Jessie, you will do as I tell you. I'm tired of chasing you. I'd forgotten you're like a mountain goat. I'm tired, so just stop all these dramatics and come back with me to the house." "House? Ha! It's a bloody mansion. It has more rooms than an entire block of houses in Baltimore." He stared at her a moment, bemused. "Clancy isn't a brute. He's a sweetheart. That's what the Duchess says about Marcus." "Oh, God, you haven't tried to ride Clancy, have you?" "Naturally. We've had great rides. He's shown me the countryside." "You're telling me Marcus allowed this?" "He doesn't know. Lambkin allowed that it was better not to awaken his lordship's choler. Jessie, you're soaked. I'm soaked. You're not going anywhere. Come along with me now." "Will you try to pin me to the floor again?" "No, not the floor. The next time I pin you, it will be to a bed." She picked up the saddle and threw it at him, only to have it fall several feet short. He leaned back against the stall, careful not to irritate Clancy, who was rolling his eyes at the sight of that flying saddle, and said, "Just look at what you've become. You put on a gown and you lose all your strength. Your streamers are plastered to your head. The bodice of your gown is plastered to your breasts. That looks interesting. Perhaps I can flatten you against this stall." He took a step toward her, looking wet and wicked. She ducked beneath Clancy and came up on the other side. "Are you out of your damned mind? Clancy could hurt you, Jessie. Come along now. At least let's get out of this stall." She'd already decided that. Clancy liked her, she knew that, but she also knew he found humans occasionally irritating. His tail was beginning to twitch. She patted his neck, kissed his nose, and slipped out of the stall, James on her heels. He caught her arm before she could break into a run. "Enough," he said. He pulled her against her. She was trembling, undoubtedly from the wet and cold. He ran his large hands down her back. Her back didn't feel like a lanky girl's. It was disconcerting. Her breasts didn't belong to a lanky girl either.
He breathed in the scent of her, nibbled on her ear, the wet streamer sticking to his mouth, and said, "Marry me, Jessie. Let's just get it done." She was crying. That's why she was trembling. He pushed her back against his arm and raised her chin with his fingers. Why? She made no sound. The tears just welled out of her eyes and fell over her cheeks to her chin. "You cry well, Jessie, but tell me why you're crying. Are you giving up? Do you have to think of this as losing to me? Actually, we're both winning, if you'd but give your brain a chance to think all this through." She leaned her forehead against his shoulder. He knew when she'd stopped crying. She stood very still. Then she said, quietly against the wet batiste of his shirt, "James, you're the only man who's ever kissed me." He grinned as he kissed the top of her wet head. "I'll kiss you until we both cock up our toes, if you'll let me." She stepped back and looked up at him. "I'll let you, but first I want you to agree to something." He was still. He didn't think he was going to like this, and he was, even as he said, "Agree to what?" "You're like a dog with a bone in his mouth, and you won't stop until you've gnawed it, or me, to death. You're now looking at this situation as if it's a race to be won. You've got to beat me, to make me yield. It doesn't matter any longer if you truly believe that what you're doing is right. It's beyond that. I should have said yes immediately. Then you probably would have paled, stammered that you'd made a ghastly mistake, and scuttled off. But I didn't. I turned you down, and you couldn't bear that. What's your damned point, Jessie? What do you want me to agree to?" She drew a deep breath, pulled one of her streamers off her cheek, and said, "I look at marriage as forever, James. I know that men do too, but they are incapable of remaining faithful to one woman, namely their wives."
Since you don't love me, you will tire of me quickly. Then you'll want to go back to Connie Maxwell, or to any number of other women. I'm willing to accept this, as long as you agree to allow me the same courtesy. When I tire of you, I can take lovers. I don't want any lies between us. That's a lot of things you've said, Jessie. Let me take the most basic thing first. You can't take lovers. Unlike a man, you can get pregnant. I won't claim another man's child. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Isn't there a way not to conceive a child? Yes, there are several ways. Well, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. So you're saying the women you'd have sex with would know how to prevent conceiving your child? Yes, but there are always accidents. Then surely a prospective lover would exercise equal care. One assumes that a man who's unfaithful to his wife wouldn't want his mistresses to give birth to his bastards. You will take no lovers, Jessie. If you won't, then I won't. James plowed his fingers through his wet hair. Damnation! I don't believe this. Clancy just nudged my shoulder. He thinks I'm bloody crazy to stand here listening to this nonsense flowing from your ignorant mouth. No, just shut up, Jessie. Let me tell you about Connie Maxwell. She wouldn't be my lover if I were married. Does that surprise you? I suppose it does. If I were she, I believe I wouldn't be able to turn you away. He sucked in his breath as if he'd been punched in the belly. Be quiet. I can't take much more of this. Now we're both soaked. I don't wish to have either of us contract an inflammation of the lung. Let's go back to the house now. She fell in beside him, silent now, looking straight ahead. The rain was still falling, more lightly now, becoming a fine drizzle. A fog rose, as if shoved up from the bowels of the earth, shrouding everything in a soft, gray veil. They heard Fred chortle what he must have thought was a fine mating call. It sounded like a buzzard in its death throes. Jessie laughed. James looked at her, but she didn't explain. He took her hand. They continued walking to the house, hand in hand. Neither of them succumbed to a cold. When they went into the kitchen, the tribunal was waiting for them, armed for any disaster. "Here you are," Badger said. "We hoped you'd come into the kitchen. Now we have dressing gowns for both of you. Jessie, you go first into the pantry and take off those wet things. Then you, James. Then you'll have hot tea and some delicious apples a la Portuguese, a recipe I just received in the post from a frog chef who lives in Rouen. Then we'll discuss your wedding, Spears said. His lordship will speak with Mr. Bagley, our curate. Oh dear, we must post banns, and that will take 3 weeks. None of us wishes to wait that long. James, with his lordship's assistance, a special license can be procured, Badger said. I've already spoken to the Duchess about your wedding dress, Jessie, Maggie said. Samson poked his head into the kitchen. I've alerted his lordship and the Duchess that you're both here. The Earl peered over Samson's shoulder. Well, are we to fetch Mr. Bagley? Yes, James said. Yes, Jessie said. Perhaps, Marcus said to James, you'd care to tell me how you won the day. Did you do something romantic and dashing? Did you perhaps pin her in the wet grass and teach her how to breathe? Or did you protect her from the rain and caress her until she was panting for you? My dear husband, the Duchess said, slipping around him and Samson, I believe Jessie is a bit flushed. No wonder, since you never seem to curb your thoughts before they become words. She loves it, the Earl said. Just look at her. Her eyes are nearly crossed. She's staring at James. We'd best get them married as quickly as possible before she flings him to the kitchen floor and has her way with him. A special license, James said. Just tell me what to do, Marcus, and I'll see to it. Spears said, while you and Jessie are changing into dry dressing gowns, we will discuss what is to be done. Then we'll tell you. James threw a towel at Spears, who looked eloquently pained. The Earl laughed. I'm hungry, Badger. Do you have any of those currant dumplings left over from luncheon? 17. A thoroughbred and a husband. Both must have uncommon endurance, boundless nerve, and heart. Common wisdom. I will, James said, and looked expectantly down at Jessie, who was remarkably pale even with the rich emerald green wedding gown that made her shoulders look more creamy than he would have believed possible. Emerald green, an excellent color on her. It made her hair seem even brighter. He realized that during the past 5 days, things like this had been sticking in his mind. He bought her a pair of white slippers to replace the ones ruined during her escapes from him in the rain. He remembered her reaction when he'd handed her the new slippers wrapped in silver paper. She'd looked down at the lovely white shoes and become completely still. They'll fit you, Jessie, the Duchess had said. Maggie and I traced out your own shoes for Mr. Dobbs, the cobbler. Still, Jessie had just looked down at those white slippers. Then she'd looked up at him, and he would have sworn that she was afraid of something, which was surely unlike Jessie. Afraid of what? Thank you, James, she'd said. Then she'd turned around and walked off. The Duchess said with a sigh, she's off to see Charles again. He doesn't make her feel frightened or unsure, you know. To which James had said nothing himself, turned around and walked off himself. He looked down at her now, while the Bishop of York, that exalted personage, who'd agreed to conduct the ceremony as a favor to the powerful Earl of Chase, exhorted her to obey her husband. James would have preferred Mr. Bagley, but Marcus had decided they needed to have the ceremony presided over by one of the highest in the land. 2 whimsical streamers curled lazily down over Jessie's ears. White, delicate ears. He'd never imagined that Jessie Warfield could have white, delicate ears. So much had changed since that day, and yet so little. She'd become a Jessie even the new Jessie didn't resemble. She was restrained, that was it. She didn't say a word unless directly spoken to, and surely that wasn't either the old or the new Jessie. Perhaps she was trying to be like the Duchess. She wasn't succeeding, if that was her aim. She avoided James after he gave her the new slippers, spending most of her time with Charles and Anthony. James wasn't troubled. So busy was he with his horses at Candlethorpe, he was frankly relieved Jessie didn't look hurt or reproachful when he finally did come to Chase Park on those days when the Duchess sent him invitations to dine. He couldn't imagine himself playing the smitten suitor, not with a girl he'd wanted to beat into the ground in every race where they'd been competitors. He figured Jessie couldn't imagine him that way either. She couldn't possibly expect him to ride all the way to Chase Park every day to coo poetry in her ear. James had played the romantic only once before, in wooing Alicia, and he had no intention of playing the role again. He'd been another man back then,
so head over heels in love that he'd scarcely been able to construct a coherent sentence in her presence. And he'd wanted her. He'd hurt with want. It was all he could think about when he was near her. It was all he could think about when he wasn't near her. He'd embarrassed himself many times, become as hard as a stone by merely touching her hand. All he could think about was having her naked beneath him, moaning for him, because surely she'd want him as much as he wanted her. James forced himself to listen a moment to the bishop's mellifluous voice, soaring richly now as he praised this union, brought about by his illustrious lordship, the Earl of Chase. James wondered if Jessie realized the bishop was saying in so many words that they were a couple of savages, kindly brought to order by a peer of the realm.
Marcus must be spitting at such nonsense. That, or waiting until it was all over so he could laugh his head off. James stopped listening before he punched the bishop in his long, thin nose. He hoped the Duchess had a good hold on Marcus. He was probably quite tempted himself. Actually, now that he thought about it, neither could he imagine Jessie playing the wistful maiden, sitting beneath the Duchess's rose arbor waiting for him to come recite some nauseating poetry to her, any more than he could imagine himself reciting it. He was startled when suddenly Jessie said, "I will," in a voice as thin as the lovely stockings had glimpsed when she raised her skirt to allow him to tie the ribbon more securely around her left ankle. Had never before in his life considered what seeing a lady's stockings could do to a man. He'd become instantly harder than the heels on his boots. The Bishop of York blessed the young couple, then said to the Earl of Chase, not to the groom, "It is done, my lord. They may wish to embrace, as many young married persons do upon completion of the ceremony. God believes a modest tendering of affection following dedication to him bodes well for a union and enhances the pleasure of those witnessing the event." James gently placed his index finger beneath Jessie's chin and pushed up. He leaned down and lightly touched his mouth to hers. Her lips were as cold as the carrot soup Badger had forgotten to heat for dinner the previous night. No one had remarked upon the cold soup. Badger had insisted upon preparing all the wedding dishes and had thus been distracted for the past 4 days. "It's going to be all right, Jessie," he said, and lightly touched his mouth to hers again. "Trust me, it will be all right. Come, kiss me. Let's enhance everyone's pleasure." She said nothing, merely stared up at him, wondering how this could have come to pass. She was married to James, something she'd dreamed of since she'd met him 6 years before, when she'd seen him at the Weymouth racecourse, striding confidently beside a quarter horse, speaking to Oslo, speaking to the horse, telling both of them that no one could possibly beat them. She remembered had beaten her in the second race, just as he'd said he would, to his horse and to Oslo. The sky had been clear that day, but she'd been struck by lightning. One big strike, and it was all over for her. She fancied that lightning strike would stay with her for as long as she lived. She kissed him, not enthusiastically, as she would have liked, but there were many people here, and it was a bit embarrassing, even if that bishop said they could do it. She kissed him just once more for good measure. He smiled down at her and patted her cheek. "Well done. Let's speak to our guests." Mr. Bagley and his wife were present. A very nice man, Jessie thought, having met him and his wife at the Duchess's first dinner party for her. The poor man shouldn't torture those poor strands of long blonde hair, brushing them from one side of his head to the other, pomading them to his scalp. Jessie liked him, but to no avail. The Duchess had said, since they needed a special license and no delays, Marcus had spoken to the bishop. More's the pity. Marcus and the Duchess's doctor, George Raven, and his young bride from York were there as well. Since George Raven, Marcus had said, had saved their respective hides more times than he cared to count, he didn't mind at all having him close, since one never knew what could happen, even at a wedding. And besides, Marcus no longer minded Dr. Raven coming to tend the Duchess, now that the good doctor was married and wouldn't lust after the Duchess the way he had in the past, or tried to. The Bishop of York would have been gravely disappointed had he but realized that no one else at the wedding wondered how the devil Master Charles's nurse and Anthony's horse nanny could be marrying the American male Wyndham. Being a discreet bishop, however, he'd mentioned this distressing fact only once to the Earl, who'd carefully begun pulling at the magnificently tied cravat that had taken a good 10 minutes to get just right, just so he wouldn't pound the man into the Aubusson carpet. Frances Hawkesbury, the Countess of Rothermere, congratulated James, then turned to Jessie. "Now that you've got him in harness, my dear," she said, lightly patting her shoulder, "give him his head when he's kicking at the traces, then rein him in gently but firmly." "James," Marcus said, coming up to them, "I see you're being likened to a horse." "It does seem to fit nicely," Jessie said, smiling at the Countess of Rothermere. "And I'll nip her neck to keep her obedient," James said, "perhaps nudge her rump a bit to move her in the directions I choose." The Duchess laughed. "You're both abominable. It's over. Finally, the bishop is already at the champagne bottle, and Badger has prepared a wedding breakfast that will have everyone begging to move in. They will all move in, or they will all try to kidnap Badger from us. I do wonder how you remain so thin," Jessie said. "It's those damned traces," Marcus said. "I kick and I kick to try to get to her, but she just smiles and tells me to keep moving. That occasional restraint is good for my manly parts." After a half-dozen toasts with the very dry champagne from the Earl's cellars, James looked at his bride and whistled. "You're tipsy, Jessie. Come to think of it, you never drink spirits, do you?" She hiccuped and asked for another glass. "Oh dear," the Duchess said. "Do you still want to go to Candlethorpe for the night, James?" "Yes, I want to go home." "Come along, Jessie," the Duchess said, in that serene voice no one ever resisted, and led her upstairs. Since they were riding to Candlethorpe, the Duchess and Maggie helped her change into a magnificent riding outfit that the Duchess had had made for her. It was a soft, burnished gold, with darker gold braiding on the shoulders. It was pinched in tightly at the waist, with 3 layers of thick braiding at the hem. It made her skin glow, and her hair look like a fierce sunset. When Jessie was dressed, and Maggie had lovingly placed the last streamer to frame her face, the Duchess set the riding hat on her head and stood back. The dyed ostrich feather curled around her cheek. "You're beautiful. Will James say I look like a trollop?" The effects of her 2 glasses of champagne had long fled. "If he does, he's an idiot." "If he's an idiot," Maggie added, "then you just bite him. Men love little love bites, or little correction bites, as I call them. Dear Samson purrs like his lordship's bloody cat when I nip his shoulder, and then he—" The Duchess cleared her throat. "Maggie, would you please see if James is ready to leave?" Maggie, no fool, winked at Jessie, then took herself off, saying over her shoulder, "You look a treat, Jessie, you surely do. I want you to look at every man when you come downstairs. You'll see that all of them will be undergoing bouts of lust when they lay eyes on you." "It's true," the Duchess said. Once Maggie was out of the bedchamber, the door closed. "Now, Jessie, do you wish to ask me anything?" "Ask you anything? Oh, you mean about sex? Well, yes. Just think of me as your older sister. I think I know everything, Duchess. I was raised with horses, after all. James will come up over my back and stick himself inside me. That's all there is to it." The Duchess gave her an engaging smile. "Well, perhaps you're in store for a bit of a surprise. But you can trust James to do everything properly. Yes." Jessie turned away and walked to the wide bank of windows. She stared onto the west lawn. She wondered where Fred and Clorinda were today, on her wedding day. She said quietly, "He was married before. He knows all about wives. Jessie, does that bother you?" She waved her hand, as if to ward off unpleasant thoughts, turning away from the windows to face the Duchess again. "No, that would be foolish. I only just thought of it now. He's had a wife, and thus knows all about everything."
Was she beautiful, Duchess? Alicia? Well, yes, she was, actually. She was very small, with hair as blonde as those paintings you see of angels, and the bluest eyes you could imagine. But enough about Alicia. The poor girl died years ago. A tragedy, really, but she's nothing to do with you, Jessie. Did she help James with Candlethorpe? If you mean, did she help him train horses and muck out stalls, no, she wouldn't have considered such a thing. She just sat in the drawing room and served tea. She didn't race or ride. The Duchess smiled at the acrimony in Jessie's voice. Forget her. Now let's go see if your new husband is ready to leave. The Bishop of York eyed Jessie as if she were an exotic bird from another world in her glorious gold riding outfit. She wondered if, after all the champagne he'd consumed, he even recognized her as the bride. "I suppose," he said, his voice even more resonant, "that a gold riding ensemble is very American. Did her ladyship approve of this unexpected spectacle?" "I did," the Duchess said, and quickly took Jessie's hand and pulled her away. Jessie said her goodbyes to all the guests, then turned and looked at the Duchess. "You've been very kind to me. I don't deserve it, but you were kind nonetheless. May I come to see Charles and Anthony?" "You may visit any time you wish," the Earl said, coming up to take Jessie in his arms. He hugged her, then said, "Those damned martinets are all waiting to wish you and James well." "Yes, come along, Jessie," James said, and took her gloved hand. He led her from the great massive doors of Chase Park, down the well-worn stone steps to where the four martinets stood, huge smiles plastered on their faces. Badger handed James a huge covered basket. "I've packed you some lamb cutlets and cucumbers, a bit of apple pudding, and one of James's favorites, boiled knuckle of veal. You'll get thirsty on your ride, so there's also some of the Earl's champagne. It's very cold, so drink it soon. Here's a packet of cream for you, Jessie," Maggie said. "Don't forget now, you can't wear it on your face to bed anymore. It would make your husband laugh or cry, depending on his whim at the time." "I would like to present you with a pair of earrings, Jessie," Samson said. "My Maggie assures me that they'll look exquisite in your little white ears." "Goodness, Samson, they're sapphires." "Yes, my Maggie tried them on to ensure that they would be becoming to you." "Yes, hold them up and let's judge this. What do you think, Mr. Badger?" "I don't think," Badger said slowly, studying them carefully, "that they flatter the gold. They are too bold a color and fight with that particular shade. Yes, just as I would never serve sweet potatoes with blueberries, you should never wear the sapphires with this gold." "I think the colors complement each other well enough," Spears said, gently edging Badger aside to eye them himself. "But I agree, Mr. Badger, that sweet potatoes wouldn't at all enhance themselves served alongside blueberries." "Well," Maggie said, "I can't keep them since dear Samson already gave them to you. What do you think, James?" "I like her ears naked," James said. Badger looked like a cook whose cake had just collapsed in the middle. Spears looked like a disapproving judge. Samson looked at his wife's ears and grinned shamelessly. Maggie just patted Jessie's hand and told her to do as she wished with them. "You trust James to select the outfits that will complement them best." Spears still looked stern, his face set in austere lines, and Jessie realized he was looking at James. He was all garbed in black. "Thank you, Spears," she said. "You will take good care of James," he said, and she nearly laughed at that thought. "Yes, I will try to. You will see that he stays on his course." "What course?" Spears said, passing the basket of food from his left hand to his right. "These damned cutlets weigh as much as the new saddle I bought for Jessie." "What new saddle?" "Forget it. It's a surprise. Do you swear you'll act surprised when I finally present it to you?" "Yes, I promise." "What course, Spears?" He broke into a smile. "You'll know the course when it appears, Jessie. If you need us, just send a message. We'll be there as quickly as can be." "Do you promise?" "I promise," she said, stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. "You smell good, Spears. Are you using some of Maggie's cream?" Badger roared with laughter. Maggie giggled. Samson guffawed. Spears did nothing at all. The new bride and groom laughed and waved as they rode side by side down the beautiful tree-lined drive of Chase Park. James on Bertram, a gray barb with a white nose out of Croft stud, and Jessie on Esmeralda, a Byerly Turk bay mare from the Rothermere stud. The afternoon was warm, the sun bright overhead, the sky studded with white clouds. Jessie said after 15 minutes, "James, can we open that champagne now?" He eyed her. She'd not said a single word since they'd left Chase Park. She'd ridden Esmeralda with single-minded intensity. He recognized that from watching her race, but why the intensity now?
Her cheeks were flushed from the ride, her hair flying in long, loose streamers from beneath that very provocative riding hat, perched on her head with that feather curving around her face to stroke her chin. He pointed to the left off the road, beyond a white fence, to a small copse of maple trees. Just behind those trees is a small meadow. They took the fence in an easy jump. Jessie fell in behind him through the copse of trees on a narrow trail that suddenly ended in a small, circular meadow filled with wildly blooming pink and red hollyhocks, purple gay feathers, white baby's breath, and yellow wood violets. James searched around until he found a moss-covered rock, flat enough and large enough for the two of them, bowed to Jessie, with a flourish, said, "I don't want to smash the flowers. Muss is a different matter." They spread a cloth between them and arranged Badger's offering. James popped the champagne cork, pulled 2 glasses from Badger's basket, and poured. He laughed when he poured too quickly and sipped as fast as he could before too much champagne was lost. "Here, Jessie." He poured himself a glass, then clicked it against hers. "Why did you want champagne?" "I thought if I drank the whole bottle, then you could just get it all over with." "Get what all over with?" "Don't be stupid." She downed the entire glass and held it out for more. "Oh, you want to fall into a stupor? Then, while you're stuporous, I'll do degenerate things to you, and then the deed will be done and you won't have to worry about it anymore?" "That's right, though I would have phrased it a bit more circumspectly. I'm a man. I'm rarely circumspect. Now, why are you worried about having sex with me? You've known me forever. You already know all my bad habits, well, most of them. You don't know as yet if I snore or not." She wouldn't look at him. She studied the clump of foxgloves just beyond her left boot. She drank another glass of champagne. He obligingly poured her another half glass when she thrust the empty glass toward him, her eyes still on those foxgloves. "As foxgloves go, they're not bad," James said, as he watched her down that half glass, then thrust her glass at him again. "No," Jessie said, thinking the foxgloves looked lovely the way they were fading in and out of her vision. He supposed dithering wasn't bad, at least for the moment. It was difficult enough for him, he knew that. He'd acknowledged the problems before he'd offered to marry her. He'd always regarded her as a brat, a younger sister who irritated him and provoked her until he wanted to smack her bottom. And now she was his wife, and it was equally obvious to him that she was as skittish as sober John was during a Baltimore storm. Did she think of him as an older brother, one with whom she was in competition? At the moment, he simply couldn't imagine how he was going to approach making love to her. Making love to Jessie, the brat. It boggled the mind. Except that he had been looking at things a bit differently during the past week. He drew a deep breath and prayed. "Jessie, I've known you for a very long time. I admit I still know the old Jessie more than the new Jessie, but never have I known you to be a coward. What's wrong? You've never known me married before, either. That's what's wrong. You and I, James, were married only because—" She paused and shrugged. "There's no reason to repeat the dreadful sequence of events again. They're as painful to you as they are to me. Do you really want to mount me, James? 18? Mount you?" His eyes nearly crossed, picturing her naked, bending over, looking over her shoulder at him as he neared her, as he touched her. He shook his head. He'd been too long without companionship of a sexual sort. If any female spoke to him of mounting her, he would have seen the same sequence of explicit images in his brain. "Maybe," he said at last, after he'd drunk a bit more of his own champagne, but not for a while. Jessie was right. The champagne had been a good idea. It was probably the only way to get through this. "I'm not Alicia. I'm sorry, but I had to ask the Duchess about her. She said she was beautiful, all small and blonde and blue-eyed. You loved her. I'm done of those things, and you don't love me. I can't imagine what will become of us." "We will survive, I dare say," he said, eyeing her glass until she emptied it and he could pour her more champagne. The damned bottle was empty, and he didn't even feel the least bit tipsy. He prayed she did. He said Badger should have realized that a bride and groom have a greater need for spirits than ordinary folk. He should have packed another bottle. Jessie picked around in Badger's basket. "He did," she said, lifting another cloth-wrapped bottle. James offered a prayer of thanks towards Chase Park's vast kitchen. An excellent man is Badger. "Well, why not? Let's get drunk then, here in this lovely meadow. It's warm. When you're too intoxicated to know what I'm about, I'll pull up your riding skirt, unfasten my breeches, and take your virginity. Then it will be over, and we can go along to Kendallthorpe and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow it will all be forgotten, and we can muck out stalls side by side. Perhaps we'll be so at ease with each other that we'll whistle together, perhaps even sing some of the Duchess's ditties. What do you say to that, Jessie?" She didn't say anything. He'd hoped for a smile. Just a hint of a smile would have relieved him, but she didn't drudge one up. She was trying to remove the cork on the other bottle of champagne. She couldn't get it out. She put it in her mouth and gnawed on it. James leaned back, the sun on his face, the scent of the flowers in his nostrils, and laughed. She was the old Jessie, the brat, chewing on a straw, licking the remains of a candied almond from her fingers, gnawing on a champagne cork. It was all the same thing. When he heard the cork pop, he simply lifted his glass and thrust it toward her. Jessie began to laugh after her fourth glass of champagne. Thank the munificent Lord. She waved her hand to ward off a bee, and James said, "Careful, Jessie, you're nearly knocked over our remaining precious bottle." She shoved the bottle down between her legs. There, now it's safe. He looked at that bottle and knew he had to act before he was too drunk to do more than belch. "Do you think you're feeling silly enough now to lie back and let me kiss you?" She stared down at him. She looked worried, eager, and more afraid than a sinner in a room full of creatures. "Yes," she said, "let's kiss. Put the bottle over there. Yes, that's right. Now just relax, Jessie." "Just one more small glass, James," she said, poured it, drank it down in one gulp, and then gave him the silly smile of a girl who, sober, would have been terrified out of her mind. She lay on her back, stretched out, and arranged her hands over her chest as if she were dead. He felt he should pick a foxglove and put it between her fingers. He leaned over her and kissed her closed mouth, smiling even as he said, "Open up, just a little bit. Pretend I'm a small but succulent piece of something good to eat, say a bit of Badger's garnished tongue." She opened her mouth beneath him, and James felt as though he'd been struck in the gut. She tasted of champagne, he'd expected that, but she also just tasted sweet and strangely exotic, and he wanted more. She didn't taste like a brat. He was careful to keep his hands on her arms, careful not to stick his tongue in her mouth, careful to control himself. He feared he'd kiss her yet again and really get things started, when suddenly she'd turn into the 14-year-old again, a girl, not a woman. He stopped a moment and pulled back. Her eyes were open, as was her mouth. She was staring up at him. What is it? To his surprise and amusement, she flushed. She actually turned red and looked away from him. "What's the matter? Come now, I'm your husband, and you've known me since you were barely able to ride a horse. The champagne is wonderful, but I have a problem." "Yes? Don't be obtuse, James. I have to relieve myself." He tried not to laugh. He couldn't help himself. Undone by a bottle of champagne. "Well, I'll wait for you here, Jessie. There are some lovely bushes just over behind that stand of maples." She struggled to her feet, smoothed down her skirts, and turned to walk with exaggerated care toward that stand of maple trees. She never looked once at him. He lay back against that sun-heated rock and began humming one of the Duchess's ditties. He hummed another ditty, and then a third. He drank another glass of champagne. Then he frowned. He rose, cupped his hand around his mouth, and called out, "Jessie, are you all right?" There was no answer, only the soft rustle of the summer leaves in the light afternoon breeze. "Jessie!" He was on his feet, worried now, surprised that he wasn't all that steady. He dumped the rest of the champagne on a bed of nestergroot, hoped they wouldn't croak, and went to the trees. He found her on the ground, on her side, her face pillowed on her hands. She was in a sodden stupor. "Well, hell," James said. Now he'd have to do it all over again. He wondered if she'd be ill when she came out of her stupor. He was willing to bet Badger hadn't thought this would be the outcome of his generous gift. Jessie wanted to die. She didn't want to say goodbye to anybody. She just wanted to breathe her last, slowly, gently, and then waft away.
She opened her eyes just once, but the intense, bright light made her head pound so violently and her belly twist in gigantic knots that she knew the end must be very near. "It's a hangover, Jessie. Here, Mrs. Catstore made you a special brew that should help a bit. I'll just lift you. There, that's it. Now drink it all down. James, you're here with me? Yes, drink." He got it all down her, but it was a chore because it only seemed to make Jessie sicker. The concoction kept dribbling down her chin and she kept choking. It was a foul brew. He knew that because he'd had a glass of it himself. But it would help in the long run. "Poor Jessie," he said, and laid a cool, damp cloth on her forehead. "No, keep your eyes and mouth shut. You're at Candlethorpe, in your bedchamber. I managed to get both of us on top of Bertram, though he didn't want to volunteer for the duty, the selfish sod, and complained most of the way home, slapping that long tail of his against my leg. I held you, all boneless, your head falling over my arm, and held the reins to Esmeralda in my left hand. That mare found the entire ride to Candlethorpe something of an adventure. She was also eyeing Bertram with a good deal of filly interest." Jessie wet her lips with a dry tongue, but was wise enough to keep her eyes closed. She had to know. Because she felt ready for death. Because she knew a person couldn't bear this agony for very long. She was able to ask, "Did you mount me, James? Is it all over now? Was it all right? I didn't make a spectacle of myself, did I? You will remember me fondly, won't you, once I die?" He was so surprised he just stared down at her, quickly pulling the cloth down a bit farther to cover her eyes. He knew he couldn't lie to her any better than she could to him if she were looking at him. What to do? "Oh dear, was it that bad? You can tell me the truth. Was it horrible for you? Do you want me to leave? I don't think I can, because I'm sure the end is near, so that will be just as well, won't it? Well, I wouldn't say it was horrible. No, not at all. And yes, I'll always remember you fondly, Jessie. That's a lie. You've cursed at me more than you have at your horses. Perhaps, but death softens and blurs memories. I'll wager after you've been gone only 6 months or so, I'll have only fond memories of you. How did you manage to mount me with all my clothes on? Well, I wouldn't call it difficult. You were very pliable, very cooperative. Don't you remember how you wanted me to get it all over with so things could get back to normal between us? The last thing I remember is thinking the hollyhocks were the brightest pinks and reds I'd ever seen. I don't remember anything else. And now it's too late. I'll die a virgin in spirit, if not in flesh. You are a very nice virgin. What do you mean, are? Well, actually, I was thinking spiritually. Was my fleshly virgin part acceptable, James? Well, you must remember that you were extraordinarily pliable, Jessie. It required a lot of skill and concentration on my part just to accomplish everything and get us back to Candlethorpe. He watched as she lifted her left hand and touched her fingers to her nightgown. You took off my clothes? You undressed me and put me in my nightgown? Well, someone had to make you more comfortable. We are married, Jessie. Oh dear, I don't like this at all, James. I can't even remember you're taking off my clothes there in the meadow, much less remember you're doing it again here. Did you even pull off my boots and stockings? However did you get me to stay up on my hands and knees so you could mount me? I would have thought I'd collapse. Well, one doesn't always have to pull off all of one's clothing. Boots can stay on sometimes. It's occasionally seductive, as are stockings held up with garters. Another thing, Jessie, men don't always mount women. Men and women aren't horses all the time. I suppose I should thank you for getting it done so adeptly that I don't remember a thing about it. If you will remember, Jessie, I did tell you to trust me. If he wasn't mistaken, she suddenly turned a vile shade of green. He wasn't stupid, and he was fast. He got the basin to her just in time. She shuddered and heaved and retched while he held her, careful to keep her braid from falling in her face. When finally the spasms were over, he said, "Poor Jessie, I'm sorry. Here, rinse out your mouth. You'll be better now, you'll see." She laid back against the pillows, moaning, her hands clutching at her stomach. "Let me die now, James, please. Go away. I want to breathe my last by myself. Please say goodbye to Esmeralda for me. You will take good care of her, won't you?" "Yes, I swear I will. Goodbye, James.
I'm sorry you have to be a widower again, but it's for the best." She sighed deeply, saying in a whisper, "For you to become fond of me in 6 months isn't bad. It might not even take 6 months." He laid the cloth over her eyes again, gently folded her arms over her chest, and said, "The 6 years went quickly, Jessie." She moaned as he rose. He waited until her breathing evened into sleep. Mrs. Catstore was waiting for him in the corridor. "How is she, Master James?" She wanted to die alone. "Aye, it's like the darkness before the dawn. That was my granny's special brew. She always said that my granda was a man who couldn't hold more than a small dram of demon rum, but that she knew he couldn't help himself, and thus if she wanted to have a husband for longer than a year, she had to invent something to ease him. Did your granda last longer than a year?" Mrs. Cadstore looked philosophical. "Yes, indeed, Master James. He's all of 72 now, no teeth at all in his head, and drinks like a thirsty goat. We buried my granny 20 years ago. We found gallons of her brew in the cellar. He finished the final one some 5 years ago. There's something passing strange, if that's the moral to that tale, Mrs. Catstore." She sighed. "I've always thought so, Master James. Your new bride isn't used to spirits, is she?" "No, I believe, though, that the bottle and a half of champagne she consumed today will keep her free of intoxication for a good 10 years. That's what my granda used to chant like a monk when he felt particularly revolting. His vow never lasted out the day." James decided he wanted to meet granda. "Well, let her sleep through the night, Mrs. Catstore. If she does wake up, though, could you make something she could eat and keep in her belly if she's hungry?" James didn't particularly want to eat either, but he liked Mrs. Catstore's porridge with the honey she mixed in it. He finished the bowl just before he took off his clothes and climbed into bed next to his sodden wife. He leaned over her for a moment, lowering his ear to her chest. "You're not dead yet, Jessie." 19. "I'm alive, Jessie," thought, reasonably pleased, and then unutterly relieved once she realized she wasn't still so vilely ill that she wanted to die. She raised a tentative finger, then her whole arm. She was wearing her own nightgown, one James had put on her the day before. Was it still the day before? Bright sunlight shimmered through the light muslin draperies. She remembered Mrs. Catstore's brew, and how she'd believed it unjust to die with that vile taste in her mouth. But she didn't die, and James had known she wouldn't die. She'd made an ass of herself, and he'd let her do it. It was morning. She realized that now. And James had done everything a husband was supposed to do, and she had no nubbery of it, so that was all right as well. She heard a snort, jumped, then turned to see her groom lying on his back, one arm flung over his head, the other hand on his belly, which was barely covered with a sheet. He gave 2 more short snorts, then fell silent. Everything that was deep within her responded to the sight of him lying there beside her. He was her husband. He had thick gold hair on his chest, all crispy looking, and a tuft of soft gold hair beneath his upflung arm. He was hard and lean, lightly tanned from working in the sun without his shirt, and she wanted more than anything to shove that sheet down just a little bit more. She wanted to see just how much like a stallion he really was, so she could try to remember what he'd done to her. She moved her legs. Nothing hurt. Recalling how she'd seen mares teetering around after mating, she began to wonder. She didn't think she was going to teeter at all. James must have been very careful with her. She eased out of bed before she could resist the temptation to pull that sheet down no longer, and walked across the bedchamber. When she did, she didn't teeter at all. She whistled to herself as she stripped off her nightgown, then bathed in some of cool water on the dressing table. Every few minutes she looked back at the bed. James hadn't moved a bit. Well, perhaps that sheet was just a bit lower. She took a step toward the bed, then stopped, and settled for craning her neck a bit. The sheet was lower. She saw the narrow line of golden hair that disappeared too soon for her taste beneath that dratted sheet. He had a flat belly, but she'd already known that. Still, seeing it in the flesh pleased her. His flesh was wider here, and she found that fascinating, though she couldn't begin to explain why. She dressed quickly, still whistling, took one last look at James, and regretfully left the bedchamber. Mrs. Catstore? Good heavens, Mrs. James! Now, don't you look like a lovely little summer posy, all bright and eager and ready to blossom for the sun?
Jessie thought of those foxgloves and smiled. Your brew was excellent. Thank you very much. I thought I loved champagne, and I surely did, but it did me in. I'm sorry I wasn't quite attentive enough when I arrived here yesterday. Goodness, I'm starved. Of course you are, Mrs. Catstore said, grinning as she remembered Master James carrying in his bride in his arms, and she looked dead. Dead drunk was more like it. Come eat some porridge. Master James tells me it's the best porridge in all of England and the colonies. It's my honey, you know. I have a special breed of bees, and no one else knows of their hives. Just 3 of them, and all the honey's for me. Just sit down here, Mrs. James, and I'll fix you up right and tight. James awoke with a start. He dreamed he was kissing a woman who was moaning into his mouth, whispering how magnificent he was, how much he pleased her, how she enjoyed him touching her and coming inside her, and he was so big and so— James shook his head. A typical man's dream. Nothing but a damned dream. Something wasn't quite right. He was in his bed, but he wasn't sleeping on the left side. He was on the right side. He never slept on the right side. It made him have strange dreams, although this most recent one wasn't bad at all. Then he remembered he'd placed Jessie there sleeping like a drunken stoat, convinced she was going to die, and he'd slept beside her. The pillow was still pressed down, the sheets rumpled. She was gone. At least she didn't die, he said to the empty bedchamber, climbed out of bed, and shrugged into his dressing gown. An hour later, he found her grooming Esmeralda, chatting to Sigmund as if she'd known him all her life. She wasn't wearing breeches as the old Jessie would have, but the pale blue gown was of sturdy cotton, plain and functional. So this was the new Jessie in her working mode. She'd braided her hair atop her head, with those streamers curling lazily down over her ears. He wondered if she'd brought her old leather hat to England. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning to you, Master James," Sigmund said, as he continued to pick at Bertram's left front hoof. "Got a pebble here. Ah, there, got it. Nasty thing. You got it from your long ride yesterday, didn't ya? Good old boy. All right now. Good morning, Jessie. You seem to be no worse from your excesses." Jessie had wondered about this moment of truth. James had told her that once it was done, then they could return to normal. So be it. She grinned at him. "Doesn't Esmeralda look grand? She's ready for a ride, James. Would you care to join me? We could try whistling a duet." "No, Bertram, you just stay away from Esmeralda," Sigmund said. "She was teasing him mercilessly yesterday," James said. "She ain't interested today, that's for sure," Sigmund said. "Come out a heat she has, with a vengeance. She's already bit poor old Bertram, just for being a mite friendly to her." "Females," said James, shaking his head. "Jessie, I can't ride with you. I'm expecting a Mr. DeWitt this morning with a mare for Minotaur to cover." She just shook her head, saddled Esmeralda, and was gone. He looked after her. "Don't you worry, Master James. Mrs. James knows what she's about. I took her all around and introduced her all over again. She spoke to each one of 'em, gave 'em sugar and a sweet pat. I swear they all remembered her and gathered around her like little kiddies. I ain't never afore seen a female what knowed so much about horses, and she's easy with 'em, never makes 'em nervous. None of the horses screwed their heads about the way they do when they don't trust somebody. You should see her race." Sigmund guffawed, shaking his head. "That's a kicker. Race, you say? That feminine little bit of red hair and white skin can race? You're jesting me, Master James. She grooms a horse well, never complained once, no she didn't, but race? That little sweet lady. So little you know," James said, slapped Sigmund on his skinny back, and took himself off to seat a Minotaur. "We've got 6 stallions and 3 mares," James said, as he handed Jessie a dish of compote of gooseberries, one of Mrs. Cadstore's specialties. Badger, in a moment of weakness, when the 4 martinets had come to force James to the altar, had presented the recipe to her, and she'd now made it 3 days in a row.
Minotaur covered the DeWitt mare, a smart little Byerly Turk out of Tommikins from Croft's stable. I was reading the General Stud book. Goodness, James, things are so very organized here. It's really nothing more than a genealogy of horses, but needed, that's certain. I've been talking with many men in racing back in Baltimore. None of them believes it's all that important. For the most part, they're content to just pass things along, word of mouth. Have Oslo write down what he knows. Good idea. Do you like the compote of gooseberries? It's fine. Badger, though, he made it once, and everyone tasted it and swooned. James just grinned. I'm glad you didn't die, Jessie.